Zhang Yiqing couldn't believe it. She'd been transported into a melodramatic novel, cast as the villainous supporting female lead whose sole purpose was to sabotage the main couple. According to the plot, she was supposed to relentlessly torment the female lead and bewitch the male lead, Qi Wenyao, only to be tragically discarded in the end. But wait a minute, she was a modern woman who would willingly play the wicked villainess. The best course of action was to divorce the male lead immediately and run as far away as possible. Yet, inexplicably, every time she mentioned divorce, Qi Wenyao clung to her even tighter. Not only that, but he could also hear her thoughts. Zhang Yiqing, he'd say, "You damned woman, you say you love me with your lips, but your mind curses me every second of the day." Zhang Yiqing could only clutch her head in despair. Lying every day, she wondered if she'd be struck by lightning. Would she be able to escape the predetermined plot, or would she ultimately fall in love with this sharp-tongued male lead? Under a clear blue sky, a gentle breeze whispering through the air, a sharp slap suddenly rang out. The beautiful young woman's face immediately swelled. A cold voice then echoed from a glamorous woman. The angle just now wasn't good. Do it again. At that moment, the director frantically yelled, "Cut." Everyone immediately surrounded the woman who had just been slapped. It turned out she was Shi Yi, the female lead. The director was calling for the makeup artist to touch up Shi Yi's makeup. The crew members fussed over her. "Shi Yi, are you alright?" Yiqing's assistant hurried over with a small fan, asking softly, "Sister Yiqing, do you have some kind of grudge against Shi Yi?" Yiqing casually sipped her water, replying indifferently, "No." The assistant, even more perplexed, continued fanning her and pressed, "Then why do you always target her? There are a lot of people on set. If you're not careful and get photographed, it will affect your image." Yiqing twirled a strand of hair around her finger, the straw still between her lips. "Who told her to be the female lead?" She said nonchalantly, "Targeting her is my mission." At that moment, a voice rang out in Yiqing's head. System reminder, "Hey, hey, hey. Warning, warning. System reminder, host, please abide by the agreement. Be careful with your words." It turned out that 3 days prior, Yiqing had been playing video games. After a grueling session that ended in victory, she stretched tiredly and yawned. Suddenly, her computer screen flashed brightly, forcing her to shield her eyes. When she cautiously peeked through her fingers, she heard a voice in her head accompanied by floating text. System reminder, welcome to the world of the novel. I am your system. We will create a beautiful world together. System reminder, your current identity is the supporting female lead, Yiqing, in the novel. Please read the novel's script carefully and complete it. Yiqing roared in frustration, leaping up to punch the system message away. Finish the entire script to return to the real world. Is that even humanly possible? Now, Yiqing sat listlessly on a chair, sipping her water, recalling her identity in this novel. Oh, Zhang Yiqing, wealthy heiress, childhood friend of the male lead, Qi Wenyao, and a not-so-famous actress. Her daily job is to target the female lead, Shi Yi, and thus advance the relationship between the male and female leads. Yiqing sighed. This life really wasn't easy. She grabbed her phone, thinking she'd play some games to calm down. She grabbed her phone, thinking she'd play a game to calm down. Just then, her assistant hurried over, calling out, "Sister Yiqing." Yiqing, engrossed in her phone, glanced indifferently at her assistant. But when she heard the words, "CEO Qi is here," she bolted upright, straightening her clothes and snapping into professional mode. Then, with exaggerated sweetness, she rushed towards Qi Wenyao, plastering on a wide smile. "Wenyao," she simpered, "are you here to see me?" Qi Wenyao responded coldly, "No." This man, Qi Wenyao, was the male lead of this melodramatic novel. Yiqing bit her lip in frustration. She then ran a hand through her hair, flustered, as Qi Wenyao continued, "Zhang Yiqing, stop your petty schemes." He glanced at the pure, lotus-like girl standing behind Yiqing. Yiqing turned to look. The girl's features were delicate and captivating, truly resembling a white lotus. This was Shi Yi, the female lead of this novel. Noticing Qi Wenyao's gaze fixed on Shi Yi, Yiqing called out to him in a saccharine voice, "Wenyao." But Qi Wenyao completely ignored her, shoving his hands in his pockets and walking away coldly, leaving Iching stunned. She quickly gathered her skirt and hurried after him. "Wenyao," she called, "where you going?" Just then, Iching tripped. She stumbled forward, thinking what's going on. This wasn't in the script. Figuring she might as well take someone down with her, she lunged towards Qi Wenyao, grabbing his waist. With a thud, they both tumbled to the ground. Not only that, but a metal pole also crashed down on top of them. Clutching Qi Wenyao's shoulder, Iching grimaced in pain and asked the system, "What's the compensation for injuries?" But all she heard was the system's cold reply. "Host, this is not part of the novel setting. This is your own doing. Please stop your nonsense." Qi Wenyao, extremely annoyed, glared at her. Hearing the system's words, Iching flew into a rage. "Nonsense, my foot. Don't try to shift the blame," she yelled. But at that moment, it seemed Qi Wenyao could hear her thoughts again. His eyes widened as he stared at her, thinking, strange, what is she saying? Iching, noticing his gaze, suddenly remembered the man beside her. Flipping back in her saccharine mode, she asked, "Wenyao, are you alright? I'm hurt, it hurts so much." Immediately, the entire film crew rushed over. Her assistant hurried to her side. "Sister Iching, are you okay?" Iching clutched her head dramatically. "I'm a little dizzy," she groaned, "and my body aches all over." She then leaned against Qi Wenyao, who was startled to hear her inner voice again. In her mind, Iching was wailing, "I'm dying. Someone get me to a hospital." As she leaned against him, she took the opportunity to cling to him, running her hands over his body. What a fantastic physique, she thought. Too bad he's not the one. Unfortunately for her, Qi Wenyao could hear her thoughts. He frowned, thinking, is this woman crazy? As Iching continued to revel in the sensation of Qi Wenyao's firm body, he scowled and abruptly pushed her away, causing her to gasp in surprise. Then, Shi, the White Lotus, approached Iching, asking solicitously, "Sister, are you alright?" But Iching completely ignored her, leaving Shi awkwardly standing there. Instead, Iching turned back to Qi Wenyao, clinging to him and feigning weakness. "Wenyao," she whined, "I'm hurt." But Qi Wenyao ignored Iching, turning instead to take Shi's hand. He spoke to her gently. "Come with me, I have something to say to you." Qi Wenyao's tender attitude towards Shi left Iching gaping in astonishment. Then, he brushed Iching's hand off his arm, saying coldly, "If you're hurt, go see a doctor." His icy tone was a stark contrast to the gentleness he'd shown Shi. As Qi Wenyao tried to lead Shi away, Iching feigned heartbreak while inwardly cursing his entire family. Listen to him, she thought. Does he even hear himself? Once again, Qi Wenyao heard Iching's inner voice, leaving him utterly bewildered. She clearly hadn't spoken a word. What was going on? He wondered. But Shi didn't follow Qi Wenyao. Instead, she demurred, saying, "CEO Qi, I'm sorry, I have to work." Then, Shi turned and walked away. Iching, standing behind her, called out softly, "Wenyao." She pretended to be pained as she watched Qi Wenyao leave, but inwardly, she was already cursing him out. "Like how I care about you," she thought. Hearing her inner voice, Qi Wenyao stopped in surprise. He turned back to look at Iching, who had resumed her usual saccharine expression, calling sweetly, "Wenyao." But now, he could clearly hear her inner thoughts. Is he sick? She was thinking. Why does he keep staring at me? Qi Wenyao turned and walked away again. Iching, smugly flipping her hair, thought, that dog of a man is definitely blinded by my beauty. As Iching turned to leave, she left Qi Wenyao standing there, bewildered by his ability to hear her thoughts. Is she schizophrenic? He wondered, or am I? The film crew resumed filming after their break. Once again, the sharp crack of a slap echoed through the air. Iching had slapped Shi across the face. The slap was so hard that Iching's hand stung. Shi clutched her cheek, her hand trembling, as she looked at the haughty Iching standing before her. The film crew, watching from behind the camera, thought to themselves, Zheng Iching is going too far. But the director was at a loss. He couldn't offend CEO Qi, nor could he offend the tycoon backing Zheng Iching. It was a case of when elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers. Then, CEO Qi had someone bring over a cold compress. He solicitously approached Shi, offering her the compress and asking gently, "Are you all right?" But Iching pushed her way between them, asking sweetly, "Wenyao, how was my acting?" Iching ramped up the saccharine act, speaking to Qi Wenyao, but her inner thoughts were entirely different. Go on, yell at me, she thought. Yell me good. Then take your little wife to the hospital, clear up the misunderstanding, and get married already. Qi Wenyao looked at I Ching with a complicated expression, speechless. Qi Wenyao's lack of reaction almost broke I Ching's composure. What's going on? She wondered, bewildered. I just slapped your woman, and you're not even angry. Are you even a man? Suddenly, Qi Wenyao roared, shut up. Then, he turned and walked away, leaving I Ching standing there with her mouth agape. She couldn't understand his behavior at all. Her head was filled with question marks. What was that all about? She wondered. Just then, the system spoke up. Host, there's an error in the script, the system announced. This might be what's causing the storyline to deviate from the rails. It's completely different from what I Ching expected. I Ching had assumed that when Qi Wenyao saw her bullying Shi Yi, he would be furious and scold her. She'd envisioned him rushing to Shi Yi's defense, offering comfort and protection, and their feelings for each other blossoming as a result. But things hadn't gone according to plan at all. Now, the system's red alert blared. Reporting situation error. Reporting failure. Host has deviated from the script, altering the emotional trajectory. Hearing the system's warning, I Ching felt a wave of despair wash over her, swallowing back tears as she thought, so be it. Just then, her assistant stepped forward to comfort her. Miss I Ching, don't be sad. CEO Qi will notice you one day. I Ching turned to her assistant, her face expressionless. Do I look sad? She asked. The assistant nodded emphatically. You look very sad, Mississippi. The system chimed in again. Host has deviated from the script, altering the emotional trajectory. I Ching, losing her patience, ran her fingers through her hair in frustration. I look so pitiful, so innocent. Why are they treating me like this? A luxurious Mercedes was parked by the roadside. Inside, the assistant sat in the driver's seat, glancing at I Ching through the rearview mirror. I Ching was staring absent-mindedly out the window. The assistant thought to herself, she's injured, and CEO Qi treated her like that. Yet Miss I Ching isn't even angry. It's not like her. I Ching sat in the car, resting her chin on her hand, gazing out the window. The world without the male and female leads felt like a desolate wasteland. She recalled Zheng I Ching's past in the novel. Zheng I Ching had always been pampered, intelligent, and undeniably beautiful. 5 years ago, when her parents passed away, her grandfather had doted on her even more. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, I Ching looked even more stunning. Sitting in the car, she couldn't help but wonder, why does such a beautiful supporting female lead have to be a villain? She got out of the car and walked towards a Grand Zheng family estate, thinking, such a rotten plot. How can such a vast and realistic world even exist? She pushed open the door and stepped inside, sighing. I've lived a peaceful life for 20 years. I'm even good at gaming. Why do I have to do such wicked things? Just then, the system's voice rang out again. Host must complete the mission to return to the real world. I Ching froze. She looked at the luxurious but empty and silent living room, then towards her grandfather, who was sitting with the butler standing beside him. Tears welled up in her eyes as she choked out, Grandpa. To return to her own world, she had to switch back into character and play her role. Seeing her cry, her grandfather stood up and asked, I Ching, what's wrong? I Ching seized the opportunity to complain. Grandpa, look, I got hurt on set today, and he didn't even ask if I was okay. He even yelled at me in front of everyone because of another actress. He said if I went near that Shi Yi again, you wouldn't be polite to me. Hearing this, her grandfather felt immense sympathy for his granddaughter. He stepped forward and reassured her, I Ching, don't worry. I'll definitely take care of this for you. Then, he walked to a corner and made a phone call. I Ching hugged a pillow, silently reviewing the novel's plot. According to the script, Grandfather Zheng would bribe Shi Yi's greedy mother to interfere with her work. Shi Yi would eventually be unable to bear it and run away from home. Wouldn't this be the perfect opportunity for Qi Wenyao to help her? After hanging up, Grandfather Zheng slammed the phone down with a resounding thud. He then sat down beside I Ching and declared, that boy is becoming more and more impertinent. How could he treat you like that in front of so many people? I Ching, hearing this, teared up again, feigning Wei Chu, a mixture of wrongness and resentment. Actually, it's not entirely Wenyao's fault. It's mainly that she keeps clinging to him seducing him. As she said this, I-Ching couldn't help but think, I'm such a green tea bitch. Tears streamed down her delicate face as she sobbed. If it weren't for her, Wen-Yao wouldn't treat me like this. Grandfather Zheng narrowed his eyes at her words. He turned to the butler and instructed, go investigate that Shuri. Warn her to behave herself. The butler bowed respectfully and acknowledged the order. Grandfather Zheng then turned back to comfort his beloved granddaughter, who was now weeping silently. Wen-Yao will be here shortly. I'll make him apologize to you. I-Ching choked back a sob, managing only a whispered grandpa. At that moment, Qi Wen-Yao arrived at the door, removing his sunglasses and politely greeting Grandfather Zheng. Seeing Qi Wen-Yao, I-Ching immediately rushed forward and grabbed his arm, feigning affection. Wen-Yao, you're here, she exclaimed. Grandfather Zheng, seeing this, sternly reprimanded his granddaughter. I-Ching, behave yourself. Wen-Yao is here. I have something to discuss with him. I-Ching, still clinging to Wen-Yao's arm, sat down opposite her grandfather. Grandfather Zheng then turned to Qi Wen-Yao and asked seriously, when are you and I-Ching getting engaged? Hearing this, I-Ching looked at Qi Wen-Yao's indifferent face, thinking smugly, go on, scold me. Tell my grandfather that the person you love is sure past, present, and future. Tell him you'll never get engaged to me and let me die of shame. Qi Wen-Yao, hearing her inner thoughts, thought, what's wrong with this woman? However, due to the relationship between their families, he had to tactfully decline. I-Ching is still young, and her career has just begun. Getting engaged now might affect her. Grandfather Zheng, however, slammed his hand on the table and stood up, fuming. Wen-Yao, do you think I'm that easy to fool? This girl has suffered so much because she likes you. Today, you have to make it clear to me. Either get engaged to I-Ching or our families sever all ties. I-Ching, seeing this, immediately switched back to her sweet and understanding persona. Grandpa, what are you saying? How can you force him like this? Wen-Yao is right. Getting engaged now isn't good for my career. She then turned to Qi Wen-Yao, taking his hand affectionately. Wen-Yao, she said sweetly, Grandpa had a bit too much to drink tonight, so his words don't count. I bought you a present when I was abroad last time. Come upstairs with me to get it. Seeing this, Grandfather Zheng could only helplessly call out to I-Ching. While outwardly appearing agreeable and affectionate, I-Ching was inwardly cursing Qi Wen-Yao. You spineless man. I told you to come upstairs, so you just come upstairs. Is sure really the one you love? Push me away. Say something. Is your mouth just for show? Say something. Hearing I-Ching's constant inner berating, Qi Wen-Yao frowned, irritated. He gritted his teeth and called out Zheng I-Ching's name, thinking, this damned woman is truly two-faced. He then took I-Ching's arm and said softly to Grandfather Zheng, Grandpa, the engagement should indeed be carefully planned. I-Ching and I will discuss a date for the engagement. After saying this, Qi Wen-Yao wickedly turned to I-Ching and asked her opinion. I-Ching, upon hearing what he'd said to Grandfather Zheng, was utterly dumbfounded. Nevertheless, she had to maintain her act as the scheming second female lead. So, she immediately nestled into Wen-Yao's arms, declaring that she would defer to him in all matters. Wen-Yao, playing along, said he would choose an auspicious day for their engagement. Wen-Yao's attitude forced I-Ching to swallow her bitter resentment. Qi Wen-Yao, are you even human? She fumed inwardly. In the luxurious room, bathed in the warm glow of the golden lights, her frustration simmered. I-Ching reached for a luxurious blue velvet box. Inside was the exorbitantly priced watch she had bought for Wen-Yao. Wen-Yao, she said sweetly, I spent ages picking this out. Do you like it? Despite her saccharine tone and generous gift, I-Ching thought, just say you don't like it. This watch cost a fortune. I can't bear to give it to you. Wen-Yao, overhearing her inner thoughts, was startled. He decided to tease her back, taking the watch and examining it. It's beautiful, he said, much to I-Ching's surprise. I-Ching, taken aback by his unexpected praise, thought, why is he complimenting it? Did my grandfather's threats actually work? Qi Wen-Yao, do you have any backbone at all? Her thoughts darkened Wen-Yao's expression. He decided to sit down in her room, determined to see how long she could keep up her charade. I-Ching's eyes widened. Why is he sitting down? Isn't he leaving? Does he plan to stay for the new year? Wen-Yao, she said sweetly, I'll have the servants prepare the guest room for you tonight. She desperately hoped he would take the hint and leave. However, having read her thoughts, Wen-Yao stubbornly refused to comply. No need, he said, I'll stay with you. His response sent I-Ching into a silent rage. You dog, she seethed internally. You say you love but you're clearly lusting after me. Wen-Yao's fists clenched at her harsh inner monologue. His body trembled with anger. Does she think I'm that desperate? Wen Yao walked towards the door. Iching hurried after him, feigning concern. Wen Yao, are you leaving? Let me see you out. She plastered a bright smile on her face as she bid him farewell. As soon as he was out of sight, Iching slammed the door shut. Irritated, she demanded of the system, is there an engagement between me and Qi Wen Yao in the script? If the plot is messed up, how am I supposed to go home? The system's mechanical voice responded, checking the script. Please wait. Iching, recalling the original storyline, said anxiously, according to the script, Qi Wen Yao is always cold to me. Everything I do repulses him. She was bewildered by Wen Yao's actions that night, which completely deviated from the plot. He had agreed to the engagement, liked the watch she gave him, and even wanted to stay with her. These actions were so out of character that she feared she might die within the novel. Just then, the system's monotonous voice rang out again. Search complete. Now playing Chapter 254. Qi Wen Yao and Zheng Yiqing are forced into an engagement. Chapter 268. Sure, he loses all hope upon learning of the engagement. Chapter 279. Sure, Yi and Qi Wen Yao resolve their misunderstanding. Chapter 97. Breaking off the engagement. Chapter 112. Grandfather Zheng takes action against Sure Yi. Yiqing watched the system replay the original plot, lost in thought. As she suspected, the original story had no mention of today's engagement. The forced engagement was supposed to happen much later. Suddenly, the system blared a red alert. Warning, deviation from the script detected. Host, please rectify the storyline immediately and restore normal progress. Jiqing snap, no, I can see that. Now fully aware of the deviation, Yiqing asked the system in a daze, what happens if the mission fails? What happened to the previous host who failed? The system's monotonous voice responded, mission failure may result in the host being trapped within the novel. You're the first host. There have been no such missions before. Yiqing's heart plummeted. Are you using me as a guinea pig? She shrieked. I want out. The system's response crushed her remaining hope. Withdrawal is not possible. The host must diligently complete the mission. The original character's personality is unruly, capricious, and dismissive of others. Your character portrayal has collapsed. Yiqing felt her soul leaving her body. So, she sighed, because I'm not arrogant enough, everything's gone wrong. She took a deep breath, thinking, starting tomorrow, I'll be truly arrogant. She stood silently, gazing around the luxurious yet empty and unfamiliar room. Finally, she collapsed onto the bed, phone in hand, ready to escape into the world of mobile games. But even that small comfort was denied to her. The system's mechanical voice droned, Host, for the sake of your beauty sleep, please go to bed. Yiqing roared, Shut up. Thanks to you, a social media addict like me has already sacrificed so much. The luxurious villa fell silent under the cloak of night, except for the light emanating from Yiqing's room. Qi Wen Yao stood outside the Zheng family estate, gazing up at the light in Yiqing's window. He realized that what he had heard earlier were Yiqing's true thoughts. She didn't like him. She was just putting on an act. But why? What was her purpose? Confused, he shoved his hands into his pockets and turned to leave, his mind racing. What about Sure Yi? Why does Zheng Yiqing think I like her? Why does she want us to be together? Early the next morning, in the Zheng family's opulent villa, Yiqing's young assistant entered her room, gently waking her. Miss Zheng, it's time to get up and prepare for the day. Yiqing stirred, mumbled a disinterested all right, and rolled over. Just then, the system's mechanical voice chimed in, reminding her to maintain the original character's personality. Yiqing jolted awake. The prospect of having to act the moment she opened her eyes filled her with despair. But she had to maintain the character. So, she grabbed a pillow and hurled it at her assistant, yelling, Get out. The startled assistant stumbled backward and fled the room, quickly closing the door behind her, leaving Yiqing in her chaotic domain. Yiqing sat up, rubbing her temples, trying to ease the throbbing headache. She had gamed all night, managing only an hour of sleep. The exhaustion was overwhelming. Remembering her outburst, she felt a pang of guilt. Jiangya is just a young girl starting her career. It's not easy for her. The system chirped up again, reminding her to maintain the character's settings. But Yiqing ignored it, flopping back onto the bed. Not gonna film today, she mumbled. Shut up. Time flew by like the shadows of clouds drifting past the window. Comrade Yiqing slept soundly from morning till night. Finally, she woke up and headed to the film set. Dressed in trendy clothes and sporting stylish sunglasses, Yiqing stepped out of the car. Her assistant, who had spotted her from afar, rushed forward. Sister Yiqing, you're here. Iching gave her assistant a cool greeting. "Filming with Lenoyet tonight," she asked. The system's irritating voice echoed in her head. "Host, your target love interest is Chi Wen-Yao. Yet you heard Lenoyet's name and rushed to the set early. This is a serious breach of character settings. You're clearly lusting after him." Ignoring the system's nagging, Iching handed her bag to her assistant and went to get her makeup done. Despite her outward aloofness, Iching was practically buzzing with excitement to meet Lenoyet. While waiting, the gaming addict in her pulled out her phone and started playing. The system's mechanical voice droned, "Host, you've been gaming all day." This is highly inconsistent with the original character. She doesn't like games. Iching didn't bother arguing. She doesn't like them, I do. I'm bold, courageous, and skilled. Who wouldn't want to be like me? She even bragged about trending on social media for spending a fortune on in-game purchases. Not only that, but Iching was incredibly proud of her actions. Her behavior left the system utterly exasperated, declaring her the most difficult host it had ever encountered. "You have other hosts?" Iching asked, intrigued. Seeing Iching continue to ignore it and play games, the system declared itself speechless. Just then, the actor Iching was supposed to be acting with arrived. He was a young, talented man with tousled blonde hair. Despite his youth, he was already being addressed as teacher, a testament to his talent and charisma. Seeing Lenoyet enter, Iching looked up from her game, startled. Inwardly, she squealed. Her eyes lit up like a true fangirl. "He's even more handsome in person than on TV," she thought. She stood up and greeted Lenoyet, taking the opportunity to discreetly admire his features. His eyelashes were so long, she wanted to swing from them, as if fearing she would ruin the original character's image. The system reminded her once again to maintain her character settings. Lenoyet politely returned her greeting. His beauty left Iching speechless. She silently cursed the system for not understanding the joys of fangirling. The director's voice boomed, signaling the start of the scene between Iching and Lenoyet. Their chemistry and harmonious acting earned them praise from the director, who was particularly impressed with Iching's performance. He thought, Zhang Iching might be a bit capricious, but her acting is impeccable. Her scenes with Lenoyet are truly outstanding. Meanwhile, Chi Wen-Yao was watching Iching film. "I can't find her," he thought, "so why do I keep looking at her?" Seeing Iching laughing and talking with Lenoyet, Wen-Yao felt a pang of jealousy. "Zhang Iching doesn't just look at me like that," he thought, gritting his teeth. He seethed with resentment as he watched her give that sweet look to another man. Spoiler alert for the next episode. Spoiler alert for the next episode. Brimming with the fervent enthusiasm of a true fan, Iching eagerly asked, "How was my performance just now?" Not disappointing the young woman's expectations, Lenoyet offered a textbook perfect response. "Very good. Hope to have the chance to work together again." Chi Wen-Yao arrived just in time to witness this exchange. It seemed that arriving early or late wasn't important. What mattered was arriving at the perfect moment for some drama. Of course, Iching was oblivious to this. She was still basking in the afterglow of her interaction, her girlish dreams rekindled. "My idol praised me. I'm so happy." Suddenly, a mechanical voice cut through her brief moment of joy. The heartless system interrupted with a curt announcement. "Host, Chi Wen-Yao has arrived." Flustered, Iching turned around to find Chi Wen-Yao's face darkened, having clearly witnessed the entire scene. Without prompting, he declared, "I'm here to find Sure E." Iching immediately feigned innocence. "Wen-Yao," she said, her voice laced with a touch of helplessness, "I don't know where Sure E is." Inwardly, however, she fumed. That woman was threatened by Grandpa and ran away from home. Now she's hiding out in an internet cafe called Friends Gathering. Go look for her there. "What are you doing here at the set, ruining my good time?" Provoked by some unknown trigger, Wen-Yao suddenly grabbed her hand, his anger flaring. "Zhang Iching," he practically roared, his voice thick with rage. "You're a cruel woman." Staying in character, Iching continued to play the innocent victim. "Wen-Yao, I didn't do anything," she protested. Internally, however, she was seething. "Crazy dog, what's gotten into you? You're hurting me." And so, like any cliché romance drama, Chi Wen-Yao, in the role of the devoted male lead, began to declare his unwavering affection. "I'll never like you. Never. Do you think you can get my attention with these tricks?" The female lead, left with no other option, could only repeat her tired excuse. "Wen-Yao, I really didn't do anything." Although Iching wasn't this type of female lead, as a skilled actress, she played the part perfectly, concealing her inner disdain. "Who's playing tricks? Lenoyet is even more handsome than you." For some reason, Wen Yao's anger only intensified. With a cold snort, he released her hand and stormed off. His abrupt departure, deviating from the usual script, left I Ching bewildered. Watching his retreating figure, I Ching anxiously questioned the system. What was that about? She carefully replayed the scene in her mind, like she would when studying a script. Wasn't she, Wen Yao, looking for sure? That's the gist of it, right? Still puzzled, she continued to ponder. Besides, the climax of this scene is supposed to happen after he finds sure right? The mechanical voice responded, checking. Please wait, that IT won't be long. A moment later, it reported back, check complete. Deviation detected in the script. Host, please correct immediately. The system's conclusion only deepened I Ching's confusion. Why did he suddenly get so angry? That look in his eyes was strange. Is everything all right? Lin Noyet approached her. Do you need me to ask the director if he can take a break? He had noticed her dazed expression and was concerned. I Ching waved her hand dismissively, forcing a cheerful smile. No need, I'm fine. Seeing the increasing flush in her cheeks, the system felt compelled to offer another helpful reminder. Host, deviation detected in the script. Host, please correct immediately. I Ching snapped, shut up. Scene changed to the internet cafe. Wen Yao scanned the crowd, finally spotting Shi Yi's small figure huddled in a dark corner. Wen Yao gently touched Shi Yi's shoulder, his voice soft as he addressed the girl who was trembling from the cold. Shi Yi, he said. She turned, startled. It's you, she whispered. The sight of the small, vulnerable woman stirred a protective instinct within him. Without a word, he swept her into his arms, bridal style. I'll get you out of here, he murmured. Her eyes shone with gratitude. She leaned against him, a sense of relief washing over her. Hero rescues damsel in distress. Check, he thought with a touch of bewildered annoyance. That woman, it's all Zheng I Ching's fault. Meanwhile, I Ching was sprawled comfortably on her bed, reading through the story's plot. Shi Yi argued with her family and has nowhere to go for the time being. Wen Yao found her at the internet cafe. Stubborn Shi Yi's vulnerability was exposed in front of him. In this situation, Wen Yao will naturally take her back to his private villa and let her stay there. The system chimed in with its assessment. The plot is proceeding as expected. I Ching breathed a sigh of relief. Even though there were some deviations, at least Shi Yi is with Wen Yao now. The system prodded her. Host, you still have your own tasks to complete. Tomorrow, Grandfather Qi will arrange for you to attend a banquet with Wen Yao. By then, I Ching, all too familiar with these types of plot points, cut it off with a bored sigh. All right, I get it. I know. Let me play a few games to celebrate the plot getting back on track. The next day, everyone arrived on set early. Cut. That's a wrap for today, the director called, praising them generously. Not bad at all. I Ching and Lin Noyet had finished filming their scene in one take. Everyone, keep up the good work. I Ching waved goodbye to the crew. I have something to do tonight, so I'll leave first. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Lin Noyet replied, his simple words enough to send I Ching into a giddy daze. So handsome, she thought, her eyes sparkling. The system, observing her love-struck expression, couldn't help but interject. Host, pay attention to your attitude. The script tells me to be a villain, to do terrible things, I Ching grumbled, and it won't even let me pursue my idol. Honestly, don't you think he's handsome? The mechanical voice responded, firm and unwavering, completely ignoring her plea. Host, maintain your character settings. Resigned, I Ching conceded. Fine, I know. Back at home, she called out imperiously to Shi Yi. Shi Yi, yes. Shi Yi responded, her voice hesitant. I Ching adopted a haughty demeanor, ordering her around like the spoiled heiress she was supposed to be. Go change. Come with me somewhere. I'll give you half an hour. Shi Yi tried to decline. I don't want to go, she mumbled. I Ching immediately switched to her evil older sister persona, her voice laced with a threatening edge. Either you come with me, I Ching hissed, her face darkening as she leaned closer to Shi Yi, or you pack your things and get out of here. What do you think I'll choose? Jiangya, I Ching's assistant, entered the room unexpectedly. Miss I Ching, she asked, why are you asking her to come along? I Ching crossed her arms, her voice dripping with arrogance. Of course she's coming. I'm attending a banquet. Can't I have an assistant to carry my bag? She glanced at her watch impatiently. Through the window, she saw Shi Yi hurrying towards the house. There she is, she thought. Turning to the driver, she snapped, let's go. The driver hesitated. Miss, sure E isn't here yet. I Ching, already in character, retorted irritably, I told you to drive. Looking in the rearview mirror, she saw Sure E still running after the car, waving frantically. Sure E, wait, I'm not in the car yet. Sure E called out, oblivious to I Ching's cruel intentions. But no matter how desperately Sure E waved, the car sped away, leaving her gasping for breath by the side of the road. A moment later, her phone buzzed with a new message. It was from I Ching. You're late. Go by yourself. Room 1408, Boeing Hotel. You have half an hour. Don't be late. Boeing Hotel, 17 kilometers away. Estimated travel time, 45 minutes. Heavy traffic. Estimated fare, 78 yuan. Sure E stared dejectedly at the navigation app on her phone. 17 kilometers. How could she possibly make it to such a luxurious hotel, so far away in time? Meanwhile, back at the hotel, I Ching sipped her tea, a smug smile playing on her lips. Tell me, system, she asked, do you think Sure E will actually come, even after that? The system's mechanical voice responded instantly. According to the script, she will. I Ching chuckled, scrolling through the comments section of the novel. You think I'd actually read this garbage? Besides, aren't you here to keep me on track? One comment caught her eye. Sure Yi's mother is a real leech. Sure E turned against her, and now she doesn't even have enough money for a taxi. Another read. With that distance and the traffic, she'll never make it. If I were the heroine, I wouldn't bother. Yet another comment lamented, the author makes the villain do the most illogical things. The system's voice chimed in, a note of warning in its tone. Host, please refrain from rebellious thoughts. Adhere to the script and complete the assigned tasks. I Ching gripped her phone tighter. If it weren't for getting back to my own world, she muttered under her breath, I wouldn't put up with this nonsense. The scene shifted to a bustling cityscape. Sure E pedaled furiously, sweat dripping down her face, exhaustion gnawing at her. Almost there, she thought, relief flooding her. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a new message. Change of plans. Go to the Hyatt Hotel nearby. It's not far from your current location. Go directly there. A wave of frustration washed over her. The opposite direction, she thought, seething. Why am I being put through this? Back at the hotel, I Ching noticed something at the main entrance. Sure E, breathless and drenched in sweat, burst through the door. I Ching turned, feigning surprise. Immediately, she launched into her evil older sister act. It's that close, and you're only just arriving. I am starving. Go buy me a cake. Poor Sure E, she thought, relishing her role. Sure E, barely able to catch her breath, finally spoke. I Ching, she asked, her voice trembling. What are you doing to me? I Ching's face hardened. What's with your attitude? She snapped, her anger escalating. She slammed her phone down on the table. Rising to her feet, she launched into a tirade. I'm attending an engagement party tonight. It's full of important people, socialites, celebrities, famous directors. You should be grateful I'm even letting you tag along as my assistant. As soon as the words left her mouth, a flicker of guilt pricked her conscience. That was a bit much, she thought. Tears welled up in Sure Yi's eyes, but she simply nodded and quietly left the room. I Ching watched her go, a pang of sympathy twisting in her gut. Being the villain really sucks, she mused. This can't end well for me. That cake shop is 8 kilometers round trip, she calculated. The system, sensing her distress, offered a hollow comfort. Don't worry, host. Once you complete the mission, you can return to your world. Sometime later, Sure E returned, holding out a box. Here's your cake. I Ching, she said softly. I Ching didn't even look at her. Humph, she said, taking a bite. Too sweet, she complained, though inwardly she thought, this is delicious. Sure E rushed to explain. I got it from your favorite bakery. I Ching waved her hand dismissively. Throw it away, she commanded. This cake smells amazing, I Ching thought. What a waste. The system's emotionless voice intruded. Host, the script requires this. I Ching snapped. Just shut up, okay? Thanks. 3 hours later, inside the opulent hotel ballroom, Wen Yao sent a text. I've arrived. I Ching replied instantly. I'm here. Someone's calling you. Wen Yao's head snapped up at the sound of his name. Zheng I Ching, breathtaking in a meticulously applied makeup and a stunning evening gown, descended the grand staircase. As she glided down the steps, a triumphant thought crossed her mind. You doggo man, you know you crave this goddess's beauty. She paused at the bottom, allowing him to drape her wrap around her shoulders. Behind them, the other guests erupted in a flurry of whispers. What's going on between CEO Chi and that woman? One murmured, I saw her at Xinyu Entertainment last time. Another chimed in, she's a minor actress. A third voice added, with a sneer, haha, CEO Chi dating a nobody actress. I Ching, A worldly expression on her face drained her glass of champagne. She glanced at the gossiping crowd, a smirk playing on her lips. Time for me to take the stage. Sure, Yi watched from the sidelines, a deep sadness welling up inside her. Iching, radiant and confident, moved towards Wen Yao, who was waiting patiently. Iching hurried over, looping her arm through his. "Wen Yao, darling," she chirped, "what took you so long? I've been waiting forever." Wen Yao, his expression unreadable, gently disengaged his arm and turned toward Yi. "Why is she here?" he asked, his voice cold. Iching, slipping effortlessly into her role, feigned confusion. "She heard that everyone here tonight is from high society," she explained, "lots of famous directors and actors. She insisted on coming with me." Yi's eyes filled with hurt at Iching's words. Suddenly, Yi burst out, "I'm the one who wanted to come. What's wrong with that?" Wen Yao tried to reason with her. "It's not appropriate for you. Don't go." His words only fueled Yi's anger. "Why isn't it appropriate?" she demanded. "Because everyone here is high society, and I'm not good enough." Iching, standing between them, listened to their argument with growing impatience. "Wen Yao, are you stupid?" she snapped. She grabbed his arm and tugged him towards the exit. "Come on, darling," she urged. "We'll be late." Then, turning to Yi, she added pointedly, "You can ride in the back." Yi turned and walked away, muttering under her breath, "I'm going with senior sister. Even CO look can't stop me." Later, in the car on the way to the engagement party, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Iching glanced at Wen Yao, thinking, what's with this awkward silence? Just grab her and kiss her already. All this mystery is so unnecessary. If Yi knew what he was thinking. Iching checked her reflection in her compact mirror. "I'm so beautiful," she thought. "What am I going to do with myself?" Wen Yao, fidgeting nervously, mumbled, "Be quiet." Iching bristled inwardly. "Am I bothering your eyes? Just look out the window then, instead of staring at me." Putting on a sweet facade, Iching took Wen Yao's hand and squeezed it reassuringly. "Darling, don't be angry." In the back seat, Yi watched their intimate exchange, a pang of jealousy twisting in her gut. She clenched her fists, her knuckles white against the fabric of her dress, biting back her resentment. They arrived at the building where the event was being held. "Wen Yao, darling," Iching cooed, "help me out." As he took her arm, a thought flitted through her mind. This dog of a man is definitely into me. Glancing back at Yi, she thought, even though I'm irresistibly attractive, Yi is the one he truly loves. How can he play both sides? Such trash. Wen Yao, overhearing her inner monologue, turned to her abruptly. "Zheng Iching," he began, his voice laced with anger. "Are you crazy?" he demanded. Iching, utterly bewildered, stammered, "Wen Yao, I..." Internally, she shrieked at the system. "System, get out here. Isn't he supposed to be a noble, well-educated gentleman? Why is he yelling at me?" The system's emotionless voice responded, querying, "Please wait. There are no errors in the male lead's character settings. Please correct your own understanding." Iching fumed. "What's even the point of keeping you around if you're this useless?" Glancing over at Iching muttered to the system, "Who is she talking to? Who is this system?" Inside the lavishly decorated banquet hall, tables laden with exquisite pastries and fruit awaited the guests. Yi entered the hall and retreated to a quiet corner, observing the chattering elites with a detached expression. She felt utterly out of place, a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere around her. A waiter approached, offering her a tray of wine glasses. "Miss, would you like some?" he inquired politely. Yi quickly shook her head, declining the offer. Meanwhile, Iching continued to make the rounds, greeting guest after guest. How much longer is this going to take? She thought irritably. I am starving, and Yi is about to leave. Why isn't that dog of a man going after her? The guests surrounding her continued their pleasantries. Iching, you're even more beautiful than the last time I saw you, one exclaimed. Another asked Wen Yao, what have you been busy with lately? Suddenly, a piercing scream ripped through the air, drawing everyone's attention. Yi stood, mortified, red wine staining her white dress. A crowd quickly gathered, their voices a mixture of curiosity and disdain. Who is she? Someone asked. I've never seen her before. How did she even get in here? Another sneered, making Yi shrink under their scrutiny. As Yi stood there, trembling, a man approached her. Miss, he said, his voice laced with authority, may I see your invitation? He added, with a pointed look, I'm afraid if you don't have one, you'll have to leave. From across the room, Wen Yao watched the scene unfold. "She's with me," he announced loudly. "Nobody touches her." He quickly strode towards Shi, removing his jacket. Gently, he draped the jacket over her shoulders. "What happened?" he asked, his voice filled with concern. Shi blushed at his attentiveness. The surrounding guests began to whisper amongst themselves again. "What's going on between CEO Qi and that girl?" One murmured, "I saw her at Xinyu Entertainment. She's a minor actress." Another chimed in. A third voice added with a sneer, "CEO Qi messing around with a newbie actress, huh?" Iching, sipping her wine, watched the scene unfold. "It's my turn to take the stage," she thought, a smirk playing on her lips. Setting her glass down, she addressed the system. "System, I think I could actually make it in the entertainment industry after I leave this novel world." The system replied, "As long as you diligently complete your tasks, you certainly can." Pleased with the response, Iching prepared to launch into her performance. She approached Wen Yao and Shi, calling out sweetly, "Wen Yao." Shi's face darkened at the sight of her. Iching, feigning jealousy, demanded, "What are you two doing?" "Hey, you've got the wrong girl," she thought, fuming. "Shi is right there." She snapped, "Stop loving me. Do you hear me? Stop loving me." Wen Yao paused, his head tilting slightly as he pulled his hand away from Iching. Iching feigned distress, her voice trembling. "Wen Yao," she pleaded, "just tell me the truth. Do you like Shi? What about me? What about me?" Internally, however, she was urging him on. "Go ahead, admit it. Tell me you love Shi. If you do, I'll hail you as a true hero." She continued her dramatic act, tears welling in her eyes. "You don't like her, do you? If you did, you would have admitted it already, right?" Inwardly, she scoffed. This coward wouldn't admit it even if his life depended on it. With that, she spun around and stormed off, leaving a bewildered Wen Yao staring after her. Iching marched over to Shi. "Come with me," she commanded. "Let's get you changed." Seething, she thought, that useless excuse for a man. What makes him the male lead? His pretty face. Without another word, she grabbed Shi's hand and dragged her towards the exit, leaving Wen Yao standing alone, watching them go. Wen Yao flinched as the door slammed shut behind them. Iching led Shi into a room and pushed her onto a sofa. Slipping into her villainous role, Iching turned to Shi and sneered, feeling pretty smug, "Aren't you?" Shi, her voice barely a whisper, replied, "No, senior sister, I'm not." Iching paused, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. Did I go too far? She pressed on, her voice dripping with disdain. "You came here today, and you still don't understand. You're nothing but a fly, not even worthy of being a waitress here. You're not good enough for Wen Yao." Panicked, she whispered to the system, "This is too much. Even for me." Shi's voice was soft, laced with sadness. "Senior sister, there's nothing going on between CEO Qi and me. I know my place. I wouldn't try to take something that doesn't belong to me." Iching's heart twisted with guilt. She's so heartbroken. Softening slightly, she said, "Go and change. This is probably the only chance you'll ever get to wear such an expensive dress. You should appreciate it." As Shi walked away, Iching muttered to the system, "Doesn't it bother your non-existent conscience, making a good person like me do this?" The system's emotionless voice responded, "The script requires it." Shi emerged, transformed by the stunning gown. "Beautiful," Iching breathed, before quickly composing herself and turning away. "Such an expensive dress. Wasted on you," she said coldly. As Shi walked towards the door, Iching thought, "All right, you useless dog of a man, it's your turn. Show us your domineering CEO charm." Shi brushed a stray strand of hair from her face as Wen Yao gazed at her, captivated. Their eyes locked, the air thick with unspoken emotion. A blush crept up Shi's cheeks. Iching, observing the scene, mentally coached them. "Hug her, kiss her, sweep her off her feet, confess your undying love, soothe her wounded heart." Wen Yao, sensing her thoughts, frowned. Does she really think I'm that kind of person? But just as quickly, Iching resumed her role as the venomous villainess. She strode towards Shi and snapped. "You said you wouldn't try to seduce Wen Yao? Have you no shame?" Turning to Wen Yao, she put on a wounded expression. "Can't you see? She's just after your money and status. She doesn't really care about you." She glared at him, fuming inwardly. Why isn't he reacting? I'm insulting his precious white moonlight. Has he lost his mind? Shi's voice shook. "Senior sister, I didn't. I really didn't." She turned to Wen Yao, her eyes pleading. CEO Chi, I'll move out of your house immediately. I won't bother you anymore. I Ching's jaw dropped. What? You're living in Wen Yao's house. She raged internally. Are you deaf, you useless dog? Wen Yao frowned, his gaze fixed on I Ching. Aren't you tired? He asked, his voice laced with irritation. Confused, she thought tired. What does he mean? Of course, I'm not tired. Well, not physically anyway. Outwardly. However, she played the part of the jealous girlfriend. Wen Yao, she shrieked, I won't allow you to be with her. Get rid of her. If you don't, I'll tell Grandma. Wen Yao took Shi Yi's hand and led her away, leaving I Ching fuming. She watched them go, then turned to the system. Isn't this the part where he figures out my scheme and yells at me? She asked, rubbing her temples. This isn't how it's supposed to go. She continued to stare after them, bewildered. He's supposed to be furious with me right now. Why is he just leaving? System update in progress. Please wait. I Ching groaned. Every time I call you, system, I feel a pang of shame, she muttered. Cut to I Ching's room. Pacing her room, I Ching fretted. Nothing has gone according to plan since I took on this mission. She collapsed on her bed, utterly defeated. Minor error detected in host progress. Not an impediment to the mission. Famous last words, I Ching mumbled. Check my mission progress, she instructed the system. When I arrived, it was at 33%. The leads already had feelings for each other. I thought it would be smooth sailing. I even wanted to take it slow, savor the experience. Now I just hope it hasn't. No, she shrieked, a cold dread washing over her as the system announced, mission progress, 20%. How is that possible? She wailed. I've been working so hard. How could it have gone down? Staring at the system interface, I Ching buried her face in her hands, despair crushing her. No progress at all. Lying listlessly on her bed, I Ching heard the system's voice. Host, why don't you play a game? A flicker of hope ignited within her. Didn't you say you'd contacted headquarters? She asked. What do they say? Due to unforeseen circumstances, we are temporarily unable to contact headquarters. Host, look on the bright side. Worst case scenario, you just live out Zheng I Ching's life. She's from a wealthy family. You won't be suffering. Thanks to the pep talk, I Ching replied dryly, pushing herself up and turning to her computer. Boss is showing off again. Don't say anything. Boss is so cool. The system chirped. I Ching grinned. Even transmigrating into a book, I can still assemble a winning team. Not bad. Not bad at all. A notification popped up on her screen. Boss, I brought newbie. Sent you a friend request. I Ching accepted and started playing. Her spirits lifted. Boss is carrying so hard. I almost suspect you're using hacks. Her teammate typed. Newbie, I've saved you 3 times already. I Ching retorted. If you don't know how to play, just hide. Don't be dead weight. Her teammate, whose username was simply Q, was stunned into silence. For a newbie, your skills. Q began, a large question mark undoubtedly hovering over his head. I Ching, ignoring him, positioned her weapon, scanning for the perfect shot. Little chick, do you even talk? Q typed. I Ching glanced at her new teammate's avatar, a flicker of amusement in her eyes. Gotta go, she said into her headset. Good night, newbie. Cut to the Chi family home. I Ching, perfectly poised, arrived with a gift. Grandma Chi, she said sweetly, I brought you some oatmeal. Grandma Chi, seated comfortably on the sofa, sipped her tea. My dear girl, she replied, you came so early. And with a gift. There's no need to be so formal. Don't do this next time, or I won't let you visit. I Ching handed the gift basket to a servant. Grandma Chi, I just wanted to show my respect, she said demurely. Grandma Chi beamed. You truly are a good child, she said, her eyes twinkling. Have you lost weight? She asked, her gaze scrutinizing I Ching's figure. A shadow of sadness flickered across I Ching's face. Grandma Chi, noticing the shift in her demeanor, reached out a comforting hand. What's wrong, dear? Did Wen Yao upset you? Tell me, and I'll sort him out. I Ching launched into her performance. Wen Yao, he brought that seductive woman home. She choked out, her voice trembling. Tears welled in her eyes as she continued, her voice thick with fabricated distress. They're living together. That's sure, she's not a good person. Just as planned, I Ching thought triumphantly as Grandma Chi sprang to her feet, agitation evident in her every move. Is that true? She demanded. I'll have someone call Wen Yao back this instant and get to the bottom of this. As if on cue, the front door opened, revealing Wen Yao. Grandma Chi, her face thunderous, pointed a finger at Wen Yao. Get over here. She barked. Did you bring a woman home? Wen Yao glanced at I Ching, a smug look on her face. What are you looking at me for? She thought. I'm the one who told on you. Need me? Yes, he replied calmly, though inwardly he seethed. This is insane. Grandma Chi exploded. How could you be so reckless? Bringing any random woman into your home. Iching smirked inwardly. Yes, Grandma Chi. Scold him. He's been chasing after a girl with no progress whatsoever. Useless dog. Wen Yao's face darkened. Unable to bear it any longer, Wen Yao turned to Iching, his voice laced with anger. Seeing the two of them about to clash, Grandma Chi intervened. And you dare blame Iching? She scolded Wen Yao. You should get rid of that Shuri. Grandma, I'll handle it, Wen Yao replied, his voice tight. Grandma Chi's tone became firm. From now on, Iching will be staying with you. Iching's face lit up. Oh, I haven't seen Li Yin in 2 days. I miss him. Fine, she can stay. Wen Yao conceded, a bitter taste rising in his throat. She says she likes me, but she has someone else on her mind. Hypocrite. Iching looped her arm through his, feigning affection. Really, Wen Yao? I knew you had feelings for me. Inwardly, she fumed. Shouldn't he be protesting? Shouldn't Grandma Chi have to threaten him with disinheritance before he reluctantly agrees? Outwardly beaming, Iching thought, if you don't like me, why put on this act? Why force yourself? Without another thought, she leaned in and kissed him. Wen Yao's eyes widened in shock. A blush crept up his neck, and his heart pounded in his chest. He instinctively touched his lips, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. It wasn't unpleasant. Iching forced a smile, then let out a dramatic sigh. My hardships have finally paid off, she thought, feigning tears. I want to give my first kiss to Li Yin, but I guess this guy will do. Wen Yao, having heard her inner thoughts, paled. She kissed me, he thought, but she's thinking about someone else. He grabbed her hand and pulled her towards the door. Grandma, he said, his voice strained, it's getting late. I'll take her home now. Iching groaned inwardly. You're hurting me. He'd heard her thoughts and quickly released her hand. Wen Yao stared at her, thinking, why am I even listening to her? This two-faced woman. I could strangle her. He turned back, irritation lacing his voice. If you're moving in, hurry up. It's getting late. The scene shifted to Iching's own luxurious villa. The system's voice chimed in. Host, after learning she could move into Wen Yao's house. Zheng Iching was overjoyed and moved with the utmost speed. Please follow the script and move quickly. Iching, nonchalantly playing her game, retorted, not in the mood today. I'll move tomorrow. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside her door. Iching looked up as a voice called. Iching, are you asleep? She announced to the system. I'm going offline for a bit. Opening the door, she found her grandfather standing there, a worried expression etched on his face. Iching, he asked anxiously, did you have a fight with Wen Yao? She calmly replied, Grandpa, why would you ask that? He stroked her hair affectionately. About moving to the Chi residence. Even if you hadn't told me, I would have guessed. There's no way Wen Yao would agree to that 8 or 9 times out of 10. Something must have happened between you two. He reassured her, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Whatever you want, I'll make it happen. Iching, clinging to his arm, explained in a coquettish tone, Grandpa, I just want to stay home for one more day. It's not that he wouldn't let me go. She added, don't worry, I won't let myself be bullied. He smiled, understanding her intentions. You've grown up, he said, and have your own thoughts. I won't interfere. But remember this, no matter when you're wronged, you have me to back you up. They chatted for a while longer before Iching bid him goodnight. She glanced at the information displayed on her computer screen. 23:59, February 25th, 2020. Player penalized 1 point for idling. Her teammate, Q, asked curiously, boss, didn't you say we were going to rank up? A barrage of complaints followed. You just left us hanging. Not wanting to argue, as it was just a game, Iching shut down her computer and stood up. Walking over to her plush bed, she mused, maybe staying here isn't so bad after all. Gazing out the window, a melancholic expression clouded her features. In the real world, besides gaming, I have nothing left, she thought with a sigh. Then, with a renewed sense of purpose, Iching dressed impeccably, ready to follow the script. She imperiously ordered the servants, pack these things and take them to Wen Yao's house. She turned to her assistant. Does Sure have any scenes today? Jiangya, checking the schedule on her phone, replied, yes. Still preoccupied with the handsome actors, Iching asked, what about Liu? He does too, Jiangya confirmed. The assistant added hesitantly, but, Miss Iching, last time you two had dinner together, paparazzi took photos. The company had a hard time suppressing the news. You should be more careful. Iching lowered her sunglasses, giving her assistant a sharp look. Are you trying to tell me what to do? The assistant, startled, quickly waved her hands. No, Miss Iching, I didn't mean to. Then be quiet, Iching snapped. The scene shifted to the film set. Looking at her terrified assistant, Iching thought, look what I've done to this poor girl. But the villainous supporting role had to be maintained. She turned back, her voice cold. I want coffee. Go buy 2 cups. 1 for me, and charge it to the company. Jiangya, flustered, stammered a vague affirmation and hurried off. On set, the crew greeted Iching warmly. "Sister Iching," they called out, their voices full of deference. She responded with a curt nod, her eyes already scanning the area. She spotted Shi sitting on a chair, engrossed in her script. I didn't even see her at the engagement party, Iching thought, her eyes narrowing. She strolled towards Shi, calculating her next move. "According to the plot, I have a scene with her today. I need to knock her down and make sure Wen Yao sees it." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Iching." Seeing the handsome actor approaching, Iching's face lit up. "Li Yan, you're here too," she exclaimed, a blush creeping up her cheeks. She couldn't hide her obvious infatuation. "Perfect, just perfect," she thought gleefully. Li Yan, seemingly aware of her reaction, teased, "What's with that look? Missing me already?" Iching giggled, flustered. He winked, leaving her momentarily speechless. "I'll go get my makeup done," he said, walking away. Iching, lost in a whirlwind of romantic fantasies, clutched her cheeks, giddy with the attention. "Li Yan is totally flirting with me." The system's voice cut through her reverie. "Host, please proceed with the mission." Annoyed, Iching snapped, I know. What's the rush?" She hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. What if Li Yan sees me bullying Shi? Stamping her foot in frustration, she switched back into character. Folding her arms across her chest, she adopted a condescending stance and confronted Shi. "You still have the nerve to show your face on set." Shi, feigning innocence, whimpered, "Senior sister, did I do something wrong?" Iching stepped closer, her voice dripping with venom. She grabbed Shi's arm roughly. "I asked you a question. Where are you coming from?" "Wen Yao's place." She glared at Shi, her voice rising. "Haven't you learned your lesson? What did you promise me? Let me remind you again. Don't even dream of getting close to Wen Yao. You're not worthy of him." Just as she finished her tirade, a hand grabbed her arm, stopping her mid-sentence. As if on cue, Wen Yao appeared, his grip tightening on Iching's arm. The air crackled with tension. "Are you crazy?" he roared, shoving her away without a trace of gentleness. Iching stumbled back, fuming. "That jerk, he practically threw me across the room." Wen Yao turned to Shi, his voice softening with concern. "Are you all right?" Suddenly, his gaze hardened, as if he'd spotted something repulsive. Li Yan, who had arrived unnoticed, gently caught Iching before she fell. His handsome face was inches from hers. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice laced with worry. Iching, flustered, stammered, "I am fine." That dog, I'll never forgive him, she thought, her anger momentarily forgotten in Li Yan's presence. Still, my idol is the best. Shi, clinging to Wen Yao's arm, looked frail and vulnerable. Iching's eyes darted between the two of them. "All right, almost forgot." Throwing herself back into her role, she rushed towards Wen Yao, ignoring all sense of decorum. "Wen Yao," she cried, clutching his arm. "She's using you. She doesn't love you at all." Shi quickly defended herself. "Mr. Qi, I'm not using you. I haven't bothered senior sister at all." Wen Yao, exasperated by their antics, shook Iching off. "Get away from me," he snapped. Seeing the injustice, Li Yan stepped in front of Iching, shielding her protectively. "Mr. Qi, don't you think you're being a bit harsh?" he challenged. The two men glared at each other, the atmosphere thick with hostility. Chaos erupted. The director, seeing Wen Yao and Li Yan practically at each other's throats, rushed to intervene. Hey, this could get photographed. Not good at all. Calm down, everyone calm down." Wen Yao, even as he turned to leave, couldn't resist a parting shot. "Who are you to tell me what to do?" he snarled at Li Yan. Iching, feigning regret, called after him, Wen Yao. Shi shot a smug glance at the pair, a triumphant smirk playing on her lips. Shi's gaze then shifted to Iching, her eyes glinting with something dangerous. A chill ran down Iching's spine. Wait a minute, isn't she supposed to be playing the innocent little flower? What was that look? Frustration gnawed at Iching. Her face hardened as she jabbed at the system's contact number. "What is going on?" she demanded, barely containing her fury. "Get out here." She slammed her fist against the nearest wall, her composure crumbling. Unable to contain herself any longer, she paced back and forth, gesticulating wildly. "Is the female lead supposed to go dark now?" she hissed at the system. "No," the system replied calmly. Just then, the director hurried over. "Film Emperor Li, Miss Iching, let's get ready for the next scene." Iching plastered a smile on her face as she and Li Yin took their positions. Their pairing was legendary, their on-screen chemistry undeniable. She couldn't help but feel a thrill at acting alongside her idol. Cut! The director yelled, shattering the illusion. The scene wrapped. Li Yin walked away without a word, his demeanor cold and distant. Iching's heart sank. Oh no, I've disappointed him. Is it because of Wen Yao? Panic set in, but then a mischievous idea sparked in her mind. I know, I'll just switch fandoms. No haram, no foi. The scene shifted to a white car gliding down the road. Iching, engrossed in a video on her phone, squealed, "Oh my god, Hukuin is so handsome." She giggled excitedly, watching her new idol perform. Herr assistant, Viangya interrupted her reverie. Sister Iching, we've arrived at Mr. Chi's house. The car screeched to a halt. Jiangya leaned forward. Sister Iching, do you and Mr. Chi need any help today? No, you can go. Iching dismissed her. Standing before the imposing front door, Iching sighed. System, she muttered, this is the part one dread the most. Host, the system chirped, this is your mission. Mission my ass. Iching snapped. As she walked towards the door, she thought, well, Zhang Iching's reputation is already shot. Might as well go all out. She paused, taking a deep breath. She punched in the code, her fingers flying across the keypad. Incorrect password, the automated voice announced, making her cringe. She stared at the keypad, bewildered. That jerk changed the code. She grumbled. Giving up on the keypad, she began pounding on the door. Wen Yao, open the door. Open the door. Don't hide in there and pretend you can't hear me. I know you're in there. She continued her tirade, banging relentlessly on the door. You have the guts to change the code, but not the guts to open the door. Her outburst attracted the attention of a nearby security guard. Miss Zhang, he called out hesitantly. Suddenly, the door swung open, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. A hand reached out, yanking Iching inside. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Iching crossed her arms, her voice dripping with indignation. Couldn't bear to leave me outside, could you? Wen Yao's response was glacial. Your things are upstairs. Pack them and leave. Instead of complying, Iching sauntered over to the sofa and sat down, casually ordering him around. Make me a honey lemon tea, she demanded. Host, you're ruining the character. You're supposed to be in love with Wen Yao, not treating him like this. The system scolded. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow. What's this? Too lazy to even keep up the pretense now. Iching stared at him, her mind racing. Pretense? What's he talking about? Have I messed up the plot somehow? Panic rising, she clutched his arm, her voice trembling. Wen Yao, please don't make me leave. I'm begging you. As if I'd lower myself like this, she thought bitterly. But fine, I'll remember this. I'll pay him back for this humiliation someday. He heard her inner monologue, his face darkening with annoyance. He roughly shook off her hand and walked towards the stairs without a word, giving her no chance to explain. He didn't throw me out, Iching thought triumphantly. That means he's letting me stay. The scene shifted to a dining table laden with food. Sure, Yi and Wen Yao sat in stiff silence, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. The rhythmic click of heels announced Iching's arrival. She descended the staircase, tossing her hair back with a practiced grace. She biriktinit, vaving eigerli, senior sister. Iching stared at her, momentarily confused. Is that genuine enthusiasm? Surely sure, he can't be that guileless. He heard her musing, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Guileless? What does she mean? Iching sighed, looking at Sure E with a mixture of exasperation and pity. Aren't you worried about being seen here? It could ruin your career. Unless you couldn't find another place to stay. Or maybe you just didn't want to find another place. Abruptly, her tone shifted, adopting a saccharine sweetness that caught both of them off guard. These meatballs look delicious, she exclaimed. Sure, he stared at her, dumbfounded. Iching's eyes widened as she took in the spread, her voice laced with photolite. Oh my, shrimp and tender beef. My favorite. Sure, he glanced nervously at Wen Yao, startled by the amusement flickering in his eyes. She put on a pitiful expression. Senior sister, there's none left for me. Iching, no longer willing to play along, cut her off. Find a place to stay by tomorrow and move out. Wen Yao, sensing the escalating tension, slammed his hand on the table. Enough. Let's eat. Iching, outwardly obedient, picked up her chopsticks. That's it, she wondered. He's not going to yell at me. Isn't he supposed to be furious in this scene? Just then, the system's voice rang out. Host, the plot has deviated again. Iching, feigning ignorance, focused on her food. Wen Yao watched her eat, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. I Ching, having cleared her plate with impressive speed, set down her chopsticks. She patted her stomach contentedly. That jerk's food is actually pretty good. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow. Full? He asked. I Ching beamed. Yep. Seeing Wen Yao's attentiveness towards I Ching, Shi Yi's face darkened. A surge of jealousy twisted in her gut. So intense was her anger that her hand, mid-gesture, froze. A slight tremor ran through her fingers. Suddenly, Shi Yi stood up. CEO Qi, senior sister, she offered, let me clear the dishes. I Ching, arms crossed, regarded her with open disdain, trying to seduce Mr. Wen Yao with such pathetic gestures. Dream on, she sneered. Wen Yao, unfazed, simply stood and said, leave the dishes. It's fine. Confusion gnawed at I Ching. That's it. Over already. Was I supposed to grovel at his feet and beg for a scolding? Just as Wen Yao reached the stairs, he paused. He turned, his gaze icy. Zheng I Ching, he warned, Shi Yi is staying here with my permission. If you have a problem with that, you can leave. And don't you dare tell her to leave again. I won't tolerate it. I Ching stared at him, bewildered. He's defending her. What is going on? Why is he trying to push us together? Later that evening, I Ching stood by the door, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Aunt Zheng, she instructed, Mr. Wen Yao asked you to prepare a late-night snack for Shi Yi. Aunt Zheng, surprised, hesitated. Are you sure, Miss I Ching? Is that CEO Qi's order? Yes, I Ching confirmed, turning away as Aunt Zheng hurried off to the kitchen. Half an hour later, I Ching peeked through a cracked doorway. Aunt Zheng, as instructed, was delivering a tray to Shi Yi. Did CEO Qi send this? Shi Yi asked, her voice brimming with delight. Yes, Miss Shi Yi, Aunt Zheng replied. I Ching, watching Shi Yi accept the sweet treat, mentally patted herself on the back. Perfect, she thought. System, check the progress, she commanded, brimming with confidence. The system display flickered. Progress updating. Using Wen Yao's name to send Shi Yi a late-night snack, I Ching gloated. Pretty clever, right? Affirmative, the system responded. Mission progress, 18%. I Ching's jaw dropped. 18%. System, are you sure there isn't a glitch? System self-check complete. No errors detected. Favorability ratings. Wen Yao towards Shi Yi, 11%. Shi Yi towards Wen Yao, 80%. I Ching felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. How is this possible? She despaired. The novel said Wen Yao was the first love interest. His favorability rating is abysmal. It's practically flatlining. The system displayed a graph, a depressing downward slope representing Wen Yao's feelings towards Shi Yi. I Ching stared at it, dumbfounded. The male lead's favorability towards the female lead is plummeting. A shiver ran down her spine. My kingdom is crumbling. The next morning, I Ching stumbled downstairs, still half asleep. The living room was surprisingly crowded. As soon as she appeared, Wen Yao rushed over, his voice full of concern. Did you sleep well? He asked. If you're feeling unwell, that let Aunt Zheng know. Despite her sleepiness, I Ching affected a coquettish tone. Mr. Wen Yao, you're so good to me. I know you like me. Inwardly, she was desperately grasping at straws. Why is he so concerned about me? This is bad, so bad. I am doomed. As she sat down, Jiangya, her assistant, handed her a phone. What's on the schedule today, Jiangya? She asked, trying to sound casual. Jiangya practically vibrated with apprehension. Her voice was barely a whisper. Sister I Ching, you should check Weibo first. There's some negative press. I Ching's blood ran cold. Opening her phone, I Ching's fury ignited. The Weibo hot search was dominated by her name. Zheng I Ching slaps Shi Yi. Zheng I Ching cries to CEO Wen Yao. Zheng I Ching deceives major brands. Zheng I Ching's notorious cruelty. Shi Yi, Qi Wen Yao, and the love of Qi Wen Yao. Jiangya, hovering nervously, offered a weak, Sister I Ching. Don't hold back. I Ching hurled her phone to the floor. She lunged at Shi Yi, her fingers tightening around the other woman's throat. Was this you? She hissed. It had to be you. That video. It's all edited to make me look bad. Wen Yao, his face grim, pulled her away. I Ching collapsed against him, sobbing theatrically. Mr. Wen Yao, she wailed, I'm being vilified, and you're still protecting her. Wen Yao, watching her performance, felt a flicker of weariness. Her inner voice is gone, he thought, his grip on her arms loosening slightly. Is she truly this upset? He sighed. I'll get to the bottom of this, he promised, his voice heavy. I'll get you an explanation. Outwardly, I Ching looked devastated. Inwardly, she fumed. I put my heart and soul into that choking scene. Why isn't he sweeping Shi Yi into his arms and comforting her. Wen Yao, oblivious to her internal monologue, was startled by her next words. Sure, Yi, equally unmoved by I Ching's dramatics, spoke up. Senior sister, I understand. She turned to Wen Yao. CEO Chi, she said quietly, thank you for your hospitality these past few days, but I think it's best if I leave. Without another word, she turned to go. I Ching's heart leaped. This is it, the pivotal moment. Don't just stand there, you idiot. Go after her. Pull her back. He's here passionately. Tell her to stay. Wen Yao, to her astonishment, reached out and caught Shi Yi's hand. Stay, he said, his voice low. I'll handle this. Exhaustion etched itself onto his features. He still couldn't comprehend her actions. Crazy woman, he thought wearily. I Ching, clinging to his arm, continued her act. Mr. Wen Yao, she whispered, what do you even see in her? Wen Yao's patience snapped. I like her, he said, his voice tight. Zhang I Ching, who have you been listening to? I don't like Shi. Not one bit. Shi, sensing the tension, made to leave again. CEO Chi, she began, my staying here will only cause conflict between you and senior sister. I should go. Wen Yao reached out and stopped her. I said stay. I Ching, watching the scene unfold, felt a surge of anxiety. System, she whispered, she's not actually leaving, is she? The system's response was immediate. According to the plot, yes. Surely you've read the novel. Remember the plot points. The system's prompt jogged I Ching's memory. He gave me the golden finger of never forgetting. Across the room, Wen Yao, still holding Shi Yi's hand, frowned at I Ching, making her self-consciously shield her face. Stop muttering, she hissed at the system. Wen Yao's looking at me. Putting on a brave face, I Ching tugged at Wen Yao's arm. Mr. Wen Yao, she said, if Shi Yi wants to leave, let her. Wen Yao looked at her, bewildered. So, does she want Shi Yi to stay or go? I Ching second-guessed herself. What if he doesn't stop her? The plot will collapse. Wen Yao, meanwhile, was lost in thought. Suddenly, he released Shi Yi's hand. If you've chosen to leave, he said, his voice flat, I won't stop you. Tears welled in Shi Yi's eyes. Okay, she choked out. Shi Yi fled the room, but her inner thoughts swirled. He defended me against everyone. What do their opinions matter? He loves me, doesn't he? But why did he let me go? I Ching, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy for the female lead. Poor Shi Yi. She doesn't even trust the male lead's words. I Ching, noticing Wen Yao's darkening expression, took a few steps back. He's scary when he's angry, she thought nervously. Mr. Wen Yao, she blurted, you know you like me best, right? Wen Yao whirled around. Right, he snapped. I Ching froze, stunned into silence. He said he loves me. He said he loves me. The thought echoed in her mind. Host, the system's voice cut through her reverie. Snap out of it. The male lead can't love you. The plot dictates he loves the female lead. The system's reminder brought I Ching back to reality. She stepped towards Wen Yao. Mr. Wen Yao, she asked, her voice trembling, did you really mean it? Do you love me? Wen Yao turned and walked away, leaving behind a single, chilling word, fake. I Ching stared after him, dumbfounded. System, she whispered, am I the only one with a God's eye view in this world? Of course, the system replied instantly. The male lead stats are all normal. Don't overthink it. I Ching sank onto the sofa, feeling utterly defeated. But every time Wen Yao stares at me, she muttered, something feels wrong. The scene shifted to Wen Yao's study. He was staring intently at a stack of documents on his desk. He picked up a medical report, his brow furrowed. I Ching's condition, the doctor said it's psychosis. But I understand her. There's no basis for a neurological disorder. He placed the report back on the desk. If others discover the strange things happening around I Ching, they'll want to study her. I need to find the root cause. The next morning, Jiangya, sitting in the passenger seat of the car, turned to I Ching. Sister I Ching, she said, her voice laced with concern, someone leaked the video on Weibo. The company is trying to contain it. Don't worry. I Ching flung the tablet at Jiangya, the force of the action making the assistant flinch, her face paling. What is the meaning of this? I Ching demanded, arms crossed, her voice dripping with arrogance. Investigate this for me. I want them to pay. Inwardly, however, a different thought took root. This is dangerous. In the original story, Jiangya's face gets injured, leaving a permanent scar. Jiangya's face crumpled with a mixture of fear and resentment. Oblivious to her assistant's distress, I Ching continued her internal monologue. This roundabout way of doing things, the system really is useless. I should have been the one reborn. She reached for the car door handle. This has nothing to do with you, I Ching said to Jiangya before stepping out of the car. I'm not forcing you to come with me. Just your job. The moment she emerged, a raw egg splattered against her forehead. Iching froze, stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Then, a barrage of other objects rained down on her. The crowd surged forward, their fingers pointed accusingly at Iching. Hit her. Doesn't she like hitting people? Let her taste her own medicine. Hit her in the face. Ruin her pretty face so she can't film with her co-star anymore. Jiangya frantically pulled Iching back into the car as the onslaught continued. Sister Iching, hurry. Jiangya slammed the car door shut, breathing a sigh of relief. Iching, seething with rage, glared out the window, throwing rotten eggs. What century is this? The mob pressed against the car, their shouts echoing. Surround the car. Don't let her get away. Ignoring their cries, Iching roared drive. The driver, his voice trembling, said, Miss Iching, they've surrounded the car. Iching's voice was firm. I said drive. Unable to disobey, the driver accelerated, plowing through the crowd. The people blocking the car scattered in a panic as it lurched forward. As the car sped away, Iching quickly dialed the police. Hello, I'm at 332 Xianjiang Road, Pingyang District. I've just been attacked by 7 women. Please send someone immediately. After confirming the details, the dispatcher responded, Yes, we'll send someone right away. Iching hung up. Turning to Jiangya, she patted her assistant's shoulder reassuringly. I'm sorry you got dragged into this. I won't let those people get away with it. Later, in her apartment, freshly showered and drying her hair, Iching listened to her manager's report. Those girls have been taken to the police station. Their families have agreed to a 3-day detention. This has already hit the hot search. It's attracting a lot of attention. You're a public figure. After all, can we just let this go? Iching remained resolute. Absolutely not. I'll bear the consequences. Press charges. I want to pursue criminal responsibility. Exasperated. He tried to reason with her. Iching don't. She cut him off sharply. If you can't do it, I'll find a new manager tomorrow. It didn't take long for the afternoon's incident to spread like wildfire across the internet. The trending topic quickly climbed the charts. Actress Zhang Iching pelted with rotten eggs. The situation with the girls who harassed her, far from calming down, escalated. They were only 14 or 15 years old, and their parents were creating a scene threatening suicide. But Iching refused to back down. Zhang Iching is heartless. The comments screamed, they're just children. How could she do this? The negative hashtags continue to climb with alarming speed. Hashtag Zhang Iching jails middle schoolers. Hashtag evil Zhang Iching. Hashtag parents threaten suicide. Hashtag actress Zhang Iching egged. Hashtag when will Zhang Iching die? Iching's hands trembled as she read the hateful words. Why am I being cursed? What right do they have to insult me? The system, sensing her rising anger, issued a warning. 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 Host, please restrain your dangerous thoughts. You cannot deviate from the character's established setting. Iching exploded. Shut up. Since I arrived, the plot hasn't been normal for a single day. What's so wrong with clearing my name? Is it more serious than the male lead not loving the female lead? Iching's phone vibrated. It was Qi Wenyao. Why is he calling? She wondered, surprised. Wenyao, still at the office, had just caught wind of the online frenzy surrounding Iching. Hello, he said, his voice laced with concern. Are you all right? No, I'm not all right, Iching replied coldly. I'll handle this, Wenyao offered gently. Someone's already handling it, Iching responded curtly. An awkward silence hung in the air. Iching, lost in thought, remained quiet. After a long pause with no response from Wenyao, she abruptly ended the call. Goodbye. Still worried, Wenyao instructed his secretary, investigate the families of those girls, their backgrounds, everything related to this incident. He frowned, pondering the situation. The old Zhang Iching would have been crying and throwing a tantrum over a minor grievance. Now, faced with something this big, she's just calmly protecting her interests. No hysteriques. Wenyao stared at Iching's social media post on his phone, a question forming in his mind. She's not like the Zhang Iching I knew. The following morning arrived quickly. Jiangya, worried about Iching, showed up at her apartment early. Iching, however, seemed perfectly content, engrossed in an online game, chatting with her teammates. Not bad. Chicken, she typed, using her gaming alias, Q. I have a name, the other player retorted. Chicken suits you. Iching shot back. I'm not a noob. Q typed angrily. Beat me, then we'll talk, came the arrogant reply. As the game ended, Iching turned to Jiangya. Are there any scenes for me on set today? Jianya immediately waved her hands, trying to dissuade Iching. Sister Iching, I've already requested leave from the production team. You shouldn't go. Iching suddenly turned serious. If you've requested leave, that means I have scenes to film. Of course I have to go. Why would I hide? She then used her account to message her teammate. Q, something came up, gotta log off. On the other end, Q smirked. That noob chick is quick to run. After hanging up, Iching snapped at Jianya. Are you waiting for me to die? Meanwhile, her teammate, whose face seemed oddly familiar, chuckled. At the film set, a crowd had gathered. A woman, wiping away tears, spoke to reporters. My daughter is only 14. Zhang Yiqing is trying to drive our whole family to suicide. Just then, a black car sped past. Seizing the opportunity, reporters frantically snapped photos. A wide-eyed girl turned and shouted, Zhang Yiqing is here. The reporters swarmed Yiqing as she stepped out of the car. Zhang Yiqing, how do you feel coming to the set today? It's been 2 days since the incident. What are your thoughts on Lin Gat's involvement? Is there any element of resentment? Curses from the crowd rained down on her. Zhang Yiqing, you won't die peacefully. Yiqing, her face impassive, let her bodyguards hold back the reporters as she walked forward. I'm sorry, I won't be answering any questions today. Please disperse. Leaving the throng behind, Jianya hurried to Yiqing's side, her voice laced with worry. Are you okay? Yiqing didn't even glance at her. I'm fine. Lin Gat rushed up to her, eager to explain. Yiqing, are you all right? I'm responsible for this. I wanted to post a clarification for you, but my manager stopped me. He took my phone and cut off all my communication. That's why. Yiqing, seemingly unperturbed, simply gestured to the side. No need to explain. I understand. Time is of the essence. I need to get my makeup done. As she turned away, Lin Gat tried to stop her, but Zheng Zhizhan, his manager, grabbed his arm. Come with me for a moment. Lin Gat, his eyes filled with sadness, turned away, unable to follow her. The two parted ways, their backs to each other. In the makeup room, bathed in the warm morning light, Yiqing sat before the mirror, listening to the voice on the other end of the phone. Miss Yiqing, I've finished the investigation you requested. I've sent the girls' backgrounds to your Gmail. Also, this incident is definitely connected to someone on Lin Gat's side. Yiqing closed her eyes and sighed. All right, I understand. Overhearing the conversation, Jianya immediately declared, Sister Yiqing, it must be Zheng Zhizhan. She turned to Yiqing, her voice rising in anger. Zheng Zhizhan is ruthless. He'll do anything to benefit his artists, regardless of right or wrong. As long as it's advantageous for him, he'll do it. Yiqing, however, was focused on Yi, who was asleep on the sofa. Yi slept soundly, oblivious to the drama unfolding around her. Yiqing, scrolling through her phone, cautioned Jianya. Be careful what you say. Don't make accusations without proof. Jianya, clicking open her email, urged Yiqing, take a look, Sister Yiqing. Yiqing glanced at her phone screen, her eyes widening in surprise. The video on her phone showed 3 or 4 girls bullying another student. Yiqing's mind raced. Those girls who caused trouble before they engaged in school violence. Her face darkened. Yiqing called out to Jianya, giving her orders. Jianya, call my manager and tell him to come here. A short while later, a soft knock echoed from the door. As Wenyao entered, Yiqing plastered a sweet smile on her face. Wenyao, you're here. Inwardly, her thoughts were different. All right, there's a scene here where Wenyao sees Yi's suffering and his heart aches for her. The romance plot thickens. Without a word, Wenyao walked over and took her hand, commanding, come with me. But Yiqing feigned fear. Scowling, she pulled her hand back and cried out, what do you want with me? I'm not going. He simply stood there calmly and asked, does this concern the recent online hacking incident? She pretended not to hear. At the same time, inside a car, a voice spoke. Inside the vehicle, Wenyao seriously outlined a plan. I've already arranged for their school bullying incidents to be posted online. I've also prepared accounts to clear your name. In 10 minutes, you can check the trending topics. Yiqing, focused on the documents in her hand, murmured, thanks, but I already knew and planned to do the same. I just wanted to know if the person behind the smear campaign was connected to Lin Gat. Putting on a sweet expression, she turned to Wenyao and asked, thank you. Do you know who's behind this attack on me? Her mind raced. Is it really Lin Gat? Watching her repeatedly ask about this, he thought curiously, Is she this concerned about Lingat? The scene shifted to a recording studio. Everyone bustled about, preparing and chatting, while Iching sat with her legs crossed, playing on her phone. She took a sip of water and read the trending news. Tuong Nam exposed for school bullying at #1 high school. Zheng Iching unjustly targeted online. Are these people even human? No wonder they could throw rotten eggs in the street. If that were my child, I'd break their legs. Am I the only one who feels bad for Zheng Iching? Zheng Iching was unjustly attacked. I posted 3 comments supporting her, and they were all deleted. Jianya, beaming, rushed over and grabbed Iching's hand. Sister Iching, we've won this battle. Battle is a bit of an overstatement. Looking at her phone, a sudden noise caught her attention. Lingat's face was etched with guilt. He unexpectedly held out his phone to her and said, Iching, I'm on Weibo. Iching remained calm. She looked at Lingat and asked, did Manager Zheng write that for you? She thought coldly, carefully chosen words, turning a few individuals into a personal feast. He hasn't offended the fans, gained sympathy, and presented himself well. 3 birds with 1 stone. Impressive. Lingat stammered defensively. Iching, this is how I truly feel. He confidently pointed to himself. We've supported each other for so long. You know what kind of person I am. The company held a meeting and decided that after I intervene, initially, I would issue a statement defending you. We're both in the entertainment industry, under the control of our companies. You can definitely explain yourself. Finally, she waved him away. I can explain myself. I need to read my script. You're disturbing me. Jianya, standing beside her, asked curiously, Sister Iching, have you forgiven him? Iching replied coldly, it's not about forgiveness. She calmly read her script. It's just that we're not compatible as friends. He's selfish. In the car, Iching whined coquettishly. Wenyao, filming all day is exhausting. She turned and asked attentively, did everything go smoothly today? Did you miss me? I missed you all day. But inwardly, she fumed, cursing under her breath. That idiot's face keeps popping up all day. Who wouldn't be annoyed? Leaning back against the car seat, Iching gazed out the window, replaying the scene in her mind. Right, according to the script, I'm supposed to run into Shi. She'll be chased by some men, and then Wenyao will swoop in and save the day, taking her home. Just as she finished this thought, she spotted her. Shi walked into view. Excitement bubbling up, Iching exclaimed, there she is. There she is. Watching the girl pass by the car window, she emphasized each word. There she is. Shi's figure quickly disappeared from view. Iching whipped around in the car, a flicker of panic in her eyes. What's going on? Hey, look, Shi. Seeing Wenyao sitting still as a statue, she urgently grabbed his arm. Wenyao, stop the car. Internally, she was screaming, hurry up. If you don't take Shi home, something bad will happen. Yielding to her frantic pleas, the car screeched to a halt. Iching dragged Wenyao out of the car and started running. He, in turn, was internally groaning. Shi's really going to get into trouble, and she's orchestrated this whole thing so I can play the hero. Is she crazy? She pulled him to an alley where Shi was being harassed by a group of thugs. Then, she shoved him forward. After pushing him towards the scene, she boldly hid to the side and yelled, Hey, what are you doing? This immediately drew the thug's attention. Shi cried out in alarm, Mr. Chi. The thugs aggressively advanced towards Wenyao, threatening, if you want to get involved, don't blame us for being unkind. He started to turn and scold Iching, but before he could finish, he noticed she had already ducked out of sight. He could only see her hand peeking out, giving him a thumbs up. He sighed in exasperation. The sounds of punches and kicks echoed through the alley. 20 minutes later, the police arrived and hauled the thugs away. Shi rushed over anxiously, asking, Mr. Chi, are you all right? But Wenyao, his face bruised and scowling, walked away without a word. Watching him approach, Iching covered her mouth nervously. That damn dog. He usually acts so high and mighty. He looks kind of hot with that bandage. Does he want to push him over the edge? Is that it? Staring at the injured man before her, she pondered. Or was my acting not convincing enough? Did I not show enough concern? Suddenly, his face darkened. He raised his hand as if to strike her, causing her to squeeze her eyes shut in fear, looking utterly adorable. But after a moment, feeling nothing, she cautiously opened her eyes. He had only braced his hand against the wall behind her. The air crackled with unexpected intimacy. Seeing this, her eyes lit up. Siedu, this is too much. He, noticing her reaction, thought smugly, is she admiring me? Just then, Shi rushed over, calling out Mr. Qi. Iching immediately pushed Wen Yao towards her, mentally chanting, "Wen Yao belongs with Shi. They're a match made in heaven. What am I even doing here?" A puzzled Wen Yao thought, why does she keep trying to push Shi and me together? Ignoring her, he turned to Shi and asked, "How did you know about this alley?" Shi launched into a distressed explanation. "Mr. Qi, my mother took all my money. I don't have any new announcements, so I could only afford a 50 yuan hotel." She glanced at Iching, her tone laced with insinuation. "I don't know why they were following me. I was being so careful." Iching bristled, thinking in a panic, why does it sound like she's trying to frame me? Is this supposed to be innocent? Iching's eyes clouded with a hint of sadness as she looked at Shi. "I risked life and limb dragging Wen Yao into that alley, and now Shi's looking at me like I'm a bad guy." But to her surprise, Wen Yao defended her. "That kind of place, it's understandable that unsavory characters will be lurking around." Iching's face lit up. "Wen Yao, you're the best." But her elation was short-lived. The system's mechanical voice blared in her head. "Warning, warning, deviation from the script detected. Please correct immediately." Panic seized her. This isn't right. Wen Yao's supposed to be suspicious of me. He's cleared my name completely. How's he's supposed to end up at his house now? Wen Yao, sensing her inner turmoil, looked at her curiously. Is it wrong that I didn't suspect her? Ever the schemer, Shi pressed on. CEO Qi must be, but he cut her off. "Don't go to places like that again. If you don't have a place to stay for now, you can come to my place." Iching breathed a sigh of relief. That dog actually did something right for once. Soon, everyone returned to their respective homes. Relaxing with her iPad, Iching muttered to herself, "This isn't right. It's definitely not right. Sure, he was supposed to just recount what happened, and Wen Yao was supposed to suspect me. But it seems like Shi's trying to throw me under the bus today." The system chimed in. "Host, please do not fabricate scenarios. All settings are normal." Glaring at her useless system, she snapped, "Shut up," and opened the mission progress panel. Seeing the meager 20% progress, she sighed. Well, at least it's something. She checked the Algandu favorability rating between the main characters. Wen Yao's favorability towards Shi, 10%. Shi's favorability towards Wen Yao, 90%. Staring dejectedly at the screen, she grumbled. "So the male lead doesn't like the female lead at all. How is this supposed to work? Forget it. I'm done with this. Time to play some games." Her character loaded in, and her younger brother, who she often gamed with, was already waiting. "How many rounds?" a voice asked. Iching expertly maneuvered her mouse, clicking the green button to invite them to her team. Her fingers danced across the keyboard. Meanwhile, Wen Yao was also gaming on his computer. The next day, on set, in front of a swimming pool, Iching's voice rang out. "Stooping to such low tactics. Aren't you disgusted with yourself?" Shi retorted, "Low tactics or not, they're still better than you." The words had barely left her mouth when Iching slapped her across the face. Shi stumbled backward. With a splash, she tumbled into the pool. Iching was about to deliver her next line when Shi started coughing dramatically, feigning illness. Suddenly, someone yelled, "Cut." Annoyed, Iching turned and asked who called cut. From a distance, Man-Kyo strode towards them, radiating an air of arrogance. Recognizing the second male lead from the story, Iching thought, here comes that walking, talking plot device with a god complex. He solicitously draped his jacket over Shi. Looking at him, Iching's mind raced. Man-Kyo, founder of Time magazine, eligible bachelor extraordinaire, and Shi's recently reconnected childhood friend. Man-Kyo turned, his face a mask of indignation. That slap could have been faked. Why did she have to hit her for real? Who directed this scene? The director, visibly intimidated, stammered, "It was our oversight. We'll rewrite the scene. There won't be any more real slaps. Didn't Mr. Man approach us for investment opportunities? Why is he acting like this?" He wondered, bewildered. Man-Kyo turned to Iching, his voice laced with authority. "Change this scene. No more hitting. Wouldn't want anyone settling personal scores on company time, would we?" Iching bristled. "What are you implying?" She snapped. "He's exactly like Shi's max-level simp setting. What does this have to do with him? His EQ and IQ have plummeted." Unable to resist a jab, Iching added, "Shi, you've snagged another man already." Man-Kyo stepped forward menacingly. "Don't think I won't hit a woman." Shi, ever the manipulative actress, clutched at his arm, her voice a soft whisper. "I'm feeling a little unwell," she murmured. "Could you take me to the hospital?" He readily agreed, scooping her up in a princess carry. Jianya, leaning into Iching, whispered, "Iching, there's definitely something going on between between those two. Iching nodded in agreement. Shi's playing both sides, clinging to Wenyao while using the childhood friend card to reel in Man-Kyo. What a mess of green tea and drama. This novel is a train wreck. Jiangya, ever perceptive, posed a pointed question. It's amazing how many people like Shi. CEO, she likes her too. Who do you think she actually likes? Iching's face darkened, offering no reply. Jiangya, mistaking her silence for discomfort, said anxiously, Iching. The system chimed in. Host, please maintain your character's image. Iching scowled. My character is supposed to be in love with Wenyao. What's wrong with being angry? She turned abruptly. Let's go to the Hyun Hotel, she said, leaving a bewildered Jiangya stammering in her wake. The grand lobby of the Lion Hotel glittered with opulence. Clad in a dazzling red gown, Iching entered, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Tonight, Man-Kyo is hosting this party to stake his claim on Shi and, in doing so, invited Wenyao. And this walking, talking plot device, wasn't even invited and have to parade Shi in front of Man-Kyo. Am I going to get assaulted? The system's voice offered a hollow reassurance. Host, rest assured, everyone here is civilized. Nothing like that will happen. Her slender fingers deftly unlocked the door to the banquet hall. Fine, I'll trust you again. She stepped into the glittering ballroom, a vision of elegance and poise. Man-Kyo turned, his eyes widening in surprise. What are you doing here? Iching gracefully removed her sunglasses. Mr. Man, she said smoothly, the house Shi is staying in belongs to Wenyao and me. If you want to thank him, you can't very well leave me out, can you? Wenyao's face darkened. That house has nothing to do with you, he retorted. I invited Shi to stay there. You're the one who shamelessly clung on. He paused, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Why did I say that? I didn't mean to be so harsh. As if sensing his hesitation. So, she's the shameless one, is she? He chuckled. How amusing. But to Iching's surprise, Wenyao stepped forward, shielding her from Man-Kyo's derision. Her behavior is none of your concern, he stated firmly. Iching, taken aback, instinctively stepped back. Watching the two men square off, a wave of panic washed over her. What is happening? The male lead and the second male lead are at each other's throats. Shi, ever the picture of understanding, gently tugged at Man-Kyo's arm. Don't argue, she pleaded softly. She's a guest, after all. Iching, however, decided to embrace her villainous role. Itching for a fight, she advanced towards Shi. Playing the innocent now. Are we Shi? She sneered. Did you use that same innocent face when you were seducing Wenyao? The words had barely left her lips when Man-Kyo's hand lashed out, connecting with her cheek in a resounding slap. The sound was so sharp, it felt like it could be heard even through the screen. Iching clutched her cheek, tears welling in her eyes. How dare you hit me? She cried, while internally screaming at the system. You said it wouldn't harm my body. Before she could even question Wenyao's reaction, he had already landed a punch on Man-Kyo, sending him reeling. The system's robotic voice echoed in her mind. Warning, significant deviation from the script detected. Please rectify immediately. Iching's tears flowed freely. Rectify it how? Am I supposed to just stand here and get beaten? Meanwhile, Shi, feigning concern, cried out, Mr. Chi, stop fighting. You're both hurt. But her pleas went unheeded as the two men grappled, tumbling to the floor in a flurry of fists. Just as they were pulling themselves apart, Shi dramatically collapsed, lying motionless on the ground. Man-Kyo rushed to her side, scooping her into his arms. Shi, he cried. Iching, seizing the opportunity, grabbed Wenyao's arm. Wenyao, stop. Don't fight anymore. To her surprise, he immediately ceased his attack. Do my words actually carry weight? She wondered briefly, but the thought was fleeting. You should be concerned about Shi, she realized, clutching her head in frustration. Together, they all rushed towards the hospital. Shi, feigning concern, turned to Wenyao. Mr. Chi, are you all right? She asked solicitously, her gaze falling upon Iching's hand still gripping Wenyao's arm. Iching, never one to miss a chance for sarcasm, tightened her grip on Wenyao, her eyes fixed on Shi. Don't you have any shame? She asked, her voice dripping with disdain. Man-Kyo, enraged, roared, Zheng Iching, shut your mouth. His voice echoed through the hospital lobby. The outburst drew startled glances from everyone around. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Zhang Yiqing, the actress. Is that her over there? Yiqing groaned inwardly. Great, just great. Why do you have to shout my name like that? As the crowd surged towards her, their whispers turning into excited chatter, she found herself surrounded. Zhang Yiqing, I love your work. Can I have your autograph? Is the man with her also a celebrity? Yiqing, trying to salvage the situation, plastered a smile on her face. I'm happy to sign autographs and take pictures, she announced, but please keep your voices down. We're in a hospital. Turning to a nearby nurse, she added in a softer tone, I'm so sorry for the disturbance. Could we possibly use a private room? I can sign autographs there, and then we'll leave immediately. I'll try to minimize the disruption. Back in the private room, Wen Yao watched Yiqing interact with her fans, a small smile playing on his lips. This is the real her, he thought. Gentle, radiant, kind. Yiqing, basking in the warmth of the moment, stretched, relaxing her tense muscles. Just then, the system's voice echoed in her mind. Warning, host actions are overshadowing the female lead. This will lead to deviations in the script. Glancing at the beaming faces of the students before her, Yiqing retorted, people like me. What's wrong with me indulging them? The system's response was immediate. They don't like you. They like Zhang Yiqing. Unfazed, Yiqing replied coldly. The original Zhang Yiqing had no fans. The Zhang Yiqing they like now is me. Wen Yao, overhearing this exchange, frowned, a mixture of confusion and curiosity swirling within him. He reached out, grasping Yiqing's hand. The original Zhang Yiqing. The current Zhang Yiqing. What do you mean? Who is this Zhang Yiqing? Yiqing, feigning distress, winced. You're hurting me, she whispered, her brow furrowed. Startled, Wen Yao quickly released her hand. Flustered, he stammered an apology. I'm sorry. I saw a few gray hairs and... He trailed off, realizing his excuse sounded ridiculous. He hadn't just seen a few gray hairs. He'd yanked out a whole clump. Is this man insane? Yiqing fumed inwardly. That was black hair. Black. Wen Yao stared at the clump of hair in his hand, avoiding eye contact. I must have been mistaken, he mumbled, stuffing the hair into his pocket. I can't ask her, he thought. She won't tell me the truth. And I can't let her know I can hear her thoughts. Not yet. That evening, alone in his study, Wen Yao sat poring over a DNA report. The results baffled him. Zhang Yiqing's DNA matched the records. There was no evidence of her being switched at birth. He recalled Yiqing's words, and doubt gnawed at him. Was I wrong? Have I been imagining things? I've always disliked her, ever since we were children. I've never really looked at her properly. He tossed the report aside. No, he thought, a flicker of suspicion returning. Something is definitely not right. The next day, social media was abuzz with commentary on the video from the hospital, trending under the hashtag 2 men 1 woman. Comments ranged from scathing criticism to staunch defense. Zhang Yiqing is so shameless. Can't she see CEO? She hates her. Why is she clinging to him? One user wrote. Another commented, I knew those rumors about Zhang Yiqing chasing CEO Qi were true. A fashion magazine founder and an entertainment CEO fighting over her. Did she save the galaxy in a past life? Yet another user countered, Zhang Yiqing isn't like that. The video is clearly edited. Someone's trying to whitewash her. Scrolling through the comments, Yiqing noticed a few supportive voices. Her assistant, surprised by her calm demeanor, asked, Aren't you angry, Yiqing? People are insulting you online. Yiqing, channeling her character's arrogance, scoffed. Why should I be angry? That fake woman doesn't deserve Wen Yao. We have an engagement. Sure, E is the other woman. Just then, Sure E entered the room. Yiqing immediately jumped to her feet, pointing an accusing finger. It was you. You did this. Wen Yao appeared, stepping between them. What's going on here? He asked. Yiqing, feigning disbelief, cried, She's ruined me, and you're defending her. She flung his hand away. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed. I hate you, Wen Yao. I hate you. With that, she turned and fled, leaving Wen Yao standing there, stunned. Wen Yao suddenly realized he couldn't move. He was frozen in place. It wasn't until Sure E called out to him that he regained control of his body. CEO Qi, she murmured weakly. Instantly, a voice echoed in Wen Yao's mind. Hold her, hold her, hold her. Wen Yao, compelled by an unseen force, rushed to Shi Yi's side and caught her. A staff member hurried over. CEO Chi, they urged, you should take Miss Shi to the hospital. But then, inexplicably, he pushed Shi Yi away and said coldly to the staff member, take her to the hospital. Doubt gnawed at him. What was that voice? Why did it want him tied to Shi Yi? Wen Yao turned and walked away, almost as if he were fleeing. I don't want this, he muttered under his breath. In a dimly lit bar, a server placed a drink in front of Iching. Here you go, miss, he said with a strained smile, thinking to himself, how can anyone drink this much? Is she really going to finish all of that? He closed the door behind him as he left. Only then did Iching let out a wail. Clutching the bottle, tears streamed down her face. How can anyone drink this much? She cried. The system's voice was implacable. The host must follow the script. Iching, in her misery, threatened, hey, what if I drink all this and forget the mission? You'll be responsible, you know. Night had fallen, the streets illuminated only by the faint glow of streetlights. Wen Yao gripped the steering wheel, his anxiety mounting with each unanswered call. She's not home, and she's not answering her phone. Where could Zheng Iching be? Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Iching. He barely managed to say hello before she blurted out, Jiangya, come pick me up. I'm at the Baron's bar. I feel awful. I'm going to be sick. Wen Yao slammed his foot on the accelerator. Iching, her vision blurred by alcohol, groaned, Jiangya, where are you? I feel so sick. Wen Yao burst through the bar doors, his eyes scanning the room until he found Iching. He rushed to her side, helping her up. I'll let you drink so much, he demanded. Iching, completely inebriated, didn't recognize him. Jiangya, you're here. She slurred, stumbling as she walked. Jiangya, let's go back to the Qi Villa. I want to see Wen Yao. I want to see him. She mumbled. Suddenly, a suit jacket was draped over her head. Wen Yao steadied her, his expression a mixture of concern and exasperation. A famous actress drinking in a bar. He scolded, do you want to end up in the tabloids again? He quickly ushered her out to the parking lot. Once inside the car, Iching petulantly threw off his jacket, complaining of the heat. Wen Yao watched her closely. He looked at her face, flushed from the alcohol, and a strange thought crossed his mind. This foolish woman, she's actually kind of cute. Suddenly, she turned to him, catching him off guard. An awkward silence hung in the air. Iching reached out and grabbed his arm, her eyes sparkling. I like handsome men. I like, she stammered, gazing at him with an almost childlike adoration. I like handsome men. I like all handsome men. Wen Yao's face darkened. He pulled his arm away, his voice laced with disgust. Get off me, he snapped. It's late. Let's go. He drove her back to his apartment and carried her inside, laying her gently on the bed. Yuking, her face still flushed, continued to mumble about wanting another drink. He frowned, placing a hand over her mouth to quiet her. You've clearly had enough, he grumbled. Suddenly, she started to cry, her voice thick with tears. Wen Yao, she sat up abruptly, clutching his hand. I was wrong, she sobbed. Please forgive me. Wen Yao was taken aback. She recognizes me. Iching buried her face in her hands, her cries escalating. You're the one I love the most. Even if you turned into a ghost, I'd still recognize you. How could I not? His response was a non-committal mm. She grabbed his hand again, her voice pleading. Wen Yao, I was truly wrong. Please don't be so cold to me. Whether she was acting or genuinely drunk was unclear. She puckered her lips, leaning in for a kiss. Wen Yao's resolve seemed to crumble. His gaze softened, and as their lips met, he stood there, offering no resistance. Iching's eyes snapped open, clear and alert, as if the drunken haze had never existed. He wasn't supposed to kiss me back, she thought frantically. In the midst of the deepening kiss, a silent scream tore through her. My first kiss, save for over 25 years gone. The moment Wen Yao pulled away, she shrieked internally, System, don't play dead. Get out here. The system's response was robotic and dispassionate. Impossible. The male lead setting dictates he loves the female lead. Even if the sky falls, he cannot love you. With that, it vanished, leaving Iching fuming. Don't doubt the airtight logic of the novel's world, it added as a parting shot. Hey, Iching called out in vain. The morning sun streamed through the window, painting the room in a warm glow. Iching sat up, rubbing her temples, a frown etched on her face. So, Wen Yao isn't supposed to like me. Then what was that? She yelled again, System, don't you dare play dead. Get out here. The system's voice was a cold, emotionless reminder. Impossible. The male lead setting is to love the female lead. He cannot love you. Host, please do not question the airtight logic of the novel's world. Then, with a final, infuriating click, it disappeared. Hey, Iching fumed, then sighed in defeat. Fine, I'll just play games. She picked up her phone and texted her gaming buddy. You there? Almost lost it last night. The reply was confused. Lost what? Iching typed back, yeah, drank too much. Don't follow my example. No drinking or you'll get bitten by a dog. Her friend promptly went offline. Frustrated, Iching tossed her phone aside. What's going on? Everything's gone haywire since I woke up. At the Chief family villa, Wen Yao frowned. Why is she here? Sure, Yi stared back, feigning innocence. The two stood in silence, locked in a mutual gaze of confusion. Wen Yao turned to leave, but Sure, Yi caught his arm. Wen Yao, she pleaded, do you really not like me? He answered coldly, I don't. Just then, the doorbell rang, startling them both. It was Sure Yi's mother. Mom, she gasped. What are you doing here? Xie Jiashuang's face darkened as she berated Sure Yi. A villa, a luxury car, and you said you had no money. Sure, Yi tried to placate her. Mom, please, let's go outside. But Xie Jiashuang just pointed at Wen Yao and yelled, CEO Qi. CEO Qi, isn't it? You're the one keeping my Sure Yi. Admit it. Wen Yao's patience wore thin. This is my house, he stated firmly. Please leave. Meanwhile, the system's voice echoed in Iching's mind. Host, wake up. Xie Jiashuang has arrived. Iching was still half asleep. Xie Jiashuang's shouting finally roused her. CEO Qi, you like Sure Yi? Then we're practically family, she declared. Iching descended the stairs to find Xie Jiashuang demanding money from Wen Yao. It's like this, she explained. Your younger brother was scammed by a classmate. Their family is demanding 100,000 yuan, or they'll take legal action. Sure, Yi was frantic. Mom, stop it. I'll give you the money. I'll give you the money. Okay. I'm sorry. Wen Yao, Sure Yi apologized. I'll take her away now. Wen Yao turned to the housekeeper. Aunt Zheng, get her out of here. If she refuses, call the police. Suddenly, a voice called out, Wen Yao. Iching, arms crossed, stepped forward with a disdainful smirk. There's no need to be polite to such lowlifes. Inwardly, she was screaming, CEO Qi. My dear CEO Qi, please, I beg you, let her go. Sure, Yi is about to cry her eyes out. What about the plot? Wen Yao pulled out his phone. Do you accept mobile transfers? He asked. Sure, Yi continued to plead. Wen Yao, please don't call the police. I'll take her away. Xie Jiashuang eagerly approached. Wen Yao's face remained impassive as he transferred the money. A notification popped up on his phone. 20 million yuan transferred, 100,000 yuan received. Wen Yao turned to Iching, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Why did I feel the need to protect her like that? He wondered. Was it simply to avoid upsetting her? I must be going crazy. Sure, Yi, meanwhile, was ecstatic. Wen Yao, thank you, she thought, her heart overflowing with happiness. He did that for me. He cares. Xie Jiashuang, however, rounded on Iching. Finding a rich son-in-law has nothing to do with you. She shrieked. If you hadn't interfered, they would have been married by now. This is all your fault. Wen Yao calmly picked up his phone. Security, he said, there's someone trespassing in my home. Xie Jiashuang's face contorted in outrage. I'm his future mother-in-law. She yelled, how dare you treat me like this? Wen Yao's gaze hardened. You, he scoffed. You think you're worthy. Xie Jiashuang sputtered in indignation. Behind her, Sure Yi's face paled. Her body trembled with shock and fear. This isn't right. This isn't how it's supposed to be. She thought desperately. You should be doting on me, inviting me to stay, taking care of me. Unable to bear the weight of the unexpected turn of events, Sure Yi fainted. She lay motionless on the floor, a dramatic tableau unfolding before them. Xie Jiashuang, feigning concern, cradled Sure Yi in her arms, wailing dramatically. In the end, security dragged Xie Jiashuang away, her protests and struggles proving futile. Sure Yi, meanwhile, was whisked away in an ambulance, attended to by a flurry of paramedics. Once the chaos subsided, Iching, feeling utterly drained, turned to Wen Yao. Wen Yao, she said, I'll head to the studio first. Inwardly, she screamed, don't tell me all this was just an elaborate scheme to protect Sure Yi. Wen Yao, seemingly unfazed by the unconscious woman who had just been lying at his feet, simply nodded. At the studio, Iching immediately consulted the system. Check Wen Yao's favorability rating towards Sure Yi. Now that she's gone, she demanded. The system's response was swift and disheartening. Wen Yao's favorability rating towards Sure Yi is 100. His favorability rating towards you is 6. Iching groaned in frustration. So, his feelings for the female lead are even higher than when they first met. She couldn't comprehend it. How can his rating for me be so abysmally low? Suddenly, a voice startled her. "Iching." It was Lynette, offering her a bottle of water. "You seem to be in a bad mood today. Is something wrong? Maybe I can help." Iching, still reeling from the system's revelation, coldly refused the water. "Lynette," she said sharply, "I'm not interested in your little schemes. Do you understand?" He flinched, stammering, "Iching, I wasn't trying to take advantage of you. She pointed towards Trin Shraikdan, who was standing nearby. "He put you up to this, didn't he?" she accused. "Tell your manager," she continued, her gaze unwavering. "If he tries any of his usual underhanded tactics with me, I promise I'll use every ounce of my strength to expose him. Don't say I didn't warn you." Lynette looked hurt. "Iching," he said softly, "I already told him that. I'll go now." He turned and walked away. Iching watched him go, a thoughtful expression on her face. "At first, I just thought he was even more handsome in person than on TV," she mused. Gentle, kind, polite. She recalled their first meeting, his warm smile, and a flicker of sadness crossed her eyes. Iching sensed the invisible strings that seemed to bind him, the constraints placed upon him by others. The real Lynette is timid, she realized. He's just a puppet. Her next words stopped him in his tracks. "Is this life truly what you want?" she asked. Lynette walked past two people, one of whom turned to look back at him. The other introduced himself to Iching. "Miss Iching," he said, "I'm the intermediary assigned by the company." The woman with the high ponytail introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Gwen Pham." "Hello, Miss Nguyen," Iching replied, recalling the information she had on this woman. Gwen Pham had been a rising star during her school days, but after graduation, she had settled into a quiet life. She had a feud with a director and subsequently disappeared from the entertainment industry. Now, she had reappeared as a star manager. Someone who usually stayed behind the scenes was now stepping into the spotlight. Iching wondered if something unexpected was about to happen. Just then, a staff member rushed over. "Miss Iching, I apologize," she said breathlessly. "There's a problem with actor Lynette. He and you won't be able to film today." Iching turned to Rang Na, who had joined her. "What happened?" she asked. "Lynette and his manager had a fight," Rang Na explained. "He just stormed off." "What did they fight about?" Iching wondered aloud, a thought forming in her mind. "Could it be because of what I said earlier?" "No, that's impossible." Rang Na offered a warning. "Lynette's manager is known for his manipulative and controlling tactics. He's quite skilled at mistreating his clients. For years, Lynette has clearly had the talent, but his manager has turned him into a nobody with terrible connections. Be careful, Iching. Keep your distance from Lynette." Iching nodded obediently. "I understand." Gwen Pham handed Iching a folder. "I've outlined some live show opportunities," she explained. "Your image has changed drastically recently. We need to capitalize on this momentum and maintain your visibility." The folder listed several programs: Survival in the Wild, Youthful Song, Go Go Go, and Escape the Secret Room. Iching immediately began to imagine the hardships of living in the wilderness. A thoughtful expression crossed her face. Could a wild child like me actually survive in the wild? She wondered. That sounds difficult. I love singing, but performing without any training would make me want to disappear off the face of the earth. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "This one," she exclaimed, pointing to a particular program. "I'll join I Am an Actor. With my acting skills, this will be my first step to fame. There's no way I can fail." Gwen Pham nodded in agreement. "I think it's a good fit for you, too." Inwardly, she thought, rumor has it that Zheng Iching has a terrible personality and even worse morals. But her acting isn't bad, and thankfully, she agrees with my suggestion. Later that evening, Iching was in the car when she received a message. "Iching, I'm at the Hao Ding Club. Can you come pick me up?" Iching frowned. "What's this about?" More messages followed. "I'm in room 1587 at the Hao Ding Club. Trin Shraikdan is staring at me. I can't get away. Please help me." Iching's eyes widened in anger. She tried calling, but a recorded voice informed her that the number was unreachable. Worry gnawing at her, Iching looked up and made a decision. "Uncle Vong," she said urgently to the Hao Ding Club. Moments later, the car screeched to a halt in front of the club. Iching covered her face with a mask and hat. "Uncle Vong, stop here," she instructed. "I don't want anyone to recognize the car. Wait for me at the back entrance." A security guard blocked her path. "Miss, please show your membership card." "What are the requirements for membership?" Iching asked. The guard replied respectfully. "A deposit of 10 million yuan grants membership." Iching cursed under her breath. "Damn." She pulled out her black card. "Use this," she said curtly. But then, Wen Yao suddenly appeared, using her card. "This is my establishment," he stated matter-of-factly. Iching flinched and he seemed to read her mind. So this club belongs to this dog of a man. 10 million yuan just for a membership. Why doesn't he just rob people outright? Suddenly remembering her urgent mission, she quickly changed her demeanor and turned to him. "Oh, right." Panic rising, she blurted out right when "I'm about to be late for an appointment. I have to go." With that, she practically flew through the entrance. When Yao turned to the security guard, "Find someone to follow her," he instructed. "Whatever she asks for, make sure she gets it." Inside, in room 1587, a furious voice echoed. "I'll let you in here." "Staff, how could you let this kind of person in here? What are you doing?" Iching placed several items on the table. "This is a voice recorder," she said, pointing to one. Then, gesturing to her shirt, "And this is a camera." She addressed the group of people, including the celebrities being pressured to drink. "Want to guess how many more recording devices I have on me?" Iching pointed at Lynott, then glared at the man, forcing him to drink. "Mr. No, you're the star of the show. Don't complain. I'm here for one reason, to take him with me." Trench Dan, standing beside Lynott, snapped, "What are you waiting for? Get out of here." He blew out a puff of smoke. "You need to understand something." He delivered his warning. "If anything about tonight gets out, Lynott won't get away unscathed." Iching smiled faintly. "Of course," she said simply, and turned to leave. Lynott stared after her, dumbfounded. She actually came? Why? He remembered when he was a teenager, winning first place in the Olympiad. His father had rushed back from the neighboring city to celebrate with him. The memory was vivid, but it was followed by the car accident that took his father's life and left his mother in a vegetative state. The image of his mother, kept alive by machines, was etched in his mind. Even after spending all their savings, she hadn't spoken a word. He couldn't abandon her. He had accepted being manipulated. As long as he got the money, he would do whatever Dan asked. Earlier, sitting in the club, staring at his phone, he had been torn. Tonight was a test. He thought, if she comes to save me, I can change my path. He watched her go, tears welling in his eyes. Later, standing beside Iching's car, Lynott thanked her. Iching thought, I didn't realize he had such a past. She grinned mischievously and rubbed her nose. If you really want to thank me, remember to pay me back the few thousand yuan I spent on that shirt. Lynott's eyes widened. It wasn't a recording. She tricked them. Iching chuckled. I bet they're cursing me right now. Inwardly, she scoffed. But compared to cursing me, Dan has nothing good in store for him. He sighed, his face etched with helplessness. He seemed to have made a decision. I'm going to terminate my contract with him. Thank you, Iching. You can do it, she encouraged. Returning to her opulent villa, Iching was immediately interrogated upon entering. Where have you been? She saw Wen Yao on the sofa and was taken aback. That dog of a man is here to question me. Where I go is none of his business. She grabbed her bag and tried to sneak away. Gotta go. Suddenly, a hand shot out, blocking her path. Wen Yao pressed her against the wall. Where were you with Lynott? He demanded. The event began with the hostess's bright voice echoing through the hall. Welcome, everyone, to the filming of I Am an Actor. We'll begin with preliminary evaluations for the available roles. The contestants, standing in neat rows, listened with expressions of determined confidence. Following this assessment, the hostess continued. Actors will enter the hall and choose their characters and partners for a 3-day rehearsal period. This character selection is crucial, so please choose carefully based on your own strengths. A palpable tension filled the air as the contestants digested this information, each lost in thought. The scene shifted to the actors' waiting room. Iching, her dark hair cascading in loose waves, held the contract for I Am an Actor in her hand. Beside her, Rang Na scrolled furiously through her phone. Noticing Iching still clutching the contract, Rang Na asked, "What's up?" Without a word, Rang Na thrust her phone towards Iching, her expression fierce. "Look at this. They're slandering my idol." The comments that had ignited Rang Na's fury flashed across the screen. Lynott accuses Tanhai Entertainment of abuse. Lynott breaks contract. Lynott is an ungrateful wretch. Iching stumbled over her words, trying to explain. The internet is exploding with hate for Lynott right now. They're saying he's desperate for fame. Trin Trachtdan is truly vicious. Lynott wouldn't do something rash, would he? He won't, Rang Na insisted. He's stronger than you think. Iching nodded, feigning agreement. She handed the contract to Rang Na. This variety show contract, it's only for a single episode. Nguyen Pham only just gave it to me to sign. Rang Na stammered. Nguyen Pham said, even a single episode on this show is a huge opportunity. Iching's thoughts raced. I am sweating bullets. Iching is so proud. How could she possibly settle for being a background character? Suddenly, Iching's grip tightened, crumpling the corner of the contract where her signature lay. Rang Na gasped. Iching stood, composing herself. A C-list actress who offended director Tong a single episode contract isn't surprising. These competitions, they're all scripted by the director and the investors. Iching thought, a steely glint in her eyes. Unless you're powerful, you're just a pawn in their game, eliminated according to their predetermined plan. But what if I become the powerful one? What if I break the rules? The scene cut to the front of the stage. Iching accepted a slip of paper from a judge as the hostess continued. Iching has received her character assignment. Iching looked down at the card. My sister is a madwoman. Sure, Tunhean. Lost her parents. 54 years old. Mentally unstable. Graying hair. Wrinkled face. A minor, despairing character. Later that afternoon, Iching, hair pulled back in a high ponytail, dressed simply, entered the rehearsal room. Hello, she called out. A young man with a half-updo, sitting on a bench with a laptop, turned to face her. Startled, he quickly stood and rushed over to greet her. Hello, I'm No Swang. Trin Iching, she replied politely. After exchanging introductions, Iching asked No Swang if he'd read the script. No Swang groaned, clutching his head dramatically. I chose the wrong character. I wanted to be Sherbin. He held up his character card. My sister is a madwoman. Younger brother, Sher Sanson, 30 years old, struggles to care for his mentally ill sister and clear his nephew's name. Looks older than his age, disheveled appearance, frail physique. A minor character. He sighed. This role is so different for me. It's going to be really challenging. He continued to lament his choice, while Iching offered encouraging words. There's no time for regrets, now that you've chosen. We just have to practice. Outwardly supportive, Iching's internal monologue was less optimistic. My last partner has zero experience, fine, but choosing the wrong character. He's a bit of an idiot. 2 hours flew by as they rehearsed. Iching patiently guided No Swang, offering constant support and direction, helping him through his frustration with the demanding role. By 2:03 a.m., No Swang looked at Iching pleadingly. Iching, could we go over the lines again, one by one? I'm so sorry to bother you. Iching maintained her cheerful facade. As long as you perform well, it's no bother at all. Later that evening, under a star-studded sky, Iching returned home. Wenyao sat quietly on a chair as she entered. She quickly dropped her bag and rushed over to him. Seeing her, Wenyao calmly asked, "Why are you so late?" Iching sat beside him, leaning closer as she explained, "Were you waiting for me? Today's rehearsal. I promise there won't be another incident like last time." Iching finished her thought internally. Why is this jerk waiting for me? Putting on a charming expression, she looped her arm through Wenyao's. He reminded her, if anything happens with the show, just let me know. He thought to himself, I heard she only signed a contract for 1 episode. Iching responded brightly, okay. Wenyao frowned, suspicious of her agreeable demeanor. She doesn't want my help. He gently disengaged his arm, leaving Iching momentarily bewildered. Then, with a touch of concern, he said, get some sleep. You have bags under your eyes. Alone in her room, Iching curled up with her phone, texting. Are you busy these days? She typed. The reply came quickly. Yes, almost dying from exhaustion. Iching's message expressed concern. Don't push yourself too hard. Your family is well off. You could ask them for help. Iching's response was swift and determined. Little brother, you don't understand. Some things you have to fight for yourself. Help from others means nothing. Nothing, came the reply. Of course not, Iching insisted. Unbeknownst to her, the person she was texting through a gaming app was Wenyao. He read her messages, his sharp eyebrows furrowing slightly. So she doesn't want my help because she wants to earn it herself. He looked around, a thoughtful expression on his face. Suddenly, his assistant called. Mr. One, the information on Miss Iching's partner for this show has been sent to you. Sitting on his bed, Wenyao responded with an air of authority. I know. And by the way, slow down the contract with the I am an actor production team for now. His assistant, puzzled, asked, is something wrong, sir? Wenyao's voice was cold. You don't need to ask about anything else. Just do as I say. The assistant stammered. Oh, okay, sir. Wenyao looked at his phone. The assistant had sent a file. This is Iching's partner for the show. The image of a young man appeared on the screen. Handsome and energetic, with a half-updo, warm hazel eyes, and earrings in both ears. Name, No Swang. Date of birth, September 28, 2001. Blood type, a weight, 60 kilograms. Occupation, singer, actor. Wenyao recalled Iching watching a video. The male lead in her video last time was the same type of man. Wenyao, his handsome face illuminated by the phone screen, frowned. She likes this type of man, he thought, his brow furrowing further. What am I even thinking? Meanwhile, back at the studio, Iching sneezed repeatedly under the stage lights. You said you didn't want to be made up to look so unkempt, she said, bewildered. What exactly do you mean? No Swang stammered. Iching, you know I'm an idol. If I look too disheveled, my fans won't be happy. Iching's barely suppressed anger flared. We've been rehearsing for 3 days. You're just realizing now that this is a disheveled, middle-aged man. He offered a pathetic defense. No, it's not that. I thought we could negotiate. Iching cut him off, her voice sharp. I'll give you 2 choices. No Swang stared at her, dumbfounded. 1. Wear the makeup and perform. 2. Don't perform at all. No Swang watched anxiously as she turned to leave. Iching, he called after her. Iching's thoughts were icy. He's an idol, deigning to participate in this kind of show. Is he joking? I wasted days rehearsing with him, thinking he wasn't so bad. He caught her arm. I'll do it. I'll wear the makeup now. Elsewhere, another performance was being critiqued. I don't know what your mindset was coming here. The speaker, renowned 53-year-old director Wang Dao, stated coldly. But you fundamentally don't know how to act. The audience murmured amongst themselves. Director Wang is so harsh. Has he praised anyone yet? Director Wang is a legend in the industry. Forget reality shows. Even seasoned actors rarely receive specific praise from him. The stage curtains closed as the host introduced the next act. Next up, please welcome Trin Iching and No Swang. Their piece is My Sister is a Madwoman, the host announced. The 2 actors took their positions. Iching as Shi Xiaoying, the sister, and No Swang as Shi Sanson, the brother. The audience held their breath in anticipation. The scene opened with Iching as Shi Xiaoying clutching a doll on a bed. Huiying, where's mommy's girl? Where am I? Her gaunt face, haunted eyes, and vacant stare portrayed a mother consumed by the loss of her child. She rocked the doll, lost in her performance. In the hushed room, the judges watched intently. Suddenly, Shi Xiaoying erupted, grabbing Shi Sanson's arm. Huiying was murdered. She was murdered. I have to avenge her. Shi Sanson, distraught, tried to calm her. Sister, please calm down. Tears streamed down his face as he cried out in anguish. Don't you want revenge? For decades, not a day has gone by that I haven't wanted justice for Huiying. Not a day that I haven't lived with this grief and rage. Not a day that I could let go of you, my sister, who understands nothing. Shi Xiaoying's frantic expression softened, replaced by a helpless confusion. Her eyes lost their fire. Iching portrayed this transition with breathtaking skill. In a dazed voice, she asked, have you seen Huiying? Where is she? Shi Sanson cried out in despair, sister. The scene ended, and the curtains closed to thunderous applause. Iching gently touched No Swang's arm, still lost in character. It's over, she reassured him. You did great. Suddenly, a single clap near the stage caught her attention. Director Wang, notoriously difficult to please, offered effusive praise. Excellent, excellent. So authentic. Just now, I didn't see an actress performing. You were Shi Xiaoying, the mother, driven to madness by the loss of her daughter. Right now, you're the best actress here. Not one of the best, the best. Iching stared, stunned and overjoyed by Director Wang's praise. I've seen your portfolio. You're 25, correct. Remarkable. Your acting is incredibly natural. You absolutely have the potential to win Best Actress. Iching bowed her head, thanking Director Wang. Excitement bubbled inside her. I did it. Later, backstage, Director Wang continued. Let's connect on WeChat. The host resumed the program. We invite a representative from each group to the stage. The directors will now cast their votes to select the best group to advance to Level A. The unselected group will automatically become a Level C group and face elimination. 2 of the 3 judges spoke, choosing Song Jia's group. The host, clearly surprised, fumbled slightly. We invite the 3 directors to present their S cards to the contestant they prefer. Directors, please make your selections. The 2 judges held up their cards for Song Jia. Only Yong Zhe held up his card for Trin Iching. A wave of murmurs and outraged cries erupted from the audience. How can this be? I don't accept this. Something's wrong. There's definitely a problem. The female judge beside Yong Zhe explained. Let me explain my reasoning. Trin Iching's group's acting skills were not bad. Their immersion into their roles was very good. However, the acting techniques of the 2 performers were too disparate, leading to a lack of harmony in their performance. She continued her critique. There were moments where Trin Iching's acting seemed unreal. Therefore, the overall result isn't as good as Song Jia's group. No Swang looked distraught. Iching, I'm so sorry. I let you down. Iching offered a comforting smile. Don't worry. Our performance was good. She remained optimistic. Even if we're eliminated, having Director Wang's recognition makes this trip worthwhile. The host spoke up. Congratulations to Song Jia's team for their complete victory. According to the rules, Trin Iching remains at level C. Director Wang raised his card. Trin Iching is level S. As Iching left the stage, fans surrounded her, chanting her name. Iching, you were amazing. I almost cried watching you. You're even more beautiful in person. I want to share my snacks with everyone. Iching smiled inwardly. These are all my fans. This move was a good one. She waved and smiled at them. Thank you for your support. Suddenly, the system's voice startled her. The plot has begun. Please complete the plot mission quickly. The plot has begun. Please complete the plot mission quickly. Urged by the system, Iching hurried away. I know. Tonight, there's a scene with Shi and her terrible mother. Aren't I already rushing to the villa? A sudden thought struck her. Wait a minute. Shi was kicked out. What about the plot now? The scene shifts. It's 3 a.m. at a hotel. Trin Iching lies sprawled on the bed, exhausted. I'm so tired, she groaned. But it's worth it to create good work, she muttered to herself. She rolled over, plugging her phone, missing several calls from Chi Wen-Yao. Unable to reach her, he sent a text message. What time are you coming home? Wanting to rest, Iching replied curtly. Filming ran late. The production team arranged a hotel nearby. Wen-Yao, sleep well. Love you. Meanwhile, at Chi Wen-Yao's house, Jingziking Sitom Oopsti Flustet. Chi Wen-Yao isn't here. Shi isn't here. Why are you rushing me back? She complained to the system. I want to go back to my room and play games. Suddenly, Shi appeared before her, calling out, Iching. Iching gasped in surprise. Shi, you're back. A flicker of apprehension ran through her. This was happening sooner than she expected. Without hesitation, Iching slipped into character, feigning annoyance. What are you doing back here? Stop dreaming about Chi Wen-Yao. You're not worthy of him. Shi offered a sardonic smile. I'm not worthy. I am Louli. You were born with a silver spoon in your mouth. But you've been clinging to Chi Wen-Yao since childhood. Does he even love you? Shi's voice rose to a shout. The one who's truly unworthy is you. Iching remained impassive, trying to assess the situation. According to the plot, we're supposed to argue now. Then I'm supposed to. Suddenly, the system prompt flashed. Push her. Iching felt a cold sweat break out. The thought of actually pushing someone terrified her. Her hand trembled as she extended it forward. The system, angered by her hesitation, displayed the script in red. Shi's words distort Trin Iching's face. Jingziking snap. Shi felt a surge of relief. Then the world tilted. She tumbled down the stairs, landing with a sickening thud on the first floor. Blood began to pool beneath her. Iching gritted her teeth as she read the description. No, she thought, I can't do this. This is attempted murder. I can't. While she hesitated, Shi lunged forward, grabbing her shoulder. Angry are you? She taunted. Who told you to be so unlikable? You can't even compare to someone as lowly as me. The system's voice echoed in her ear. Host, this is just a mission. Shi, you will be fine. As if on cue, Shi released her grip. Shi stumbled backward, then, with a calculated move, pitched herself over the railing. Iching stared in horrified disbelief. Tears welled in Shi's eyes, but they were filled with hatred. Iching watched, frozen, as Shi fell. I didn't touch her, she thought frantically. A moment later, a loud crash echoed through the house. Iching raced downstairs, calling out Shi's name in a panic. Shi lay motionless on the ground. What have I done? Iching thought, fear gripping her. Is she okay? She fumbled for her phone and dialed emergency services. She sank to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, Chi Wen-Yao appeared. He knelt beside Shi, his face etched with concern. A flicker of hope ignited in Iching's chest. He'll think I did it, she thought. He'll take her to the hospital and kick me out. But Chi Wen-Yao looked at her, his expression surprisingly gentle. Don't worry, he said, his voice firm. I'm here. The system's warning flashed. Host, the plot has deviated. Please correct immediately. He was rushed to the hospital. The doctor, after a brief examination, announced that she was going to be all right, but needed rest. As the doctor left, the room fell silent. Meng Jiao glared at Iching, her eyes blazing with fury. Trin Iching, she demanded, what did Shi ever do to you? How could you be so cruel? Suddenly, Shi stirred, murmuring Chi Wen-Yao's name. Meng Jiao looked startled, but Chi Wen-Yao, blinded by his concern for Shi, ignored her. You're awake, he said softly. I'm here. No one can hurt you now. Shi began to cry, pointing at Iching. She pushed me, she sobbed. She pushed me down the stairs. Iching stared, dumbfounded. What? I didn't push her. She fell on her own. Meng Jiao was incredulous. She pointed a furious finger at Iching. Don't lie. You, so innocent and kind. You've never told the truth. Would I risk my own life to frame you? How would you be so vicious? Qi Wenyao stepped forward, grabbing Meng Jiao's arm. His voice was tight with anger. Did you see her push Shuri? I'm warning you. If you lay a single finger on her, I won't let you get away with it. A wave of warmth washed over Iching. He hadn't even asked her side of the story. He'd instantly defended her. She gazed at his broad back, a blush creeping up her cheeks. Why does he trust me so blindly? She wondered. This infuriatingly noble man. Qi Wenyao, seemingly having heard her inner thoughts, chuckled softly. Just then, the system's warning flashed. Host, please control your emotions. The male lead belongs to the female lead. Do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards him. I don't. Iching mentally retorted. Qi Wenyao, his face serious once more, turned to Meng Jiao. There are security cameras in this villa, he stated. I'll prove Iching's innocence. On a large screen, the security footage replayed. It clearly showed Shuri falling down the stairs, entirely of her own volition. The evidence was irrefutable. Yet, Meng Jiao still refused to believe it. No, that's not possible. He wouldn't do that. She stammered. Qi Wenyao crossed his arms, his expression cold. Shuri deliberately pushed against Iching's shoulder, using the momentum to throw herself down the stairs. She risked her own life to frame Iching. Meng Jiao reeled back, covering her mouth as if to stifle a sob. Iching glanced at her, unsure what to make of her reaction. The system's voice blared. Error in the script. Please correct immediately. Error in the script. Please correct immediately. Script error reported. Don't play dead. Iching mentally snapped at the system. Didn't you see how suspicious Meng Jiao was just now? The system replied innocently. What can I do if the second male lead's character settings are broken? Iching was speechless. You. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down. Suddenly, something clicked. She glanced at Qi Wenyao. He was looking at her intently, his gaze soft. Iching quickly switched back into acting mode. She rushed towards him, throwing her arms around him and sobbing. Wenyao, it's all cleared up now. I was wrongly accused. He didn't resist, wrapping his arms around her and murmuring soothingly, I never doubted you. Iching's eyes widened. This dog of a man is actually hugging me. Is he taking advantage of the situation? She wrinkled her nose, trying to pull away, trying to run. Qi Wenyao asked, a playful glint in his eyes. Flustered, Iching tightened her grip around his neck. How could I? She said sweetly. I wish I could stay in your arms forever, Wenyao. Ugh, this is so nauseating, she thought. He seemed to hear her inner thoughts. Is that so? He asked. He leaned closer, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Then kiss me, he whispered in her ear. He held her tighter, preventing her escape. Kiss me, he urged again. Despite his outward confidence, Qi Wenyao thought to himself, this duplicitous woman. I don't believe she'll actually do it. Iching's face burned. This flirtatious dog, she thought furiously. Iching's lips pressed together, a flicker of calculation in her eyes. After a moment, she closed her eyes, her hands gripping his shirt tightly, and lightly kissed Qi Wenyao. His eyes widened in surprise. 25 years of eating sticky rice cakes, and he'd never been kissed like this. A wave of bewilderment washed over him. He stared at her, speechless. Finally, regaining his composure, he gently pushed Iching away. Without another word, Qi Wenyao practically fled the room, leaving a bewildered Iching standing alone. Was it just a little kiss? Couldn't he handle it? She wondered, dumbfounded. Outside the room, Qi Wenyao raised a hand to his lips, a strange warmth lingering there. This reckless, arrogant, fickle woman, how could I possibly like her? He mused. Meanwhile, Iching, seemingly unfazed, sat on the bed, scrolling through her phone. A message popped up from Q. I like someone, it read. Without a second thought, Iching replied, male or female. Handsome, pretty. A thrill of excitement coursed through her. I wonder what kind of person my cute little brother likes. What she didn't know was that Q, her daily gaming companion, was none other than Qi Wenyao. He typed back, female. Very beautiful, but I'm hesitant. She may or may not like me. Oblivious, Iching cheerfully encouraged him. Don't be shy. Pursue her. Be proactive, and you'll be together. Seeing her response, he quickly asked, how do I pursue her? Iching, ever the helpful older sister, offered her advice. Go for walks, have dinner, watch movies. I've never pursued anyone before, he confessed. Maybe you could find out her hobbies. If she likes gaming, that's great. In her eyes, there's only gaming. Anything related to games, she'll like. He simply replied, okay. The next morning, Iching stretched languidly as she descended the stairs, a smile playing on her lips. Sleeping in until I wake up naturally is so refreshing. But her smile faltered, her body stiffening as she saw Qi Wenyao, like some brooding deity, reading a newspaper on the sofa. Why is he still here? She wondered. He suddenly covered his mouth with his hand, feigning a cough. Are you free today? He asked casually. I'd like to invite you to a movie. Iching froze, a whirlwind of questions swirling in her mind. Is this a date? Wait, can I still go back? But not going back might be good. After all, I'm beautiful and rich. You idiot. She mentally berated herself. The following day, the room was unusually quiet. Jiang Na, noticing Iching grinning at her phone like a madwoman, asked, Iching, are you in a good mood today? Why are you smiling so much? Iching, still blushing from yesterday's date, playfully swatted Jiang Na. Are you done with your work? Why are you so concerned about these things? Just then, Meng Jiao appeared at the door. Seeing him, Iching sighed. He doesn't seem okay. She remembered the novel's description of Meng Jiao's career and personality, all revolving around Shi. His entire world, everything he was, revolved around Shi. His existence was solely to serve the main characters. Just like Iching herself, Jiang Na, looking at Meng Jiao with undisguised dislike, exclaimed, You Iching calmly cut her off. Jiang Na, please leave us. Now alone, the tension in the room thickened. Meng Jiao finally spoke. I want to ask you something. Was the recording real? Did Shuri fall because she was trying to harm you? Her face clouded with a melancholic expression as she looked at the gentleman before her. I have my own thoughts and my own world, she mused, but Meng Jiao. Suddenly, she realized something. The image he held of Shi and the way Iching herself had appeared were flawed. His trust had been broken. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, Actually, I insulted Shi first. I provoked her. She got angry and tried to push me, but she's so weak she lost her balance and fell. Hearing the answer he wanted, the image of the kind and gentle Shi resurfaced in Meng Jiao's mind. As if awakening from a trance, he exclaimed, You. Rage flared his eyes as he lunged forward, gripping Iching's arm tightly. It really was you. You hurt her. Fear flickered in Iching's eyes. Meng Jiao, please, she pleaded, her voice trembling. Can we just forget about this? She adopted a pitiful expression. If Qi Wenyao sides with Shi because of this, it won't be good for you either, right? The scene shifted to the hospital where Shi was recuperating. She startled as she sensed someone approaching. Meng Jiao stood silently in the doorway. In a soft voice, Shi called out to him. She tried to speak, to apologize. I'm sorry. Before she could finish, Meng Jiao rushed to her side, enveloping her in a tight embrace. It's my fault, he murmured. I should have protected you. Shi Yi's eyes widened in surprise, but she returned his embrace. Meng Jiao, she whispered, am I really that important to you? It doesn't matter what the truth is, she thought, a surge of emotion welling up within her. He's the first person to defend me. Meng Jiao gently caressed her face, his voice firm and resolute. Of course, I promised a long time ago that I would marry you. He paused, then continued, You're more important to me than anything. Tears welled up in Shi Yi's eyes. Following this scene, the system issued a notification. Shi Yi's favorability rating with Qi Wenyao decreased from 100 to 90. Qi Wenyao's favorability rating with Shi decreased by 5. Mission progress, 19%. Meanwhile, on their first date, Qi Wenyao and Iching were at the cinema. Looking around the empty theater, Iching asked, Did you rent out the whole place? He calmly pulled out a chair and sat down. Yes. If other people recognized me, it would be troublesome for you. A blush crept up Iching's cheeks. So thoughtful. This overbearing CEO, she thought, touched. An hour later, the movie began. Iching glanced sideways at Qi Wenyao, a flicker of disbelief in her eyes. He actually came to watch a serious movie like this. He suddenly turned to her and asked, What do you think? Iching nodded enthusiastically. It's great. Qi Wenyao, ever the straightforward man, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Of course you come to the cinema to watch a movie. What else would you do? Eat. Meanwhile, Iching was silently lamenting, When can I go home and play games? At the same time, in a luxurious restaurant, the film crew was having dinner together. Lin Gat raised his glass and said cheerfully to Iching, Congratulations on wrapping up filming. I hope we have the opportunity to work together again. Iching winked. The entertainment industry is small. I'm sure we will. She continued, a bright smile on her face. By the way, if you need any help with terminating your contract, just let me know. Being a freelance artist will be better for you. He nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the director looked towards I Ching and Shi Yi's seats, a worried expression on his face. Which idiot arranged the seating? Don't they know those two have a conflict? He thought anxiously. He quickly suggested to I Ching, would you like to switch seats with me? I Ching politely declined. Oh, no need. I'm very comfortable here. Faced with her refusal, the director, his face darkening with awkwardness, grabbed a salt shaker and liberally doused his food. Someone beside him, seeing this, kindly reminded him, Director Chow, you've put in too much salt. Meanwhile, across the table, I Ching, embarrassed, placed a hand on her forehead and turned away, thinking, if I get jealous enough to drug her, orchestrate a meeting between her and Meng Jiao at her room. And then Qi Wenyao catches them in the act. Well, I don't want to do it, but I have to be here to pull it off. Lost in these troubled thoughts, her eyes suddenly lit up as if she'd remembered something. She said cheerfully, System, I forgot to buy the anesthetic. Does that mean I don't have to do the mission? Still giddy with the thought of escaping her green tea fate, the system's cold voice informed her, Host, the anesthetic is already in your bag. Hearing this, she opened her bag and, sure enough, there was a small pink bottle inside. Dismayed, she complained to the system, there are so many people here, how am I supposed to drug her? It replied nonchalantly, the script requires that no one will see. Less than half an hour later, as if by magic, the anesthetic found its way into Shi Yi's water glass. I Ching, sitting beside her, not on a breadstick as if chewing on her own fate, her eyes wide with panic as she watched Shi innocently drain the fateful glass. In the blink of an eye, the drug took effect. Shi swayed as if seasick, her eyes unfocused, her steps unsteady as she stumbled outside like an actress playing a drunk scene. Once outside, she staggered and collapsed against a wall. Pulling out her phone, her fingers trembled as she dialed a number, looking like a warrior sending out a distress signal before falling in battle. It turned out she was calling Qi Wenyao. Her voice, sweet and soft as melting candy, whined, Wenyao, I'm drunk. Can you come and get me? I Ching, stealthily following, whispered cautiously, Sure, She frowned with worry. Will Qi Wenyao really come if Shi acts so coquettish? At this rate, it's basically impossible. But unexpectedly, Qi Wenyao's voice answered from the other end, giving an address that made I Ching's eyes widen in surprise. Sure, he was equally surprised. Even she hadn't expected him to come. Unable to hide her excitement, she clutched the phone, chattering like a bird in springtime. Wenyao, I knew it. You like me. I Ching, standing right beside her, listened to every word. She wasn't happy or sad. She didn't even know what to feel. She just silently watched Shi play out her little drama. Suddenly, Shi Yi's eyes glazed over. She only managed to say, before collapsing unconscious. I Ching rushed to her side, calling her name in alarm. The scene shifted to room 1584. Standing outside were I Ching and Meng Jiao. She handed him the key card and pointed inside, saying, Sure, E is in there. After Meng Jiao went inside, she remained outside, her hand covering her mouth as she thought, I brought Sure E to this room and called Meng Jiao here. Sure, E called Qi Wenyao. Meng Jiao will run into him. Lost in thought, she suddenly froze, hearing the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Turning, she saw Qi Wenyao rushing towards her, breathless. Seeing his worried expression for another woman, she thought sadly, so Qi Wenyao still isn't at ease about Shi and came looking for her. Is this the halo of the female lead? She began to massage her temples, try to gather her wits and calm down. After a few seconds of self-soothing, she took a deep breath and patted her cheeks as if rebooting her brain, preparing to continue her battle with this chaotic reality. I Ching, quickly switching into acting mode, pointed towards the room. Wenyao, you're finally here. Go and see for yourself. Sure, he doesn't care about you at all. But before she could finish, Qi Wenyao strode past her and grasped her arm. He leaned in close, sniffing the air. Have you been drinking? He asked, his voice tight with anger. I Ching bristled. So what if I have? A flicker of anxiety crossed her face. Did I say something I shouldn't have in front of this jerk last time I was drinking? He released her arm abruptly, as if answering her unspoken question. You said you didn't love me, he stated flatly. That all these years have been a lie. I Ching stared at him, stunned. His words left her speechless. Did I accidentally say what I was thinking out loud? Instantly, she adopted a pitiful expression. Wenyao, that's not funny. How could I not love you? Inwardly, she wondered if she'd be struck by lightning for such a blatant lie. Turning on the waterworks, she dabbed at her eyes with trembling fingers. You're the only one I love in this world. I wouldn't want to live without you. You know, ever since I can remember, you've been in my world. My world has only ever been you. An image of a prince and princess flashed through her mind. Throwing all shame aside, she flung herself at him. I probably live for you in this life, she declared dramatically. Not bad for me. A future best actress and genius of love, she thought smugly. Qi Wenyao, utterly speechless, wondered how he could ever have fallen for her. Deciding to cut off her theatrical pronouncements, he pulled her into an embrace. Then he kissed her. Iching's eyes widened in shock. Caught off guard by the intensity of the kiss, she didn't push him away. Suddenly, the system flashed red. Warning, warning, warning. The alert jolted her back to reality. She shoved him away and fled, calling back, I'm going ahead. As she ran, the system continued its relentless warnings. Checking host violation, issuing warning. Iching rubbed at the lingering sensation of his kiss on her lips. He started it. She thought defensively. The system was having none of it. Answer me truthfully, host. Have you developed feelings for Qi Wenyao? Don't say I didn't warn you. If the female supporting character ascends, the consequences for the novel's world will be catastrophic and unpredictable. Many characters exist solely because of the male and female lead's relationship. The female lead will be severely affected. Iching's eyes began to well up. The system pressed on. In short, I've said what needs to be said. Host, please understand. Iching remained silent, continuing her flight. Meanwhile, in a humorous aside, Iching's love strategists were having a lively discussion. The person I like doesn't seem to like me back, one lamented. They're always laughing and talking with other men. This is clearly a scumbag woman. Another chimed in. She's flirting with you while stringing along another man. Little brother, listen to me. Stay away from her and be yourself. Another voice quickly countered. No, maybe I'm just expressing myself poorly. She's just talking normally to him. I was there, and there wasn't any flirting. She's a good person. Iching, enraged, ripped up a picture of herself. Stop the damage. You're clearly being played. She yelled at her imaginary advisors. Little brother, do you even know what a sea king is? Iching's face paled as she slammed her hand down on a photograph. It's someone who seduces people of the opposite sex, defrauding them of their money and their feelings. She continued her impassioned plea. Little brother, snap out of it. Remember what you used to be like. A handsome, cool, studious younger brother. Whoever she loves, just forget about dating. Come play games instead. The young man propped his chin on his hand, staring out the window, a picture of dejection. Iching, it seemed, had absolutely no real-world dating experience herself, relying entirely on random bits of information gleaned from who knows where to dispense her questionable advice. Iching, yawning widely, descended the stairs. If she couldn't figure something out, she decided she simply wouldn't think about it anymore. Romance, after all, could hardly compare to the thrill of gaming. Iching, you're up already. A voice called from below. Iching's eyes widened in surprise. She saw a beautiful woman with a stylish haircut sitting beside Qi Wenyao's father. It was Xiao Keiyu, Qi Wenyao's stepmother. Xiao Keiyu greeted her warmly. Iching, you're looking more beautiful every day. You grew up with Wenyao, almost like siblings. Wenyao is lucky to have such a good little sister. As his mother, it makes me very happy. Looking at the elegant woman before her, Iching quickly recalled the details from the novel. Xiao Keiyu had become Mrs. Qi shortly after Qi Wenyao's mother passed away. She'd always been kind to Qi Wenyao, even agreeing with old Mrs. Qi that she wouldn't have any children of her own. Iching remembered clearly that Qi Wenyao suspected Xiao Keiyu was involved in his mother's death, but he lacked the evidence to prove it. He could only tolerate her continued presence in the Qi household, never showing her any genuine warmth or affection. The more Iching thought, the more panicked she became. Wait a minute, I know Xiao Keiyu is Shi Yi's helper, but why is she here now? The novel said they met when the Qi family returned from abroad, and sure, Yi was pushed to the ground by someone. Sure, Yi helped them, and that's how they met. But what's going on now? The plot is ahead of itself. Glancing at the two of them, who looked for all the world like a real mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Iching grew even more suspicious. This shouldn't be happening yet. She's not supposed to have met Shi. While she was still lost in thought, the system's cold voice jolted her back to reality. Host, please make every effort to follow the script and handle the situation appropriately. Iching quickly regained her composure and approached them with a bright smile. What? I like Wenyao, but not as a brother. She guessed that Xiao Keiyu was trying to clarify the relationship between her and Qi Wenyao. The atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, Qi Wenyao appeared. He frowned, his voice laced with annoyance. What are you doing here? Xiao Keiyu stood up and gestured towards Shi. This is sure E. I heard you two know each other, and that you're quite close. She even stayed with you for a while. Qi Wenyao's brow furrowed, a wave of helplessness washing over him. He spoke coldly, you know what you did. I hope you can handle this yourself. Sure Yi's eyes widened in shock, tears welling up. Sure Yi burst into tears, leaving I Ching utterly bewildered. She's crying. What do I do? I'm definitely going to hell, aren't I, system? I Ching watched Sure Yi's heartbroken sobs, a sudden realization dawning on her. The system said changes in emotional trajectories would impact the world. Did they become like this because I developed feelings for Qi Wenyao? Suddenly, Sure Yi froze. Peeking through her fingers, her eyes widened with fury. You stole everything from me, Cheng I Ching. You're so smug, aren't you? I Ching, too, realized the deviation in Sure Yi's character. This outburst of raw, unadulterated rage wasn't right. Should I say something? Try to fix this. While she hesitated, unsure how to react, Sure Yi lost control completely, lunging at her and grabbing her throat. You should die. Shi shiriekit, tiktening hergurip. I Ching, caught completely off guard, could only stare back, stunned. A searing pain shot through her head. Squeezing her eyes shut, she managed to choke out a few words. Qi Wenyao. Qi Wenyao, hearing the commotion, rushed over. He shoved Sure Yi away, his face a mask of cold fury. At the same time, the system's warnings blared in I Ching's mind. Warning: serious misunderstanding between novel characters. Host, please modify the female lead settings. Gasping for breath, tears streaming down her face, I Ching clung to Qi Wenyao. He gently cupped her face, his voice filled with concern. Are you all right? But I Ching couldn't answer. The system's relentless warnings were deafening. My head is splitting. The mechanical voice continued its insistent barrage. Warning: modify female lead settings. Warning: serious misunderstanding between novel characters. Host, please modify the female lead settings. As I Ching struggled to process the chaotic scene, Sure Yi sat huddled on the floor, a sinister smile twisting her lips. The gentle Sure Yi of before was gone. The scene shifted to a sterile, unwelcome place, the hospital. Chung I Ching lay unconscious in a hospital bed. After a thorough examination, the doctor announced, she's fine physically. It appears to be a stress-induced episode brought on by extreme fear. She can go home when she wakes up. Xiao Keiyu quickly thanked the doctor. As soon as the doctor left, the accusations began. How could you hurt Sure Yi's feelings like that? Xiao Keiyu demanded, her voice tight with anger. Have you no conscience? The raised voices stirred I Ching. She slowly opened her eyes, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. Outside, Xiao Keiyu's furious voice continued to berate Qi Wenyao. What kind of spell did Chung I Ching cast on you? You've lost all sense of basic human decency. Qi Wenyao bristled at the accusation. He shrugged off Xiao Keiyu's grip, his voice laced with icy contempt. Human decency? Did you have any when you forced my mother to her death? Xiao Keiyu's putret Qi Wenyao. He smirked, placing a hand over his heart. Feeling guilty now? You and my father were already together before my mother died. You might have fooled everyone else, but you didn't fool me. I Ching watched them from the bed, her mind racing. The novel had only mentioned Qi Wenyao's strained relationship with his father and stepmother. It was Sure Yi who supposedly softened his heart, leading him to finally call Xiao Keiyu mother and bringing the family together in blissful harmony. A wave of sadness washed over her. From the detached perspective of an outside observer, it had all seemed so simple. But now, witnessing the raw pain firsthand, she realized how deep the wounds ran. How could such intense resentment simply vanish? Looking at the tormented man before her, she thought, Qi Wenyao must be hurting so much. After some time, the argument subsided, and Qi Wenyao entered the room. Seeing her sitting up, he asked quietly, you heard everything. I Ching nodded silently. Qi Wenyao sat down beside her, clenching his fists. His voice was heavy with sadness. Do you also think I should just let it go? Make peace with him? His back radiated loneliness. He continued, his voice low. Even my grandmother, who always protected me, told me to let go of what happened, to try and accept Xiao Keiyu. She said she's not a bad person. His composure cracked, his voice trembling. How can I let it go? How am I supposed to just let it go? I Ching looked at him, her heart aching with sympathy. Without a word, she reached out and gently embraced him from behind. Resting her head against his back, she murmured, it's your choice. No one can tell you what to do. He stiffened in surprise at her sudden embrace. The moment hung heavy with unspoken emotion. In that instant, Iching's sincerity was absolute. Softly, she said, "Whatever you decide, I'll support you." After recovering, Iching returned to the set. Jianya, her makeup artist, fussed over her voice laced with concern. "Iching, with your current condition, you could easily ask Director Wong for time off. Why come back so soon?" Iching looked up, a bright smile gracing her features. "This is a competition. I can't let my team down. Compared to this small injury, responsibility and honor are more important." Suddenly, Jianya gasped, remembering something. "Oh right, Iching, have you heard about Shi-E?" Iching paused, rubbing her shoulder. "What about her?" she asked, turning slightly. Jianya frowned. She attacked her mother, really brutally, showed no mercy at all. And the strangest thing is, she disappeared the next day. Iching's eyes widened in disbelief. The system, Shi-E is supposed to be the kindest, most virtuous character in this whole book. What's going on? System, don't play dead. But despite her increasingly frantic calls, only silence answered. System, open the novel I embraced Qi Wenyao. Shi-E is missing. The image of her embracing Qi Wenyao flashed through her mind, and a wave of sadness washed over her. If the system is gone, does that mean I don't have to stay in this world anymore? Where is she now? Shi-E's character has completely collapsed. Jianya's voice broke through her thoughts. "This magazine cover is from Gwyn, Kentucky. They said the magazine really liked you. The theme is angel and devil. There will be another actress working with you." Iching turned, curiosity piqued. "Is it the fashion magazine that Meng Jiao single-handedly carries?" As she pondered this, a voice called out from the distance. "Iching, over here." Standing before her were Shi-E and Meng Jiao. The air crackled with tension. Shi-E extended her hand, feigning a cheerful greeting. "Long time no see, Chung." Iching's grip tightened. "Long time no see, indeed," she replied coolly. Shi-E continued, her voice saccharine. "It's an honor to collaborate with such a renowned actress like you." Gu Jia, sensing the tension, quickly pulled Iching aside. "I'll take Iching to get her makeup done now." Shi-E watched them go, a cunning glint in her eyes. Suddenly, Meng Jiao called out, Sure. He placed a hand on her shoulder. "Go get changed. Leave the rest to me." Gu Jia, worried, leaned in and whispered to Iching, "Who are you going to choose? Shi-E or CEO Meng?" Iching shrugged, indifferent. "It doesn't matter. I've already signed the contract, so I'll stick with it." Moments later, Gu Jia stared in stunned silence at Iching's outfit. The black dress, tattered and shredded at the bottom like a fishing net, was utterly appalling. And the shoes weren't much better, battered and scuffed. Gu Jia, her stylist, gasped in horror. "Good heavens, what is this outfit? This is sabotage." Gu Jia hissed, furious. But Iching remained calm. "It's all right," she said brightly. "I'm here now. Let's just get the shoot done." Gu Jia couldn't contain her indignation. She grabbed Iching's arm, pulling her away. "Iching, we can't let them treat you like this. We're not shooting." Iching sighed softly, placing a calming hand on Gu Jia's arm. "Gu Jia." She held her stylist's arm firmly, explaining her reasoning in a low voice. "Just listen to me." Finally, the shoot began. The director, seemingly satisfied, called out, "Okay, just like that." Shi-E, dressed in a flowing, angelic white gown, her face a picture of innocence and purity, held a long chain. At the other end, Iching knelt on the cold floor. Though her costume was clearly inferior, her expression, her bearing, utterly outshone Shi-E. The director hurried over to Shi-E, fawning. "Miss Shi, is everything to your liking?" Seizing the opportunity, Shi-E pointed. "Director, there's a stray hair. We need to fix it and reshoot." Eager to please Meng Jiao, the investor, the director readily agreed. Iching saw right through Shi-Yi's charade. She remained silent, watching the drama unfold. Shi-E turned to her, feigning concern. "Iching, kneeling must be so tiring. I'm so sorry you have to do it again. But with your outfit, well, it doesn't really matter if you get a little dirty, does it?" Iching stared, momentarily taken aback by Shi-Yi's blatant insincerity. She stood, rubbing her arm. "Photography is about expression, not the extravagance of the clothes," she retorted. Something feels off, she thought. Isn't the female lead supposed to be gentle and fragile? After the shoot, despite being ostracized, Iching was fussed over by Jianya and Gu Jia. Shi-E, watching from afar, seethed with jealousy. She glared at Iching's entourage, resentment simmering within her. Chung Iching, just a minor obstacle. Surrounded by her own admirers, Shi-E basked in the attention, her face alight with smug satisfaction. Meanwhile, back on the film set, Iching, resplendent in elaborate period costume, moved with practiced grace. Her acting was becoming increasingly polished. After the scene, the costume crew swarmed around her, showering her with praise. "Iching, you're magnificent. We shot this scene a dozen times, but this take was perfect. It's definitely a keeper." Iching frowned, letting out a long, weary sigh. "I hope so." But the director's voice cut through the air, sharp with displeasure. The angle was slightly off. "Take a break, and we'll reshoot." Iching, ever the professional, simply nodded. "All right." Iching drained her water glass, exhaustion etched on her face. Jianya watched her with concern. Iching always strives for perfection, but the camera angle was fine. Why is the director making things so difficult for her? Finally, the shoot wrapped, and they were free to leave. As they walked, Iching spotted a sleek black car parked by the curb. She recognized it instantly as Chi Wenyao's. A flush of excitement colored her cheeks. "Jianya," she said, turning to her assistant, "you go ahead. Uncle Wong can take you home." She followed Chi Wenyao into an opulent restaurant, her eyes wide with surprise. "Is this really necessary for just a meal?" He reached for her hand, and Iching, her eyes sparkling, exclaimed, "Wenyao, you're being awfully chivalrous today." He finally took her wrist and led her forward. He walked ahead, his cool reply of no to her comment about his uncharacteristic chivalry, leaving her speechless and surprised. The table was impeccably set. There were 3 shrimp dishes, a bottle of romantic-looking wine, roses, and flickering candles. Iching surveyed the scene, breaking out in a nervous sweat. She dabbed her face with a napkin, trying to compose herself. She glanced at Chi Wenyao. He looked serious and incredibly handsome. So romantic, she thought. This man is going to confess. She ate, practically drooling, her mind racing. How do I let him down gently without ruining the mood? As if reading her mind, his expression shifted. "Iching," he said, his voice drawing her back to reality. She jumped, startled, and quickly raised her glass. "Wenyao, to you." After this glass, she thought, "We'll be friends for life." Chi Wenyao's face darkened. He set his glass down hard, the clink echoing in the sudden silence. "Aren't you hungry?" he asked, his voice cold. "Try the food. This restaurant is quite good." At the next table, a couple held hands, whispering sweet nothings. Back at their table, Chi Wenyao was at a loss for words as Iching focused intently on her food, shoveling it in. At the other table, fingers intertwined, inseparable. At theirs, the atmosphere was stiff and awkward, like 2 students in detention. Finally, the meal ended. Chi Wenyao drove her home. Iching breathed a sigh of relief as she sank into the car seat. That was close. Hopefully, tomorrow will be less eventful. A wave of melancholy washed over her. What if he had confessed? What would I have said? Exhausted, she drifted off to sleep. Chi Wenyao, equally speechless, glanced over at her. He looked at her tenderly. She slept soundly, beautiful as an angel. "If you don't accept me now," he thought, "I'll wait until you do." They arrived back at the villa quickly. Chi Wenyao carefully carried her inside and up to her room. He gently placed her on the bed. After he left, her eyes snapped open, wide with surprise. The image of him carrying her replayed in her mind. Sleep was now impossible. The door clicked shut. Suddenly, Chi Wenyao's phone buzzed with a new message. He frowned as he checked it. Isn't she asleep? It was from Iching. "Busy. Want to chat?" He maintained his online persona, Q, and replied, "What's up?" Almost instantly, she responded, "I think I'm falling for someone I shouldn't. It's not going to work out. I know I shouldn't have these feelings, but, you know." He typed back, curious. "Why won't it work out?" She seemed to have a lot on her mind. Well, she replied, "It's like, I'm just a side character in a novel, and I've fallen for the male lead. But it's his destiny to be with the female lead. His fate is predetermined. It can't be changed. We have no future. Liking him is just asking for trouble. I'm trying to control my feelings. The world is so vast, so many handsome guys. Why should I cling to one who's unavailable, right?" Chi Wenyao, reading this, scowled, his hands tightening around his phone. Meanwhile, Iching sat curled up on her bed, a melancholic sigh escaping her lips. Even though I say that, she thought, if someone were to tell me not to be cowardly, if I want him, I should just go for it. Suddenly, a sharp reply popped up on her screen. Right? What's right? Reality isn't so black and white. Supporting female, male lead, you've read too many novels. Have you even asked him? Gotten his permission? If not, who are these parents to arrange his life? Chi Wenyao's words practically vibrated with intensity. I-Ching blinked, taken aback by his vehemence. Hey, I was just using an example. Why so serious? She typed back, confused. Qi Wenyao took a deep breath, regaining his composure. No, it's nothing. I just hate having my life arranged for me, he replied. I-Ching, feeling a sense of camaraderie, responded, I get it. It's not easy. You should fight back. Don't let others control your life. Abruptly, he sent another message. I'll take charge of my own life. What about you? I-Ching's eyes widened in surprise. After a moment of hesitation, she typed me. Of course, I will too. The next morning, just as dawn broke, I-Ching's phone rang. Half asleep, she answered, hello. Grandma Qi's worried voice filled the line. I-Ching, dear, I heard you were on your way. It's almost noon. Where are you? I-Ching mumbled incoherently, still lost in the fog of sleep. Suddenly, she jolted awake, realizing the implications. What? Grandma Qi, we're leaving right now. Staring at her phone, she groaned. The system's gone again. I completely forgot about the mission. She remembered this part of the plot. This visit home was supposed to end with the elders pushing for her engagement to Qi Wenyao. His refusal would cause a huge fight, leading to Grandma Qi's hospitalization. Later that day, the whole family was gathered, the atmosphere seemingly cheerful. Only I-Ching fidgeted nervously, picking at her food while observing everyone. Maybe, she thought hopefully, the plot has changed. The system's not here. Maybe I can deviate from the script. Grandma Qi clasped her hands together, beaming. I've called everyone here today for an important announcement. Wenyao, I-Ching, you two are childhood sweethearts. Your feelings for each other run deep. It's time we discussed marriage. Xiao Keiyu's face immediately fell. Mother, that's not appropriate, she blurted out. I heard Wenyao already has a girlfriend. It's not I-Ching. I-Ching's chopsticks clattered to the floor. Grandpa Qi slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. What? He has a girlfriend. Xiao Keiyu, seemingly unable to stop herself, continued. Yes, her name is Shi. I've met her. She's a lovely girl, an artist at Wenyao's company. Inwardly, she wondered why she couldn't seem to control her own words. Grandpa Qi's face turned red with rage. Speak up, boy, he roared, his voice booming through the house, startling even the family pets. A heavy silence descended. I-Ching glanced at Qi Wenyao, wondering if the script was still playing out. He frowned, turning towards her, but she had already lowered her head, a wave of sadness washing over her. Suddenly, he addressed everyone. It's true, I have a girlfriend. As he spoke, he placed his arm around I-Ching's shoulders, not Shi Yi's, leaving her utterly stunned. His unexpected action left the entire Chung family speechless. Even Grandma Qi was momentarily dumbfounded. I-Ching's mind reeled. Did I just hear that correctly? She wondered, still processing the first surprise when another followed. Qi Wenyao abruptly knelt before her. He opened a small box, revealing a sparkling diamond ring. With a sincere expression, he asked, will you be my girlfriend? I-Ching gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. Is that a diamond ring? She thought awestruck. She recalled its exorbitant price. Isn't this the diamond ring that was bought by a mysterious businessman for 16.3 million? I-Ching's thoughts, up until this point, had been fixated on the material value. No girl could refuse such an extravagant diamond ring, she mused. Qi Wenyao, overhearing her inner monologue, scowled. So, my charm is less than a diamond ring, he thought, feeling a pang of annoyance. After a moment of hesitation, she extended her hand. Silently, Qi Wenyao began to slide the ring onto her finger, but it wouldn't go on. He pushed, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Why won't it fit? He wondered, perplexed by the resistance. Finally, perhaps moved by his sincerity, the invisible barrier seemed to give way, and the ring slipped onto I-Ching's finger. Her eyes sparkled with emotion. It's so heavy, she thought, this sweet burden of responsibility. I like it. While I-Ching was still admiring the ring, Qi Wenyao turned to his grandmother, already making plans. Grandma, I'll leave the engagement party arrangements to you. If you get tired, please let me know. It was only then that I-Ching noticed something odd. Is the sky brighter than it was just a moment ago? After a period of dormancy, the system finally returned, more powerful than before. System upgrade complete, it announced, detecting significant fluctuations in the host's emotional state. Its tone was cold and impersonal. The host is reminded to remain focused on the mission. An image of I-Ching sitting at her computer flashed before her eyes. The system then conjured an image of her sister. Does the host intend to abandon her sister and remain in this fictional world? It prompted a subtle psychological tactic. I-Ching jolted, the reminder hitting her like a splash of cold water. I've been in this world for so long, she realized. I've almost forgotten my original purpose. I'm supposed to be trying to get back to reality. The system continued its gentle prodding. The host should focus on completing the mission. Cease fantasizing about what does not belong to you. Facing the consequences of your actions is the best course of action. I Ching's face darkened at these words. Grandma Chi, noticing her distress, rushed to her side. I Ching, dear, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I Ching frowned, struggling to speak. She began, before collapsing to the floor. Her pale face sent a wave of panic through the room. I Ching, they cried. After a quick examination, the doctor removed his stethoscope. For now, Miss Cheng's health seems stable, he announced calmly. He continued, it's likely she fainted due to a combination of fatigue and stress. If you're concerned, you can take her to the hospital for a more thorough checkup. Qi Wenyao reassured I Ching's grandparents. Grandpa, Grandma, why don't you two go and rest? I'll take care of I Ching. He then turned to the doctor, a question in his eyes. Dr. Zhou, today wasn't scheduled for my grandmother's checkup. Why are you here? The doctor stammered, I must have gotten the dates mixed up. Dr. Zhou was bewildered. He couldn't shake the feeling that someone in the Qi family was supposed to have a sudden heart attack today. His thoughts were interrupted when Qi Wenyao noticed a book lying on the table. Intrigued, he picked it up. The title read, The Principles of a Female Side Character. Qi Wenyao quickly flipped through the pages, finding strange entries within. Xie Jiaxiang, sour and petty, one read. Another, the fashion merchant, Shi Yi, loves Qi Wenyao. Meng Jiao has a younger brother who skipped school. After being reprimanded by a teacher, he retaliated physically. The school is now demanding his expulsion. He frowned, confused. Why would I Ching write such things? She had always talked about novels, about male leads and female side characters. A dawning realization crept over him. He grabbed his phone and reread their previous text messages. I Ching's examples weren't random. They were specific. Qi Wenyao finally understood. This world was a novel. A tremor ran through him. It was absurd. He rubbed his temples, then called his assistant. Assistant Liu, investigate Shi Yi's younger brother. I want to know everything about his behavior at school. The obedient voice on the other end replied, Yes, sir. Having arranged everything, he glanced anxiously at I Ching, who remained unconscious. Her pale face twisted his heart with worry. Meanwhile, I Ching found herself in another world. Looking around, she asked, Where am I? In the distance, she saw a faint light. There's a light over there, she murmured. She walked towards it, calling out, Who's there? In a hazy light, the image of her sister appeared. Overjoyed, she cried out, Sister. Her sister reached out to her. I Ching stared in astonishment. Are we going back to reality? She wondered. She stretched out her hand in return. Just as she was about to touch her sister, a voice called out from behind her, I Ching. Turning around, she saw her grandfather and Qi Wenyao. He too reached out to her. I Ching, come here, he said gently. Hesitantly, she turned back towards them, a joyful expression spreading across her face. Wenyao, she exclaimed. Some things never change. Just as she was about to question the strange scene, a ringing phone jolted her awake. I Ching sat up, gasping for breath, disoriented. Beside her, Qi Wenyao was still on the phone. Yes, I understand, he said, his voice serious. Keep a close watch, he instructed. Report anything unusual to me immediately. He hung up and rushed to her side. I Ching, you're awake. How are you feeling? She managed a weak smile. I'm fine, Wenyao, she replied. Suddenly, she noticed her book and started to speak, but Qi Wenyao cut her off, his voice calm and reassuring. Just rest. Don't worry about that silly novel now. Principles of a Female Side Character, huh? You took that quite seriously, I see. He turned to leave. I'll tell your grandparents you're awake. They've been very worried. But inwardly, he was still troubled. Shi Yi's brother hasn't skipped school and hasn't assaulted any teachers, he thought. What do those things you wrote actually mean, I Ching? Short scene. I Ching, dressed beautifully, waves goodbye to Wenyao. I'm off to the film set. She chirps. The next day, she's full of energy again. Wenyao, I'm heading to the set. Another day, she applies her makeup early. Wenyao, I have a business event today. I'll be out for a while. His face darkened. Always so busy, he muttered, ignoring a call from Gwen Van Pham. He was in no mood for distractions. He scowled at advertisements, dismissing them with a wave of his hand. Too cheap, he declared, his mood soured by I Ching's apparent lack of interest. He swept aside proposals for major collaborations. This cover is ridiculous, he grumbled. This film is no good, he continued, rejecting project after project. His assistant, watching with growing concern, finally spoke up. "Mr. Chi, this is a major production." He cut her off with a frown. "Too far away," he stated flatly. The assistant was speechless. That's his reason, she thought incredulously. Suddenly, he turned to her, a stack of documents in hand. His voice softened. "These are resources for a major production and a high-profile brand. See if any of these are suitable for her." The assistant, overwhelmed by his generosity, thought, "Is this what it's like when a tycoon uses his wealth to support a rising star?" She sat down in a corner, reading through the proposals and wondering, does being an actress really have any meaning? Jiangya, sitting beside her, looked up from her phone excitedly. "Di Ting, you're trending again." Cheng Yiting looked up, curious. "What is it this time?" she asked. Jiangya grinned, showing her the phone. "The show from last time aired, and the internet is full of praise for you." Every comment was overwhelmingly positive. Cheng Yiting's fairy-like appearance. One read, "Cheng Yiting's divine acting skills," exclaimed another. Jiangya excitedly described how music apps and websites were filled with clips of her performance. "OMG, I've seen a real fairy." One comment gushed, "Ah, Di Ting has descended to earth. So beautiful." Another declared, "I'm in love, in love, in love." Who would have thought that this fairy was originally a middle-aged woman over 40? Someone mused, "With this face-changing technology, who dares to criticize Di Ting's acting? Just show them the before and after pictures." Viangya, Beaming, Grabitchink, Yiting's Hand. "Di Ting, you finally made it." Their celebration was interrupted by a ringing phone. It was Grandma Chi. As soon as Cheng Yiting answered, the worried voice on the other end exclaimed, "Di Ting, I saw your show. That work is too dangerous." Cheng Yiting quickly reassured her. "Grandma Chi, it's not dangerous. There are a lot of safety measures in place." Grandpa Cheng, who was nearby, chimed in, demanding to know who the director was and how dare he put their Di Ting in such a situation. Cheng Yiting, exasperated, explained, "Grandpa Wang, the director was just trying to help me deliver the best performance." She spent the next few minutes patiently explaining the filmmaking process to the two worried elders. Cheng Yiting, her face slightly pale, was speechless. The love of elders is truly overwhelming, she thought. Suddenly filled with a renewed sense of determination, she immersed herself in her script. The upcoming project was a remake of a classic from 20 years ago. The character she was playing was originally a beautiful, tearful damsel, the modern equivalent of a manipulative green tea girl. She was delighted. "So many people already love me," she thought. This classic work, combined with director Wang's vision, is a recipe for success. Cheng Yiting clenched her fists, her eyes shining with resolve. "As a professional actress, how can I be hindered by a green tea character?" she declared. "All challenges before my exceptional acting skills are mere paper tigers." On the film set, everything was meticulously prepared. Cheng Yiting, dressed in her costume, emerged with a cheerful smile. The crew greeted her enthusiastically. "Di Ting, don't forget to sign my autograph later." One called out. She readily agreed. "Of course." Another rushed forward. "An autograph isn't enough. I want a picture too." Suddenly, Shi, dressed in a delicate silk cheongsam, descended the staircase. She called out sweetly to Cheng Yiting, who stared in surprise. "What are you doing here?" she asked, bewildered. Shi, feigning innocence, approached with outstretched hands. "Congratulations," she chirped. Cheng Yiting responded with a cool indifference. "No need for that," she muttered, summoning the system. "System, what's going on?" The original plot only summarized this part. "I don't remember being here." The system responded calmly, checking, "Please wait." Beaming, turned back to Cheng Yiting. "I'm an extra in this scene," she explained. "We have quite a few lines together." The system's voice reappeared. Yi's appearance here is independent action. Yi, continuing her charade of friendliness, suggested, "Yiting, we're about to film. Why don't we rehearse?" Cheng Yiting turned away, refusing point blank. "No need." The system, sounding concerned, alerted her. "An unusual energy wave has been detected around Yi. Investigate the cause." Cheng Yiting snapped. "How am I supposed to do that?" Crack open her skull. Panic began to rise. Yi's character has changed, she thought. She's not the gentle, kind heroine anymore. She's powerful. I can feel it pressing down on me. Just then, Director Wang approached, waving. "Yiting, we're all set on my end. Any thoughts on the shoot?" Startled, she responded, Director Wong. The two quickly delved into a discussion about the script. My thinking is, in the original work, this character dies, right? Changing that could throw the whole story off. It's better to stick to the source material, but focus on the character's nuances, surpassing the original actress. Director Wong, listening intently, nodded in agreement. She continued, there's a slapping scene. I don't think we need to do it for real. It could affect later scenes. Director Wong, unmoved, replied firmly, Ting, I have faith in your abilities. Suddenly, Shi appeared, a smirk playing on her lips. Ting, you always insisted on realism before. Why are you suddenly trying to slack off with Director Wong? Slapping scenes have to be real. It's method acting, isn't it? Turning to the director, she added sweetly, Director Wong, I don't have much experience with fake slaps and want a tight schedule. A real slap would save time. Ting immediately recognized Yi's manipulative tactics. So petty, she thought, scowling. Useless, Director Wong. Before she could finish the thought, Director Wong responded, if that's the case, let's do it for real. Ting stared dumbfounded. He added, as if offering comfort, Ting, an actress can't complain about these things. You need to adapt. Yi looked triumphant, leaving Ting speechless. Is this the heroine's halo? She fumed silently. Short scene. A student brought her idol to meet Ting. Sister Ting, thank you for your help. I know you like Su Kun. Su Kun, dazzlingly handsome, the very image of the beautiful man she'd always dreamed of, removed his glasses and greeted her politely. Hello, Sister Ting. Ting's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes sparkled as she nodded enthusiastically. Yes, she stammered, internally screaming, oh my god, Su Kun is so handsome. Later, at dinner with the group, she spotted Chi Wen-yao and her good mood evaporated. What's he doing here? She wondered, irritated. Chi Wen-yao, smugly, thought to himself, so, Ting likes this type. Shallow woman, she muttered under her breath. What kind of devilish arrangement is this? Not only am I not worthy to sit next to Su Kun, I'm not even worthy to look at him. Dejected, she put down her chopsticks. Chi Wen-yao, noticing this, asked, are you full already? She replied coldly, I'm full. Hearing this, Chi Wen-yao, seemingly pleased, declared, let's go home then. The two male celebrities watched them leave, Lian-si murmuring to Su Kun, Sheng Yu CEO, and Ting. Are they that kind of relationship? Su Kun, equally stunned, thought, am I witnessing some major gossip unfold? Finally, the director yelled, cut. Ting, her face throbbing, pressed an ice pack to her cheek. I turned my head, but I still couldn't avoid it, she thought ruefully. At least she didn't deliberately try for a second take. Suddenly, the system's voice alerted her, detecting imminent intrusion into the script. Host, please prepare. Confused, she muttered, huh? What script? Before she could process the system's warning, a loud voice erupted from outside the set. Where's Shi? Cat Hong stormed onto the set, ranting, you damn girl, get out here. Others tried to intervene. Excuse me, unauthorized personnel aren't allowed on set. Cat Hong bellowed, don't stop me. I'm Yi's mother. Ting, observing from the sidelines, wondered what's going on. Her son caused trouble at school, someone whispered. Ting realized this incident with Cat Hong demanding money from Shi was supposed to happen a week later at the company. This was a forced acceleration of the plot. As the tension escalated, a kind-hearted fellow actor approached Cat Hong. Is Shi your daughter? Ting, watching Shi, recalled hearing that Shi had once hit Cat Hong. Now, Shi no longer seemed afraid of her mother. Shi's face was pale, her brow furrowed with worry. She stepped towards Cat Hong and called out softly, Mom. Cat Hong, enraged, jabbed a finger at her. You still have the nerve to call me Mom. I've called you so many times. Are you trying to drive me and your brother to our deaths? Shi, feigning distress, explained, Mom, I was busy. I didn't see the calls. Cat Hong, losing control, raised her hand as if to strike Shi. Shi, anticipating this, immediately clutched her head and pleaded, Mom, don't hit me. This act garnered sympathy from everyone present. People stepped forward to defend her. Ma'am, we're trying to work here. Please leave. Cat Hong remained defiant, shouting, let me go. She threatened Shi, if you don't give me $2 million, if your brother gets expelled, I won't let you off the hook. Suddenly, Yi's voice rang out, enough, silencing the commotion. Shi launched into a dramatic performance. Ever since I was little, she sobbed, everything good, all the toys went to my brother. I was often left hungry. I was beaten for being slow with chores. Sia Cat Hung, taken aback, sputtered. What nonsense are you saying in front of everyone? You did the chores yourself. Your brother can't be expelled. 2 million is nothing to you, is it? Help your brother. Help him. A strong hand grabbed Sia Cat Hung's arm. Director Wong had arrived. He barked, "Are you all just going to stand there watching this drama? Get her out of here." He then instructed the others, "Take her upstairs and let her rest for a bit." Everyone, filled with pity for Shi Yi, rushed to help. Only Chung Yi-ting remained, watching the spectacle unfold. She had a nagging feeling that something wasn't right. Watching Sia Cat Hung being dragged away, Chung Yi-ting pondered. Shi Yi's purpose in becoming an extra wasn't just to slap her. It was also about Sia Cat Hung. Glancing at Shi Yi ascending the stairs, she concluded, Sia Cat Hung is both stupid and malicious. If Shi Yi truly wanted to hide, Sia Cat Hung would never have found her. Chung Yi-ting's face paled. Suddenly it clicked. Shi Yi's character setup was all about expression, about appearing pitiful. Her suffering was always conveyed through the words of others. With this realization, Chung Yi-ting hurried upstairs. Shi Yi knew she was being watched, yet she still deliberately displayed her vulnerability. Shi Yi had done this on purpose. Finally catching up, Chung Yi-ting quickly intervened. "I'll look after her," she announced. "The rest of you, get back to work." The others exchanged puzzled glances. Chung Yi-ting turned to Shi Yi, checking on her. Shi Yi responded sweetly, "It's okay. Yi-ting and I know each other." Inside the room, they closed the door. "Shi fine gratitude. Yi-ting, thank you for looking after me." Chung Yi-ting, thoroughly exasperated, decided to drop the pretense. "Shi Yi," she said, "your acting is terrible." She laid bare Shi Yi's scheme. "You deliberately brought Sia Cat Hung here to cause a scene. With the commotion on set spreading, you could completely disentangle yourself from her." As Chung Yi-ting spoke, Shi Yi's grip tightened on the bedsheet, sensing her plan unraveling. Chung Yi-ting continued, "But unfortunately, you don't understand Director Wong. He's a serious man who values privacy. He won't let this incident leak." Shi Yi looked stunned. Indeed, outside, Director Wong was actively managing the situation, instructing everyone to keep the matter confidential. "No one is to breathe a word of this," he commanded. Seeing this, Shi Yi abandoned her act. She slowly rose, her voice turning cold. "Do you know something, Chung Yi-ting? I hate you," she hissed, a sneer twisting her lips. "No, I despise you." Cheng Yi-ting staved astonished. She couldn't comprehend how the seemingly gentle Shi Yi had become so twisted. Shi Yi's voice rose to a furious shout. "I hate you for stealing everything from me. I hate your condescending attitude. I hate you for insulting me." The transformation was complete. Shi Yi had turned truly malicious. "But it doesn't matter," she continued, her voice dripping with venom. "I'll take back everything that belongs to me. I'll make you grovel like a dog, begging for mercy." Chung Yi-ting was speechless. The scene shifted to the next day. "Cut. That's a wrap for today. Good work, everyone," the director called. Chung Yi-ting's assistant, puzzled, asked, "Yi-ting, you're the lead actress, and Shi Yi is just a guest star. Why is Director Wong adding to her lines? Is there something going on?" Chung Yi-ting playfully punched her assistant's arm. "Don't be silly," she chided. "Ow!" Her assistant yelped. As her assistant rubbed her arm, Chung Yi-ting thought to herself, it must be the female lead's halo. Everyone's unconsciously drawn to her. Shi Yi approached Director Wong. "Director Wong," she said, "thank you for taking care of me these past 2 days. I'd like to treat you to dinner as a token of my gratitude." He readily agreed. Seeing Chung Yi-ting nearby, Shi Yi extended the invitation. "Yi-ting, you should come too." "Ah, I can't," Chung Yi-ting replied. "Host, accept," the system prompted, seeing her refusal. Chung Yi-ting looked at it, surprised. System notification. The robotic voice continued, detecting script-related energy waves near the female lead. "So, it is according to the script," Chung Yi-ting mused. "You're quite capable." The scene changed to the Luhua Hotel. Director Wong and Chung Yi-ting were dining in a private room. "Yi-ting," he began, catching her off guard. She responded. Director Wong stammered, "When my film is ready, I'd like you to play the female lead." His words were cut short by a voice calling out Director Wong. "Yi-ting, I've ordered everything." Shi Yi looked at them both. "I hope it's to your liking," she said. Chung Yi-ting, worried, glanced at Director Wong. "It's fine," he replied. To himself, he thought, "Why can't I just say it? I really want Yi-ting to be the lead." Chung Yi-ting watched them, a thought forming in her mind. "He barely spoke to me while Shi Yi was here. What's going on?" The system chimed in, reminding her about Shi-Yi's character. Shi-Yi, in the script, deeply respects and trusts Director Wong. She'll reveal her tragic backstory to him during a meal. Even plot points that don't involve me are considered script. Cheng Yi-ting questioned internally. Don't you think you should revise that? Just then, a message popped up from her chat with Qi Wenyao, her gaming partner, who went by Q. Little brother, she typed, how are things progressing with that girl? He replied, we're kind of together now. Kind of, she thought, puzzled. Glancing at the ring on her finger, realization dawned. Could it be a coincidence? She excitedly messaged her brother, guess what? I'm not single anymore. He replied, really? Congratulations. Suddenly, Qi Wenyao received a call from Assistant Liu. He listened intently as Assistant Liu reported, Mr. Qi, Shi-Yi's younger brother got into trouble at school. He might be expelled. Qi Wenyao looked back at their messages, a realization hitting him. She actually predicted this. He thought, I assumed we were at a stage where we didn't hide anything from each other. 3 hours later, Shi-Yi, Cheng Yi-ting, and Director Wong stood together in the hotel lobby. Cheng Yi-ting shielded her face from the prying eyes of waiting reporters. Director Wong suddenly stopped, and Cheng Yi-ting nudged him forward. Sure, he stepped in front of them. I'm so sorry, Yi-ting, she said. I left something behind. Director Wong seems a bit tipsy. Could you help him? Cheng Yi-ting, caught off guard, had no chance to refuse. Sure, Yi hurried off. Please, just a moment. I'll be right back, she called. Director Wong, drunk, turned to Cheng Yi-ting. Yi-ting, he slurred. I really wanted to cast you as the lead in my new film, but he trailed off. What about Shi-Yi? He continued. When I first saw her, I thought she was my lead. But she's not as beautiful as you. Her acting isn't good enough either. Cheng Yi-ting listened to his rambling. How much did he drink? She wondered. Supporting him, she grew wary. Why isn't Shi-Yi back yet? Something's not right. She called Jiangya. Jiangya, come here quickly. Director Wong is drunk. Can you take him home? She worried. If someone photographs us together, it'll be a disaster. A reporter, observing from afar, said to his colleague, Cheng Yi-ting is quite cautious. She didn't leave with Wang Zhe. The other reporter smirked. We'll just embellish the story a bit. This will ruin her. News articles soon surfaced, twisting the situation and alleging a scandalous relationship between Cheng Yi-ting and Director Wong. The headline screamed, Cheng Yi-ting and Wang Zhe's affair exposed. BB Entertainment News. Relationship between Cheng Yi-ting and Wang Zhe exposed. Intimate photos of Cheng Yi-ting and Wang Zhe revealed. Cheng Yi-ting stared at the headline in disbelief. Recently, the media captured Cheng Yi-ting and Wang Zhe entering a restaurant together. After their meal, Cheng Yi-ting personally helped a seemingly intoxicated Wang Zhe into her car. According to sources from the show, I Am an Actor, Wang Zhe holds Cheng Yi-ting in high regard. Below the article, vicious comments proliferated. I remember Wang Zhe's child is about Cheng Yi-ting's age. Is this what it takes to make it big? One user sneered. I always thought something was going on between Cheng Yi-ting and Wang Zhe. Now it seems I was right, another chimed in. Another comment expressed outrage. The entertainment industry is such a mess. The show's over. People are allowed to have dinner together, aren't they? A few voices defended Cheng Yi-ting. Scrolling through the endless barrage of comments, Cheng Yi-ting fumed. This is a trap. Sure, Yi and the system are working together to frame me. The system has autonomy, she muttered. System, get out here, she yelled. At your service, host, the system responded. Whose system are you really? Cheng Yi-ting demanded. You knew sure Yi was setting me up. You even encouraged me to appease that old artist. A respected man over 40 having to endure such humiliation because of me. Host, please calm down, the system replied. He's just an insignificant side character. Insignificant. Cheng Yi-ting roared. To you, he's a side character. To me, he's a living person. A man who values his reputation more than his life. Host, the system stammered, I apologize, but the entire script revolves around the female lead. I don't want to hear that. Cheng Yi-ting snapped. I'm asking you, can you understand your role? If not, she thought, get out of my head. I don't need a garbage system like you holding me back. Qi Wenyao glanced at the calendar and messaged her. Little drama, Queen Yi-ting. What do you want for your birthday? It's coming up soon, and I need to pick out a gift. A wave of warmth washed over Cheng Yi-ting. System, she asked tentatively, can I tell the truth? Negative, the system replied. Really? She typed. GIXIN just released a new limited edition handbag. It's not available domestically. Could you get it for me, Wenyao? What good is a handbag? She thought immediately. I really want a red switch mechanical keyboard. Understood, he replied. On her birthday, she opened the gift box to reveal the mechanical keyboard. "Oh my God, I love it," she squealed, hugging the box tightly. He embraced her. "Happy?" he asked. This sly dog, she thought, a grin spreading across her face. Then, a flicker of confusion. "But I never told anyone I wanted this." System. Chung Yi-ting pointed an accusing finger. "Don't think you can get away with staying silent. Let me tell you, there won't be a next time." Suddenly, her phone rang, interrupting her tirade. It was Qi Wenyao. "Everything okay?" he asked, concern lacing his voice. "Fine," she replied curtly. "Do you know what happened?" He pressed. "Cheng Yi-ting frowned it. That day, sure, he arranged the dinner. Only Director Wong and I were invited. Then she suddenly said she had something to do and left early. I didn't leave with Director Wong. Jianya took him home." Qi Wenyao's voice was laced with disbelief. "You're not going to say anything." Chung Yi-ting's curt reply hung in the air. A pang of hurt resonated within him. Why wouldn't she ask for my help? He wondered. Meanwhile, Chung Yi-ting was questioning Jianya. "Still no contact with Director Wong?" she asked, her voice tinged with worry. Jianya shook her head, her hands clasped tightly together. Chung Yi-ting bit her lip in frustration. "I could clear this up," she thought, "but without any evidence, it would only fuel the flames. And Director Wong is unreachable." A sudden, excited shriek startled her. "Sister Yi-ting, CEO Qi just announced your relationship." Chung Yi-ting's eyes widened. On Qi Wenyao's social media page, a new post declared, "Let me introduce you to my girlfriend, Chung Yi-ting. As for the baseless rumors, I will investigate them thoroughly." The internet exploded. Am I blind? Qi Wenyao, the man every actress, socialite, and young woman dreams of. Chung Yi-ting landed him. Others were more cautious. "Mr. Qi, are you sure? Think this through." Then, Director Wong finally surfaced with his own statement. "Someone is using shameless tactics for personal gain. This photo simply shows me with my family member picking me up at my home." He released a series of photos to support his claim. Sure, he, sensing an opportunity, piled on. Chung Yi-ting's biggest scandal today. She's been dating CEO Qi all along. No wonder she had ulterior motives. According to sources from I Am an Actor, sure, he was also present when Director Wong and Chung Yi-ting left that night. A flurry of hashtags followed. Hashtag Qi Wenyao cheating announcement. Hashtag Chung Yi-ting exposed. Hashtag Wang Jia furious. Hashtag who is the culprit. Sure, E, huddled in a corner, devoured the online comments with a grim satisfaction. A veteran artist forced to this point. Who is this someone they're talking about? So cryptic. One comment read. Another chimed in. New gossip. Looks like sure, he intentionally sabotaged Chung Yi-ting and Director Wong. Some users directly accused Sure E. Sure E, are you the someone? Others dug up her past. Am I the only one who remembers Sure Yi's questionable relationship with Meng Jiao from Fashion Magazine? Another comment added fuel to the fire. Insider info. Sure, E has been blacklisted by Xingyu Entertainment. A comment with over 6 million likes asked, do you have a grudge against Chung Yi-ting? Or do you just dislike Director Wong's strictness? Another, with 7,163 likes, simply stated, vicious woman. Rejected, so she resorts to these tricks. Evil. Let's watch this trash burn. Another added, garnering 4,428 likes. Sure, E, get out of the entertainment industry. The onslaught of angry comments and attacks left Sure E curled up on the floor, sobbing. How did it come to this? Tears streamed down her face, a mixture of fear and despair in her eyes. Suddenly, a voice called out her name. The door creaked open, a sliver of light piercing the darkness of the room. Meng Jiao rushed in, his eyes filled with concern as he saw Sure E cowering in the corner. I'm so sorry, he said, his voice choked with emotion. I didn't protect you well enough. Sure E looked up at him, her eyes brimming with sadness. I'm not as bad as they say, she whispered. Do you believe me? To Sure Yi's surprise, Meng Jiao pulled her into a tight embrace, his voice a soothing balm against the storm raging around them. I believe you, he murmured. I believe you. They're blind. They can't see the good in you. Tears welled up in her eyes again. Will you always be on my side? She asked, her voice trembling. She reached out to him, a flicker of hope, a nascent acceptance of this second male lead, warming her heart. Sure Yi's tear-filled eyes gazed at Meng Jiao. This can't be happening, she thought, clinging to him. He held her tightly, his voice unwavering. Even if the whole world turns against you, I will always be on your side. I will fight the world for you. Tears welled up in Sure Yi's eyes, blurring her vision. Lost in thought, she gently pushed Meng Jiao away. To his astonishment, she leaned in and kissed him. If I can't have Chi Wen-yao, she thought, then I'll. Meanwhile, Chung Yi-ting, engrossed in her script, suddenly froze. A glass tumbled from the table, shattering on the floor. Jiangya clutched her head. I'm sorry, Chung Yi-ting. She mumbled, I'm not feeling well. Chung Yi-ting rushed to her side, offering comfort. It's okay. Do you need to go lie down? But a nagging feeling told her something wasn't right. A series of notifications flooded her system interface. System rebooting, please wait. System checking, please wait. Host, it has been determined that the female lead, Shi, has committed a serious error, acting contrary to the original character setting. Suddenly, hashtags began trending. Hashtag Chung Yi-ting Chung-yao announcement. Hashtag Chung Yi-ting Chung-yao childhood sweethearts. Fans flooded social media with comments of adoration and envy. Does anyone know about Company X? One asked. Chung Yi-ting is a shareholder. Her assets are worth tens of billions. Another exclaimed, childhood sweethearts. My faith in love is restored. Another comment added, who said Chung Yi-ting isn't good enough for Chi Wen-yao. They've known each other since childhood. How could her family background be lacking? Yet another chimed in, Chung Yi-ting is now part of brilliant entertainment. The company elder Chung established to help his granddaughter thrive in the entertainment industry. Chung Yi-ting, scrolling through the comments, couldn't help but smirk. That dog a man knows how to handle things. Her phone was suddenly snatched from her hand. Chi Wen-yao looked at her, his voice laced with displeasure. Don't you have anything to say to me? Chung Yi-ting, startled, stammered, Wen-yao. I have something to do today. I'll be home late, she mumbled, avoiding his gaze. Anything else? He pressed. You don't need to wait for me for dinner, she added weakly. Chi Wen-yao's voice hardened. Is that all? Chung Yi-ting, utterly bewildered, tilted her head. Thank you for clearing things up for me, she finally managed. And after that, he continued, his tone sharp. Chung Yi-ting forced a smile, inwardly fuming. What does this man want? Chi Wen-yao, exasperated by her silence, suddenly pulled her close, his arm wrapping around her waist. This foolish woman, he thought. Chung Yi-ting, nestled against him, blushed. Wen-yao, she whispered. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed through her mind. Shi, radiant in a stunning gown, stood beneath the spotlight, a bouquet of red roses in her hand. A slender, elegant hand reached out. Shi watched in horror as the hand crushed the roses in her grasp. Chung Yi-ting, a triumphant smirk on her face, snatched the mangled bouquet and stole the spotlight, leaving Shi shrouded in darkness. Shi jolted awake, a gasp escaping her lips. No! Meng Jiao rushed to her side, his voice filled with concern. What is it? What did you dream? Shi, her breath ragged, looked at him. Distraught, she recounted the nightmare to Meng Jiao. I dreamt that the world revolved around me, but then everything changed. She clung to him, sobbing. Everyone left me. Chung Yi-ting stole all my love. Meng Jiao held her close, murmuring reassurances. It was just a dream. Dreams are the opposite of reality. I won't leave you. Never, he vowed. Shi, her eyes filled with anxiety, thought to herself, but I've been having this dream every night since we got together. The more she thought about it, the more tangled her thoughts became. It feels like an omen. The female lead's psychological backlash is severe. She's subconsciously resisting the character the author has assigned her. She's abandoning the female lead role without even realizing it. Chung Yi-ting sat on her bed, clutching a small teddy bear, sighing as she stared at her phone. So the chaos in the novel's world is because Shi's subconscious is rejecting her role as the female lead. She mused, frowning. But that doesn't make sense. Chi Wen-yao, the male lead, is with me, the female supporting character, and the world didn't fall apart then. The system chimed in. That's because Shi's mind and body are completely rejecting the narrative, while Chi Wen-yao's are not. Information update. Latest 22/10/XX. Genre: urban entertainment, romance. Main characters: Chi Wen-yao, Shi. Other: mutually devoted, light-hearted style, female lead perspective. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was her manager. Chung Yi-ting, pack your things. You're joining a production. Chung Yi-ting, bewildered, asked what film. She reached for a glass of water as her manager continued. It's a movie. Director Wong's The Murderer, the one he's been preparing for over 3 years. And you're the female lead. Hearing the title, Chung Yi-ting couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The Murderer, isn't that the classic that wins Shi the Best Actress award in the original plot? Meanwhile, Shi rested her chin in her hand, lost in thought. When I was little, I adored the boy next door. I even cried cried when he left, saying I wanted to marry him. Glancing at Meng Jiao bustling around in the kitchen, she thought, but when he came back, I felt different, like I shouldn't love him. Meng Jiao placed a plate of braised pork on the table, his voice gentle. Dinner's ready. Looking at the spread, sure, couldn't help but feel a pang of something. My tastes have changed so much over the years, but he still understands me. Understands me so well that he hasn't left my side. Her gaze, tinged with sadness, didn't notice Meng Jiao clicking on the television remote. I found a movie I think you'll like, he announced. Sure Yi's heart skipped a beat. He knows what I like to eat, what I like to do, what I like to watch. A strange thought suddenly struck her, pulling her from her reverie. She turned to him, her voice laced with alarm. How do you know I like these things? Meng Jiao replied, casually, didn't you tell me? Sure Yi's eyes widened in surprise. I never told him. She looked at Meng Jiao, who was cheerfully serving her some food. As he placed the bowl before her, a wave of unease washed over her. And that day, that force that stopped me from speaking, what was it? Meng Jiao's voice, gentle and reassuring, broke through her thoughts. If you're not feeling well, you must tell me. He added cheerfully, the publicity team has everything arranged. After the buzz dies down in a few days, your magazine spread with Chung Yi-ting will be released. Everything will be all right. Sure Yi, still holding his hand tightly, remained silent for a moment. Then she spoke, her voice low. Meng Jiao, that draft I asked you to prepare, is it ready? He paused, chopsticks hovering over his plate. It is. Are you sure you want to post it? Without hesitation, she replied, yes. Suddenly, the internet exploded with hashtags like hashtag Cherie exploited by mother and hashtag Cherie cuts ties with mother. Attached were photos of her overweight mother creating a scene, held back by staff. The online community went wild with speculation. Is this even human? One comment read. Another chimed in, this is heartbreaking. Look how she's avoiding her. She's clearly been exploited. Others were more skeptical. There are two sides to every story. Don't forget how manipulative Sure Yi used to be. This, in turn, sparked a backlash. Are you serious? She's already suffering, and you're still clinging to that. Enough is enough. Zhang Yiting scrolled through the comments, a thoughtful expression on her face. Sure, Yi has really changed, she murmured. Her image used to be one of quiet suffering. Behind her, Jiangya waved cheerfully. Yiting, today's schedule is packed. We have the perfume ad shoot. Then we're visiting the set of The Murderer. You know, the one where the second female lead is the killer. Yiting nodded. Oh, I know. Ku Wanru, right? The vicious second female lead. First, she was jealous of Sure Yi, and then she schemed against her, tried to steal Qi Wenyao's affections. Yiting's voice trailed off. Jiangya looked at her, a worried frown creasing her brow. Who's Ku Wanru? I've never heard of her. Yiting, are you okay? A flicker of realization crossed Yiting's face, her eyes widening with alarm. She quickly pulled out her phone and searched for Ku Wanru. Her expression darkened as she realized the name yielded no results. Yiting bit her lip, a frown deepening on her face. Could it be because Sure Yi isn't with Qi Wenyao that the vicious second female lead, Ku Wanru, hasn't appeared? Or did she appear and then just vanish? Lost in thought, she jumped as a voice startled her. Hello. She turned to see a stylishly dressed woman with vibrant red hair smiling at her. Zhang Yiting, right? The woman asked, waving. I'm Tun Shihua. This must be Ku Wanru's replacement, Yiting thought. On set, the photographer was busy directing the shoot. Yiting, you need to project more of a youthful vibe, understand? Loosen up a bit, don't be so stiff. Yiting stammered, oh, okay, inyardly groaning. This is my first perfume ad, and these demands are ridiculous. Suddenly, a gentle hand rested on her shoulder. Tong Sihua leaned in and subtly adjusted her posture. Like this, she whispered. The photographer, watching Yiting through the lens, nodded approvingly. Yes, exactly like that. With Tong Sihua's guidance, Yiting's poses became more fluid, her melancholic gaze perfectly capturing the character's mood. Finally, the photographer was satisfied. Perfect. We're done. Yiting let out a sigh of relief. She turned to Tong Sihua, offering her sincere thanks. Thank you, Sihua. Tong Sihua waved her hand dismissively. It was nothing, just a little help. No need to thank me. Yiting simidet. Of course, I need to thank you. If it weren't for you, the shoot wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Yiting. Qi Wenyao, looking dapper as ever, appeared before her. A smile touched Yiting's lips. Wenyao. Tong Sihua watched, a shadow falling over her face as Qi Wenyao solicitously inquired, "Did the shoot go well today?" Cheng Yi-ting, clinging to his arm, replied sweetly, "It went perfectly." Turning towards Tong Si-hua, Yi-ting introduced them. "Wenyao, this is Tong Si-hua. I just met her today. She's a new friend." Si-hua responded quickly, addressing Qi Wenyao with a practiced familiarity. "CEO Qi," she said, her voice bright and cheerful. "It's been a while. You're looking more handsome than ever." Wenyao shook Tong Si-hua's hand. His response cooled despite the warmth in her greeting. "Hello, Si-hua." A flicker of jealousy sparked in Yi-ting's chest, but she quickly masked it with a smile. "Well," Tong Si-hua continued, "I should be going. CEO Qi, I know you're a busy man. Yi-ting, let's get together again soon." Yi-ting vavit, maintaining hadfirin li fajade. "Definitely." As soon as Tong Si-hua was out of earshot, Wenyao wrapped his arms around Yi-ting from behind, his voice low. "You really like her." Yi-ting turned to face him, feigning innocence. "Well, don't you think she's very elegant? I really admire her poise." Survival instincts kicking in, Yi-ting thought, but her outward expression remained bright. "She's just so charming," she added, batting her eyelashes. "But of course, you're the only one for me." Wenyao kissed her lightly on the lips, agreeing with her sentiment. "Of course, my eyes are only for you." Yi-ting blushed, her cheeks flushing crimson. "This sly dog is getting smoother by the day," she thought, a mixture of annoyance and amusement swirling within her. 3 days later, the host of I Am an Actor beamed at the audience. "Welcome, everyone, to the awards ceremony." The stage glittered under the bright lights. Cheng Yi-ting, resplendent in a shimmering pink gown, stood patiently as a wardrobe assistant made final adjustments. A backstage crew member hurried in. "Miss Yi-ting, are you ready?" She replied, almost. Leaning closer, the crew member whispered, "I saw CEO Qi in the audience." Yi-Ting's smile widened. "Really?" Down below, Qi Wenyao listened attentively to the host. "I think Yi-Ting's performance speaks for itself," the host continued. Images of Yi-Ting flashed across the screen as the host sang her praises. "She possesses all the qualities of a truly gifted actress. Just a few months ago, she was playing hated supporting roles." Yi-Ting, her steps graceful and measured, approached the stage as the host continued his introduction. "The winner of I Am an Actors, Cheng Yi-Ting." Chest swelling with pride, Yi-Ting ascended the stage, her head held high. "My life is finally filled with light," she thought. "I have fans who genuinely adore me." She accepted the award, a sense of profound satisfaction washing over her. "Directors value my talent," she mused, raising the award. "Perhaps some destinies, though seemingly fixed, can indeed be changed." In the audience, Qi Wenyao applauded warmly, his gaze fixed on her. The system notification echoed, "Host, this is not your life." A figure huddled under a blanket, watching the ceremony on television. As Cheng Yi-Ting beamed, holding her award aloft, Yi stared at the screen, her eyes burning with resentment. "This is mine," she thought, her fists clenching. "This is the life that was stolen from me." A gentle knock echoed through the room. Qi Wenyao stood at the doorway, a glass of milk in his hand. "Yi-Ting." He placed the milk on the nightstand, his gaze softening as he watched Cheng Yi-Ting sleeping soundly, a small stuffed bear clutched in her arms. "She's already asleep," he thought. A thin trail of drool glistened on her cheek. He gently stroked her forehead. "Silly girl," he thought fondly. "Even when you're drooling, you're adorable." Unconsciously, Cheng Yi-Ting reached out and grasped Qi Wenyao's hand. Surprised, he watched as she held on tight, a soft murmur escaping her lips. He gently tapped her forehead. "Are you really not going to let me go?" he teased, his voice laced with affection. With a playful grin, he added, "If you don't answer, I'll take that as a yes." A few moments later, Yi-Ting stirred, stretching languidly. "I'm so tired," she mumbled to herself. Last night was exhausting. Her eyes flickered open, widening in surprise as she saw Qi Wenyao sleeping peacefully beside her. "What is going on?" she wondered, her mind racing. Wenyao's eyes suddenly opened, one hand resting casually on his forehead, his shirt slightly askew. "Good morning," he said, his voice still thick with sleep. Yi-Ting bolted upright, mortified. "Why are you here?" she shrieked. Wenyao propped himself up on one elbow, a nonchalant expression on his face. Last night, you held on to me and wouldn't let me go, he explained. Yiting's eyes widened in disbelief. What? She thought, pulling the covers up to her chin. I did that, she asked, shooting him a suspicious glance. He nodded. Yes. I don't believe you, she cried, shaking her head. I don't remember that. You're lying. Taking a deep breath, Yiting assessed herself. Her pajamas were a bit rumpled, but otherwise, everything seemed to be in order. That sly dog, she thought. He actually stayed here all night and didn't try anything funny. Meanwhile, Wen Yao was thinking, you want me to try something funny, don't you? He sat up, a button on his shirt popping open to reveal a tantalizing glimpse of his sculpted chest. He leaned over her, his sudden movement causing Yiting's heart to skip a beat. Shouldn't we do something? He purred, his voice a low rumble. Yiting blushed, stammering, Wen Yao. What are you trying to do? What do you think? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Suddenly, he paused, as if realizing something. He stared at her, speechless, as she chirped, I'm kind of hungry. You must be too. Let's go downstairs and have breakfast. A knock came at the door. Miss Yiting, the housekeeper called politely. Breakfast is ready. Yiting's cheeks flushed. I'm awake, she called back. Turning to Wen Yao, who was still lounging on the bed, she said, come on, Wen Yao, let's eat. She hurried out of the room, leaving a bewildered Wen Yao in her wake. Sister Nguyen will be here later to take me to training for the film, she called over her shoulder. Wen Yao gritted his teeth, a mixture of amusement and frustration in his eyes. You little tease, he muttered. 3 days later, outside the training facility, Wen Yao held Yiting close, stroking her hair. 2 weeks of intensive training, he said. I've arranged everything. 2 weeks without seeing you. Yiting wrapped her arms around his waist. Director Wang's new film, she explained. I'm playing a police officer. I need to prepare and get in shape. She looked up at him, her eyes shining. It's a really great role. I really want to do it well. Wen Yao smiled tenderly. As long as you're happy, he replied. Director Wang posted on social media, tagging the cast with a hashtag announcing the film. The Murderer, the film that had been in the works for years, was finally starting production. Starring Hui Yaik and Chung Yiting, it promised to be a gripping thriller. Meanwhile, Yi sat curled up on her sofa, the script resting on her face, the words blurring into meaninglessness. She was too preoccupied, stealing glances at Wen Yao, who was working intently at his desk. The more she looked, the more striking his handsomeness became. Her eyes sparkled, fully activated in smitten mode. He's so handsome, she thought. Who could ever scold someone so gorgeous? Cupping her cheeks, she giggled, a self-satisfied grin spreading across her face. He's mine, she thought smugly. As if sensing her thoughts, Wen Yao suddenly smiled. Wen Yao, what are you smiling about? Yi asked, feigning casual interest. Inwardly, however, she was panicking. Did he catch me staring? She wondered. Wen Yao simply shrugged. Nothing, he replied nonchalantly. Yi froze, mentally chanting, read the script, read the script. Wen Yao chuckled softly to himself. On his laptop screen, a picture of a beautiful Shuri glowed. Focus on work, he thought, a smile playing on his lips. Elsewhere, in a white car, news was spreading like wildfire. The internet was abuzz with speculation. Compared to Yi's status, how could she possibly stoop to this? One comment read, others tagged a popular fashion magazine, demanding an explanation for a recent article. Yi is so beautiful. Another fan gushed. Yi is the best. But then, the dissenters chimed in. What about the rumors that Yi bullied Chung Yiting into switching roles? Care to explain that? Yi slammed the script down. Sister Nguyen, clutching her forehead, complained the contract clearly stated that Yi and Yiting would be treated equally. This is a blatant insult to Yi. She pointed to a leaked casting list, further fueling the rumors that Yi had stolen Yiting's role. Yi listened quietly as Sister Nguyen speculated about who might be fanning the flames. Director Wang isn't the type to engage in such petty publicity stunts. Yi said softly, trying to calm her manager. Sister Nguyen, eyes glued to her phone, replied, I don't know what's going on with Director Wang. There's been no news from his side. You focus on your training. Yi frowned, a knot of worry tightening in her stomach. No news. What if something's wrong? Suddenly, her phone rang. Yi, Director Wang's voice rasped on the other end, punctuated by coughs. Yi's heart sank. Something's definitely not right, she thought. Have you seen Weibo? He asked. He explained, his voice laced with embarrassment. Sure, this is my fault. I'm getting old, and I made a mistake. This lead role, from the beginning, it was always meant for you. Sure, rushed to reassure him. Don't say that, director. It was just a clerical error, a simple mistake. It's fine. Once this is cleared up, I'll continue with my training as usual. Director Wong sounded relieved. Good. I'll see you when you join the production. His assistant, holding a glass of water, watched him with concern. I told you Sure, is a good person. She wouldn't let something like this bother her. How are you feeling now, director? The assistant asked solicitously. Ever since the Weibo incident, your heart hasn't been well. Even the medication isn't helping. Director Wong took a sip of water. I'm fine, he said, though his voice was still weak. These netizens just love to stir up trouble. Don't pay them any mind. He paused. Is the clarification statement ready? Make sure it's thoroughly checked before posting it. Yes, director, the assistant replied respectfully. Director Wong finished his water, a thoughtful expression on his face. Is it my imagination? He wondered, or does my heart feel better after talking to Sure? Meanwhile, Sister Nguyen, visibly relieved, said, thank goodness nothing happened with Director Wong. She earnestly apologized. Yiting, this was my oversight. But what about the other cover? Yiting cheerfully showed her manager a photo on her phone. No need to worry, she said, satisfied. I didn't lose out on this one, Sister Nguyen. Online, hashtags like hashtag Chung Yiting Sickly Beauty and hashtag Shuri Magazine Cover Gorgeous began trending. The image of Chung Yiting in a black dress, adorned with devilish wings and elaborate makeup, a smear of blood at the corner of her mouth, was captivating. The internet erupted in a flurry of speculation. Who is this devilishly gorgeous woman? Some asked. Chung Yiting, that rich socialite. Others guessed. Comparisons were inevitable. While Sure is beautiful, it doesn't compare to the striking power of Chung Yiting's photo, one comment read. A male voice carefully reported. In less than a day, the tide of public opinion has completely shifted. Meng Jiao gazed out the window, listening intently. Mr. Meng, Sure Yi's popularity is soaring. Are you sure you want to expend our resources promoting an artist from another company? His response was icy. Increase the publicity. If you don't want to do it, you can leave. Meng Jiao hung up, striding into the room. He placed a hand on Sure Yi's shoulder as she was having her makeup done. What's wrong? He asked gently. Her expression was serious. I feel like I'm overlooking something important, she replied. Meng Jiao, instantly concerned, picked up his phone. Let me check your schedule again, he murmured. He scrolled through her itinerary, a series of appointments and events flashing across the screen. Sure putting on her earrings, noticed Meng Jiao's strange behavior. What did you see? She asked. He quickly hid his phone behind his back. Nothing, he replied hastily. Sure frowned, a flicker of annoyance in her eyes. Give it here, she demanded. She stood up abruptly, impatiently scrolling through the news on his phone. Meng Jiao tried to stop her. Don't, she cut him off, revealing her intention. I want to join the cast of The Murderer, she declared, a hint of pleading in her voice. Even if it's just a minor role. Meng Jiao smiled gently. Anything for you, he agreed without hesitation. He pulled her into a hug, his worry evident. Is the pressure too much for you? Has something happened? Held in his embrace, Sure Yi's thoughts raced. Chung Yiting and I are from different worlds. We shouldn't be connected. Yet, fate keeps intertwining our lives. This time, with Director Wong's Weibo mishap, I have this strange feeling that this role was originally meant for me. She continued to ponder. This world can be a truly strange place. The next morning, at Meng Jiao's entertainment company, his beautiful secretary entered his office. Mr. Meng, CEO Qi will personally discuss Sure Yi's contract with you. He's waiting for you now. Meng Jiao followed his secretary, a sense of unease settling over him. What's been going on with Yi lately? He wondered. Her moods have been erratic. She's been having nightmares. And whenever she sees certain variety shows or endorsements, she zones out as if she feels they should be hers. He frowned, lost in thought. The image of the innocent, carefree Sure he once knew flashed through his mind, making him question everything. She wasn't like this before. His secretary's voice interrupted his reverie. CEO Qi, Mr. Meng is here. Meng Jiao, still deep in thought, murmured. She was so captivating back then. He snapped back to attention, his gaze focusing on the figures before him. Cheng Yiting and Qi Wenyao had been waiting for him. Cheng Yiting greeted him with a bright smile. Mr. Meng, it's been a while. Her demeanor struck him. She's just like Cheng Yiting now, he thought, the realization startling him. What am I even thinking? Cheng Yiting sat beside Qi Wenyao, a stack of documents before them. She listened obediently as he discussed the situation with Meng Jiao, who sat opposite them. At that time, Shi violated company regulations and received a private notice. This caused the company significant losses due to her words and actions. Furthermore, she illegally terminated her contract before its expiration. The total compensation for damages is 60 million yuan. Take a look. Yiting's eyes widened, her jaw dropping. She stared at Wenyao as if he'd just robbed her, inwardly cursing, 60 million. Why doesn't he just rob a bank? Wenyao, his expression impassive, glanced at her, wondering, Shi treated her so terribly before, yet she doesn't seem to hold any resentment. Meng Jiao reviewed the contract and replied, I'll have someone deliver the breach of contract payment. Yiting's jaw dropped again, her mouth agape wide enough to fit a duck egg. 60 million in breach of contract fees, and Meng Jiao didn't even try to negotiate. She looked at Meng Jiao with concern. By the way, Mr. Meng, why didn't Shi come today? How is she doing lately? Meng Jiao calmly flipped through the contract. Oh, she's at home, doing quite well. He slowly stood up to take his leave. I have other matters to attend to. I'll be going now. Meng Jiao left with the contract, his tall figure slightly hunched, which bothered Yiting. Mr. Meng, she called out, a growing sense of unease in her heart. Something seems wrong with him. Wenyao suddenly took her hand. Where are you going? He asked, his eyes reflecting a mixture of vulnerability and reluctance. After you go to the training facility for 2 weeks. Thought we won't see each other, he finished, his words prompting a joyful laugh from Yiting. She playfully tugged at his tie. Will you miss me? She asked, a teasing smile on her face. Wenyao responded tenderly, yes, but before he could finish, Yiting pulled him into a passionate kiss. The scene shifted to the training facility. Dressed in practical training attire, Yiting approached 2 women who were chatting, politely addressing one as Sister Tong. Tong Sihua, standing next to a young woman, smiled back. Yiting, you're here. Yiting introduced herself warmly. Hello, I'm Cheng Yiting. The other woman cheerfully extended her hand. Hello, Wen Xiang. Hearing the name, Yiting was startled. Wen Xiang, she's in the original plot. She was the one Fong Zhe invested in, which angered director Wang. She only appeared for a few minutes in the film. Was it because there wasn't any romantic connection between her, Shi, and Wenyao that her role was minimized? Wen Xiang's hand remained outstretched, her brow furrowing slightly as she repeated, hello. Hello. Yiting, realizing she'd been lost in thought, quickly apologized. Oh, I'm so sorry. She shook Wen Xiang's hand. Hello. Wen Xiang huffed and turned away, muttering, so disrespectful. Yiting, embarrassed, brought a hand to her face. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, attention. The 3 women snapped to attention. Wen Xiang looking slightly annoyed. Scare me to death, she thought. The drill instructor looked at the 3 women and announced, from today onwards, I am your instructor. I know that outside of here, you are all high and mighty celebrities. But if you are on my turf, you will follow my rules. Under the scorching sun, the instructor bellowed, prepare for a 100-meter run. After the training session, Yiting lay exhausted in the room the film crew had provided for the 3 women. It had 3 beds, and when Xiang was fiddling with something, her back turned. Yiting stretched out comfortably, silently shedding tears of relief. So tired. Finally, I can sleep. Wen Xiang's saccharine voice echoed through the room as she spoke on the phone. Hello, darling. She cooed, oblivious to anyone else's presence. Yiting, drifting off, was jolted awake. Darling, I'm working so hard. My knees and hands are all scraped up. I'm in so much pain. Sobi. Yiting squeezed her eyes shut, intensely irritated as Wen Xiang continued her dramatic monologue of woes to her boyfriend. What are you doing? I'm so pitiful, and you're not even comforting me. Have you stopped loving me? Do you have another woman? Tell me, do you? Yiting's annoyance grew with every whiny, babyish word. You have to come see me tomorrow. Wen Xiang demanded. I'm mad at you. I don't care about you anymore. Oof, I'm so angry. I need hugs and kisses to feel better. Whatever the person on the other end said seemed to further infuriate Wen Xiang. No sleep, no sleep, no sleep. I want to talk to you. I'm not sleepy. I don't care. Wah. Yiting sat up, frowning. Could you please go outside to make your call? She asked, her patience wearing thin. Wen Xiang snapped back, what? Tong Sihua entered the room just as Wen Xiang retorted. How dare you talk to me like that? Tong Sihua grabbed Wen Xiang's elbow gently. Wen Xiang, she began, but Wen Xiang cut her off. You're only a few years older than me. Tong Sihua patted Wen Xiang's shoulder, trying to calm her down. It's late, and Yiting is tired. Don't argue with her. Go outside to talk. Wen Xiang's voice dripped with sarcasm. And what's her problem? Tong Sihua persisted. All right, don't you still need to make your call? Don't delay. Tong Sihua gently closed the door behind her with a soft click. Just as Wen Xiang yelled from outside, there's a crazy woman in here. Yiting, blissfully unaware of her ringing phone, drifted off to a well-deserved sleep after a long, exhausting day. Tong Sihua stood silently, staring at the caller ID on Yiting's phone, a flicker of jealousy in her eyes. Meanwhile, Wen Yao had called Yiting, but after several rings, there was no answer. He grew anxious. Why isn't she answering? He wondered, his usual call to her going unanswered. After a few seconds, the call connected. Hello, he said, but the voice on the other end wasn't the familiar one he longed to hear. Hello, Mr. Chi, the woman said. This is Tong Sihua. Confused by the unfamiliar voice answering his wife's phone, a name not on his list of her family or friends, Wen Yao was filled with questions. Who is this? He double-checked the number and the name on his screen, certain he hadn't made a mistake. In that brief moment of confusion, the woman continued, Yiting and I are participating in this closed training session. This gave Wen Yao a clue as to the woman's identity. Ah, hello, he said. Where's Yiting? Is she still training? Tong Sihua quickly replied. The training was quite intense. She's asleep now. Her phone is on silent. I was just covering her with a blanket and saw your call. I didn't want you to worry, so I thought I'd let you know. Wen Yao politely thanked her. Like any doting husband, he added, I won't be able to be with her for the next 2 days. I hope you can help me look after her. I'll come to pick her up when your training is finished, and thank you personally. Of course, Tong Sihua replied readily. Yiting is my friend. It would be rude of me to refuse your request, Mr. Chi. The brief call ended quickly. Tong Sihua smiled cryptically, staring at the name Chi Wen Yao displayed on the screen. The next day, they woke early and trekked over hills and through streams. The training involved a short march, and now, as the setting sun cast long shadows across the hillside, they were nearing the end of the day's exercise. The team leader urged them on. Hurry up, the sun's about to set. Suddenly, Yiting slipped, a look of terror flashing across her face. She tumbled backward. Wen Xiang, walking nearby, continued forward, a slight frown creasing her brow. Ouch, Yiting groaned. That hurts. I think I can't get up. The others had already moved ahead. If they leave me here, who knows when they'll come back. Suddenly, someone called out from behind her, Yiting. Tong Sihua, the first to notice Yiting's predicament, turned back. What's wrong? She asked. I've tvisted my ankle. Yiting repeated. I can't stand up. Tong Sihua paused. Wait here. I'll be back soon, she said, before jogging to catch up with the group. Left alone by the side of the path, Yiting sat dejectedly, nursing her injury and fuming inwardly. That damn dog of a man. The throbbing pain in her ankle was relentless. Just then, someone called her name, making her eyes widen in surprise. It was Huiyike, the actor. He must have run quite a distance as he arrived breathless. Huiyike, she said, stunned. He knelt beside her, his face etched with concern. Did you twist your ankle? Is it serious? Let me see. Yiting instinctively tried to pull away. No, but he gently took hold of her foot. After examining her ankle, gently probing and rotating it, he concluded, the joint seems okay. It looks like a soft tissue injury. He then knelt down, gesturing to his back. I'll carry you to the infirmary. It's a bit far, so bear with me. Yiting gratefully climbed onto his back. Thank you, she murmured. Did Tong Sihua tell you to come? As he carried her, he answered her question. Yes, she asked me to find you. She said she was too tired to go back. Yiting was puzzled. She could have helped me to the infirmary. Why send Huiyike? Meanwhile, hidden in some nearby bushes, Tong Sihua watched them, a smug smile playing on her lips. On her phone screen was an open chat with Wen Yao. She had been using updates about Yiting as an excuse to contact him. Here's Yiting's lunch, she'd message, and he would politely reply, thank you for taking care of Yiting. Day after day, she continued to bridge the distance between them, using Yiting as the intermediary. The instructor praised Ting. "She's a great shot," she'd write, and he'd respond with a courteous, "Yes, she's very talented." Ignoring his polite detachment, she continued to chat as if they were old friends. "It seems Ting rarely contacts you. You're the man, so you should be more proactive," she'd advise. He'd reply coolly, "I understand." The conversation remained stilted until today, when she delivered her final blow, feigning concern. Ting just twisted her ankle. By this time, Ting had already been taken to the infirmary, where Hoyaik was settling her in. "Your injury might take a few days to heal," he said solicitously. "Rest up. I'll go get you some dinner." Observing his attentiveness, even the most oblivious person would have sensed something unusual. Is Hoyaik being too nice to me? Ting wondered, but the pain overshadowed her emotional confusion. She just wanted to go home. Suddenly, she heard a commotion outside, surprising her. Back so soon. But the person who appeared was Qi Wenyao. He walked in, softly calling Ting's name. Startled, she asked Wenyao, "Why are you here?" Tong Sihua quickly interjected, "Mr. Qi came to pick you up, Ting. I've already informed Director Wang and excused you from the rest of the training." Ting, still disoriented, replied, "Oh, thank you. After the training ends, Wenyao and I will treat you to dinner." Tong Sihua, seizing the opportunity, held up 2 fingers playfully. "You and Mr. Qi owe me 2 dinners. I'll remember that." This piqued Ting's curiosity. "2?" she asked. Tong Sihua, feigning innocence, turned to Wenyao. "Mr. Qi, didn't you tell her? You wanted to treat me to dinner too." Wenyao, seemingly caught off guard, fumbled for his phone. "Wait a moment," he said. Ting, feeling a knot of unease in her stomach, answered Tong Sihua, "No, he didn't. So he's treating her to dinner alone." She fumed inwardly. "If he doesn't explain this properly, I'll rip him a new one." Meanwhile, Tong Sihua continued her performance, waving her hands dismissively. "Ting, don't overthink it. Mr. Qi is just thanking me for taking care of you." "Is that so?" Ting asked, her voice carefully neutral. Outwardly, she appeared calm, but inside, a storm was brewing. 2 dinners. There's definitely something going on here. I'm not stupid. By this time, Wenyao had retrieved his phone and opened his chat history with Tong Sihua. "See for yourself," he said, offering the phone to Ting. She silently read through the messages, realizing her jealousy was unfounded. However, her mood remained sour. While it was all work-related, a lingering discomfort persisted. Just then, a robotic voice broke through her thoughts, dispelling her anxieties. "Script fluctuation detected. Please check promptly, host." "What script?" Ting muttered, still feeling dejected. The system didn't respond, instead continuing its monotonous prompts. "Fluctuation detected in Hoyaik's actions and energy levels directed towards you." At that moment, Hoyaik returned with the kanji. "I'm back," he announced. Ting, however, was preoccupied with the system's message. Instead of addressing the issue directly, she chose to turn it on its head, effectively sweeping it under the rug. In the novel, wasn't Hoyaik secretly in love with the female lead, Shi? "Why me?" the system replied, "due to the female lead's role in the murderer." This succinct explanation silenced Ting. "He's in love with the female lead." She pondered Hoyaik's affections. His love for Shi began during the filming of The Murderer. Shi was his leading lady. Ever since he fell for her, he knew it was impossible, so he never crossed that line, always remaining in the shadows, silently giving, only appearing as a friend when she needed him. So, who does Hoyaik really love? Shi or the female lead of that movie? Ting mused, drawing comparisons. Qi Wenyao forcefully broke the script's assumptions. Qi Wenyao placed the food on the table. Ting watched him, thinking he risked losing his male lead status just to love me. He's truly shining. Seeing his attentiveness, she thought to herself, this good boy is so sweet to me. Wenyao, privy to her thoughts, felt a pang of exasperation. If you're so touched, could you please stop calling me a good boy in your head? He moved closer to Ting and began his interrogation. "Do you need me to help you bathe tonight?" Ting's mind shrieked. "That's it. I'm done for. This sly dog. He clearly has ulterior motives." Flustered, she stammered, I can do it myself." Qi Wenyao pressed. Really, she insisted. Losing control momentarily, she thought, I want him too. Should I just go with it? She quickly banished the thought. No, I can't. Qi Wenyao's voice was tinged with disappointment. All right, I'll go make you some soup then. As he walked away, he pondered, she clearly enjoys being close to me. Why is she so hesitant? What's holding her back? System. Yiting watched him leave, a melancholic feeling settling over her. Glancing at her phone, she thought, it's all because I've lost the female lead's halo. What if Qi Wenyao gives up? Anxiety gnawed at her, but she quickly reassured herself. I can't let my personal desires ruin his role as the male lead. She then posted an update on social media. Someone made me bone broth. Smiling face with hearts. The comments poured in. OMG, look at this blatant showing of affection. One user wrote, kill the dog. Another chimed in, using a common internet slang for excessive displays of love. I never knew someone could cook. A third commented, followed by another. What kind of god-tier boyfriend is this? I'm crying. Meanwhile, Tong Sihua stood outside on Dewey's door, scrolling through Yiting's post. Jealousy twisted in Hiagut. Why does she get a man who loves her like that, while I... Hesitantly, she raised her hand to knock. A whirlwind of thoughts, each more disheartening than the last, flooded her mind. Just as her knuckles grazed the wood, the door swung open, revealing one of On Dewey's men. The man, his face obscured by sunglasses, said curtly, the boss has been waiting for you. Tong Sihua plastered a smile on her face and hurried inside. On the way, she called sweetly. He turned to face her. On the way greeted her with a sinister smile. You're here. Sometime later, Tong Sihua's back was covered in red marks, her clothes disheveled. On the way frowned and called out Aluk. Come here. Aluk appeared instantly, awaiting his orders. On Dewey sat shirtless, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He addressed Tong Sihua in a languid tone. I'm working on a project in B City. It starts next month. I've already spoken to the director. You'll join the team directly. You'll be the female lead. He added, I've also secured an award for you in Taiwan. It'll be announced at the end of the year. Be prepared. Tong Sihua sat numbly, absorbing his words. You can go now. He dismissed her coldly. As she reached the door, two women, accompanied by Aluk, entered the room. One of the women, dressed in a black slip dress, glanced at Tong Sihua and paused. Isn't that, she thought, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. Tong Sihua, realizing she'd been recognized, quickly shielded her face with her purse. They saw me. On Dewey put his arms around the two newcomers, addressing the woman in black. That was Tong Sihua, a famous actress. Why is she leaving? Is she here to entertain you? The woman asked. Tong Sihua hurried away, the sound of their mocking laughter echoing behind her. She's not as fun as you two, On Dewey said. Besides, she's in the way. The room erupted in laughter. Tong Sihua sat in her car, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a notification. She received a message. Tomorrow night, 7 p.m., How Ding Club. Tong Sihua stared at the text on her phone, anxiety etched on her face. She hesitated for a moment, then a sinister smile spread across her lips. She replied to Qi Wenyao's message. The scene shifted to the party the following evening at 7 p.m. Miss Tong, please follow me, a waitress instructed. All right, Tong Sihua replied. Trailing behind, the waitress caught a whiff of Tong Sihua's perfume. Oh, Miss Tong, your perfume smells just like Miss Trin's. Tong Sihua stepped into the party, a sense of recognition flickering as she scanned the crowd. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed. Let's all thank CEO Qi for hosting us tonight. Tong Sihua's smile faltered. He invited the entire film crew. She approached a group of people and forced a cheerful tone. CEO Qi is so generous. Yiting replied, we've been quite a bother lately, so we wanted to thank everyone. Tong Sihua bristled inwardly. Why is she saying that? As if I've done something wrong. Wen Xiang took Tong Sihua's hand warmly. Sister Tong, you're here. Yiting observed Tong Sihua's actions, noting how she'd positioned herself near Qi Wenyao and was wearing the same perfume. She also noticed how Tong Sihua kept glancing at Hui Yaik, who was playing the second male lead. Yiting seethed silently as she sat down at the table. Could she actually be a replacement for Kook Yuyendu? Qi Wenyao, sitting beside her, thought to himself, Kook Yuyendu, the female antagonist. Their thoughts were interrupted by a voice. Yiting, CEO Qi, I'd like to propose a toast. Cheers. They replied, clinking glasses. After a while, Yiting became visibly intoxicated. I'm fine, she slurred, trying to wave away Qi Wenyao's concern. I can still drink. Qi Wenyao addressed the group. Excuse us, everyone. Yiting's had a bit too much. I'll take her home. Put on my tab. Tong Sihua, seeing her opportunity, interjected, CEO Qi, I'm not feeling well either. Could you possibly give me a ride home? He scooped Yi-Ting into his arms and turned towards the door. Sorry, it's not convenient. He carried Yi-Ting home and placed her on the bed. She opened her eyes weakly. Ugh, you sly dog. What are you doing here? Ignoring her words, Qi Wenyao gently covered her with a blanket. Yi-Ting suddenly sat up and wrapped her arms around his neck. Do you want me? She purred. No, he replied. He was taken aback when she pulled his face towards hers. You don't? She asked, her voice laced with mock disappointment. Bad boy. And with that, she kissed him. His eyes darkened with desire as he responded to her kiss. He pushed her back on a bed, his voice husky. You're mine. His hand slid around her waist, his fingers creeping beneath her shirt. Yi-Ting's eyes widened in alarm. No, you can't. You'll ruin your role as the male lead. He released her slightly, confused. Male lead? No, she insisted. We can't let you lose your male lead halo. Qi Wenyao began to understand. I'm the male lead, and you're the female supporting character. If we do this, it'll ruin my role, right? She nodded frantically. Exactly. Remember what happened to the IY. She slept with the second male lead, Mine HKO, and lost her female lead halo. So I can't want you, she finished lamely. A warning blared in her head. Warning. Host, please remain rational. Do not reveal the plot. You must not divulge any plot details to the male lead. Startled, Yi-Ting pushed him away. So I can't want you, she repeated, her voice trembling. She laughed sharply. Be quiet, Yi-Ting exclaimed. It's been noisy in my head all day. Why can't I talk about it? Are you threatening me? He asked, puzzled as at the system. Yi-Ting quickly hushed him, signaling with her eyes. I can't let the system hear. Qi Wenyao realized the truth. A system, a male lead. This is a fictional world. What about the real world? Where did Yi-Ting come from? Yi-Ting's internal voice called him a dog man, making him turn and look at her in surprise. Tears streamed down her face as she confessed, I like you. Sobi. He looked at her with a mixture of love and concern. I like you too, Qi Wenyao replied, pulling her into a tight embrace. He kissed her passionately, and the scene dissolved into a hazy blur. What was bound to happen happened. The next morning, Yi-Ting woke up with aches all over her body. She groaned softly. Ouch! Turning to her side, she was startled to find a shirtless Qi Wenyao gazing at her. Wenyao, she gasped. He simply asked, awake. The memories of the previous night's passionate encounter flooded back. It seemed they had crossed a line. She covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide. Did I sleep with the dog man last night? The more she thought about it, the more flustered she became. Her heart skipped a beat. Looking out the window, she noticed something strange. The hazy filter over this world, it's gone. Panicked, she questioned the system. What happened last night? Is Qi Wenyao's male lead halo still there? The hazy filter in front of my eyes has disappeared. What's going on? System. A slow, mechanical voice responded, detecting new content. The system has shut down for self-inspection and updates. Please wait. Seeing her dazed silence, Qi Wenyao asked with concern, Yi-Ting, are you all right? He worried. Is she angry? Embarrassed? She pulled the blanket up to cover herself. I'm fine, she mumbled, then glanced at him curiously. Does the dog man still have his male lead halo? Did I hurt him? Hearing her inner thoughts, he was deeply touched by her concern. He placed a hand on her shoulder and said sincerely, listen, from the beginning to the end, the only one I've wanted is you. He continued, as long as you're mine, I don't care about anything else. His words left her speechless with emotion. A few days later, their relationship seemed solidified. Qi Wenyao even drove her to work. I'll pick you up after work, he said tenderly. She waved goodbye cheerfully. Okay, bye Wenyao, and headed inside. Jiang Na greeted her teasingly. Sister Yi-Ting, you've gotten prettier. Yi-Ting, surprised, touched her face. Huh. She hurried inside, muttering, don't joke around. It's my first day back at work. I have a lot to do. Jiang Na watched her go, eyes sparkling with admiration. Her skin is so smooth and radiant. What amazing skincare product is she using? Or did she have surgery? How could she recover so quickly in just a few days? Yi-Ting frowned, a worried expression spreading across her face. She noticed all eyes were on her, and she froze. She broke out in a cold sweat. Why is everyone staring at me? This is so strange. Has the world changed? A makeup artist approached her, complimenting her. Yi-Ting, you've changed so much in just a few days. She held up a mirror for Yi-Ting to look at herself. Still oblivious, Yi-Ting asked, really? What kind of change? Yi-Ting asked, bewildered. The makeup artist excitedly explained, Yi-Ting, I finally understand. The phrase, a beauty that could topple empires, is describing someone just like you. Yi-Ting's eyes widened as she heard this, a flicker of recognition in her gaze. Where have I heard that before? A memory surfaced. I remember. In a novel, the makeup artist used that phrase to describe Shi Yi. While Yi-Ting was still lost in thought, getting her hair styled, a knock came at the door. Huiyike, handsome in a white shirt, entered carrying a container of food. Yi-Ting, he said, I made you some bone broth. Yi-Ting's mind raced. I got the female lead role, but not just that. Shi Yi lost her female lead status and suffered the penalty, losing all her opportunities. Everything that was said to Shi Yi, the antagonism from the female supporting character, the adoration from the male supporting character, it all transferred to me. He noticed her lack of response and waved a hand in front of her face. You look pale. Are you feeling unwell? Yi-Ting remained unresponsive, muttering to herself. Huiyike's mission is to be one of Shi Yi's spare tires. From beginning to end, he's alone, always Shi Yi's most steadfast supporter. She turned to him, her voice cold. I'm fine. Inwardly, she questioned herself. Would Huiyike be happy as a puppy dog? I don't know. Then, bluntly, she said, Huiyike, I don't like you. We can't be friends either. She reaffirmed to herself, I don't need a puppy. He looked at her sadly. Yi-Ting, do you hate me that much? She shook her head firmly. I don't hate you. On the contrary, I think you're a good person. That's why I won't give you any false hope. I'm letting you go. Can you let yourself go too? He stared at her, stunned. Her gaze was unwavering. Sure, he could escape the constraints of being the female lead and love Qi Wenyao. Why can't Huiyike pursue his own happiness? He asked thoughtfully, let myself go. Seeing a shift in his demeanor, she smiled inwardly. It's working. Just as things seemed to be cooling down, the system abruptly announced. The female supporting character system has been upgraded to the female lead system. Detected a violation of the novel's plot by the male supporting character. Please check and rectify the situation immediately. Yi-Ting's anger flared. So now I have to follow the female lead's plot. Did I agree to accept this mission? The system's voice was cold. Detected rebellious behavior from the female lead. Initiating level 1 punishment. Yi-Ting's jaw dropped. What? As soon as the words left the system's disembodied voice, her vision blurred, leaving her stunned. Huiyike, noticing her sudden distress, asked worriedly, Yi-Ting, what's wrong? She quickly waved her hand dismissively. I'm fine. He sighed and turned to leave. I'll be going then. She simply replied, As soon as he was gone, she erupted in anger. What did you do that for? The system responded innocently. Host, I apologize. This is a pre-programmed function. Besides, it's just a little physical pain. It's not life-threatening. Yi-Ting's voice was laced with frustration. We've been together for so long, and you treat me like this. Suddenly, the text on the screen blurred, making her exclaim, Are you glitching out? It quickly explained, Host, the female lead system experienced a technical error during its first major upgrade. As long as the host firmly says no, the system won't be able to detect any plot violations. Yi-Ting felt a pang of sadness. So, you caused the code malfunction yourself, just to tell me about this loophole. The system, quick with its words, managed to convince her. Please, host, comply with the arrangements. Yi-Ting obediently agreed. All right. As she read the script, a nagging doubt lingered. Is the system actually helping me? The director's voice boomed across the set. Cut. We've been at this all morning, and we haven't gotten a single usable take. The entire crew is wasting their time because of you. He addressed Wen Xiang directly. You've just received news that your parents were murdered. You should be devastated, collapsing in fear and grief. You should be consumed with hatred for the murderer who took your parents' lives. Wen Xiang stood frozen, devastated by the director's harsh words. What was I even doing? She had spent 100 NDT to consult the police, only to be met with indifference. The harsh criticism brought tears to her eyes. The director, showing no mercy, continued his tirade. Crying. Does crying solve anything? I'll give you another half hour to compose yourself. I expect to see results. Wen Xiang remained rooted to the spot, tears streaming down her face. Unable to bear it any longer, she sank to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. No one around her seemed to care. Suddenly, a warm hand extended towards Wen Xiang. Are you all right? Yi-Ting, her voice kind, urged her to stand. Come on, let's get you up. I can help you go over the scene. Maybe that will help. Yi-Ting began to act out the scene, her brow furrowed, her expression conveying a professional understanding of the character's emotional turmoil. Wen Xiang, her spirits lifted, wiped her eyes, and nodded weakly. Mimicking Yi-Ting's performance, when Xiang finally managed to deliver a convincing portrayal of her character. "Cut!" the director yelled, his voice still stern but with a hint of approval. "Much better this time. If you put this much effort into your acting instead of being glued to your phone all day, I wouldn't have to lose my temper." When Xiang listened, her face downcast, unable to offer a retort, the director turned to the crew. "That's it for today. We're wrapped." When Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. Before leaving, she cheerfully distributed gifts to the crew, carrying large and small bags. "Thank you all for your hard work today. I've ordered a feast as an apology." She approached Yi Ting, her voice sincere. "Yi Ting, thank you." Yi Ting replied cheerfully, "You're welcome." When Xiang seemed to want to say more, but the words caught in her throat. Sensing her hesitation, Yi Ting prompted, "Is there something else?" When Xiang glanced around before confessing, "Yi Ting, you're actually not that bad." Yi Ting, taken aback, responded, "You've always antagonized me. Why are you blaming me now? Wasn't it always you who provoked me?" When Xiang asked, rubbing her face awkwardly, "Back then, I barely knew you. Tong Sihua kept warning me that your family was powerful and influential, and that there would be consequences if I offended you. I thought you were the type to use your influence to bully others." Yi Ting, finally understanding, felt a surge of anger. So Tong Sihua was behind all of this, fueling the conflict between Wen Xiang and me. She even paved the way for Wen Xiang's career. Suddenly, when Xiang's phone rang, it was her precious darling calling. "Sweetie," when Xiang chirped, "I'm going to take this call." She walked a short distance away and answered sweetly, her voice dripping with affection. "Darling," she cooed, a hint of playful reproach in her tone. "Don't you love me anymore? Why haven't you come to see me? You're not busy, are you? Even if you are, how could work be more important than me?" Contrary to her expectations, a woman's voice answered. "Who is this?" When Xiang's eyes widened in shock. "Who are you?" she demanded, suspicion lacing her voice. "Why are you answering my boyfriend's phone?" The woman on the other end replied calmly, "Your boyfriend. He's my husband." The words hit Wen Xiang like a thunderclap, leaving her speechless. Jiang Nar rushed onto the set. "Yi Ting, something's happened." Just then, Wen Xiang was struck hard across the face. Stunned, she crumpled to the ground, subjected to a torrent of verbal abuse. "You shameless homewrecker." The woman, her face obscured by dark sunglasses, screamed. "You seduced my husband, and now you're playing coy." When Xiang tried to defend herself, "I didn't. Her words were cut short as a stack of photos was thrown in her face. "Still pretending, are you?" The woman sneered. When Xiang picked up the photos, her hands trembling as she flipped through them, her face paled. Tears welled in Wen Xiang's eyes. "He's my boyfriend," she stammered, her voice thick with despair. "He's my boyfriend." Her whole body shook as she fumbled for her phone. "I'll call him right now." "Darling," she cried into the phone, "there's a woman here on set saying I'm the other woman." "Who is she? You have to explain." "I'm not the other woman." The woman with the sunglasses remained impassive, arms crossed, as Wen Xiang pleaded. A cold voice answered on the other end of the line. "Don't contact me again. It upsets my wife." Wen Xiang's heart sank. The woman, enraged, lunged forward and grabbed Wen Xiang's hair. Just then, Yi Ting appeared, striking the woman's hand hard. "Let her go." Pulling Wen Xiang into a protective embrace, Yi Ting glared at the woman. Whether Wen Xiang is the other woman or was tricked into being the other woman remains to be seen, she said, her voice filled with righteous anger. "Your husband strayed. Why aren't you angry at him? You're just taking out on someone else. Let me tell you, if you keep this up, your husband will continue to stray." Yi Ting's words only fueled the woman's rage. She raised her hand to strike Yi Ting. "How dare you talk to me like that?" But before she could connect, the director's voice boomed across the set. "What's going on here?" He stepped between Yi Ting and the enraged woman. "If you don't stop this right now, I'm calling the police." The woman, her face contorted with malice, turned to her companions. "Did you get all of that on video?" "Yes, ma'am," they replied quickly. Satisfied with the confirmation, the woman stormed off. Wen Xiang, reeling from the shock and humiliation, fainted. Almost instantly, the internet exploded with images of the confrontation. "Homewrecker Wen Xiang gets slapped on set," screamed the headlines. The comments section overflowed with vitriol. "That homewrecker deserves it. This production team is harboring criminals. They're all pretending. Something fishy is going on here." A few dissenting voices attempted to defend Wen Xiang. It looks like she didn't even know she was the other woman. Someone else, more cynically, questioned Yi Ting's intervention. What's Yi Ting's angle here? Does she actually feel sorry for Wen Xiang? Jiang Na scrolled through the comments, her jaw tight. "Yi Ting," she said, her voice strained. "Wei Yuan's team is trying to suppress the story, but it's not working. The other side is paying big money to keep this trending. Jiang Na's voice was laced with worry. Wen Xiang's in the hospital now. Filming is on hold. She looked at Yi Ting, her expression troubled. Yi Ting, it's not good for you to be constantly associated with Wen Xiang. Yi Ting responded calmly. It's already happened. There's no point in trying to distance myself now. The first thing we need to do is find out who this husband is. We need concrete proof that Wen Xiang was set up. The car sped forward, then braked sharply. Reporters were already swarming outside the hotel, cameras at the ready. Yi Ting stared out the window, taken aback. They've even followed us to the hotel. Where can we go? Her phone rang. It was Qi Wenyao. She answered quickly. Yi Ting, he said, his voice urgent. I'm right behind you. Yi Ting turned around, relief flooding her face. Together, they headed back to Qi Wenyao's apartment. On the way, he called his assistant, Lu. Lu, any news on the person I asked you to investigate? Mr. Qi, I found information on the person you asked me to look into. I'll email it to you now. Qi Wenyao gave further instructions. No, send it directly to Yuan Wenfan. Yi Ting looked at him, curious. Who are you investigating, Wenyao? Assistant Lu explained. Miss Yi Ting, it's about Wen Xiang's supposed boyfriend, the man who claims to be her husband. Yi Ting's eyes lit up. Send me a copy too, Lu. Of course, Miss Yi Ting, the assistant replied. A mischievous thought crossed Yi Ting's mind. If that dog wasn't in the car, I'd give him a passionate French kiss right now. Qi Wenyao, apparently having overheard her musing, asked what was that. Yi Ting started flustered. Nothing. The car came to a sudden stop. Wenyao, why are we stopping? He turned to her, a tender look in his eyes. I'm touched. Yi Ting, completely bewildered, just stared at him. Touched? By what? She asked, tilting her head. He leaned closer, a playful glint in his eyes. And what happens after someone is touched? A blush crept up Yi Ting's cheeks. She covered her mouth with her hand, then, emboldened, reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Leaning in, she gave him the passionate French kiss she'd been fantasizing about. Later, Yi Ting opened the file assistant Lu had sent. It contained pictures of Guo Beikong with numerous women. That scumbag, she muttered. Who knows how many innocent women he's tricked, preying on vulnerable, beautiful women. She clenched her teeth, anger simmering inside her. My empathy is getting the better of me. I'm starting to want to murder this guy and his wife. Every time she goes after the other woman, she's just covering for him. Was Wen Xiang really the other woman? Was everything she said in that video true? The more Yi Ting looked, the angrier she became. How can such a despicable man exist? It's a good thing we cleared this up quickly. At least Wen Xiang is okay. This part isn't in the original script. Lost in thought, Yi Ting's phone rang. Wen Xiang's voice on the other end of the line was thick with despair. Yi Ting, she choked out, I've decided to leave the industry. Yi Ting was stunned. What? Why? Guo Beikong isn't worth it. He lied to you. He's a terrible person. She pleaded, trying to dissuade her. Wen Xiang's voice, though still laced with sadness, held a new firmness. I've already applied to schools abroad. I won't be back for years. I don't need his help anymore. I don't need anything from him. Yi Ting was speechless. She quickly pulled up the system interface and reread the relevant sections of the novel. This isn't right, she thought, her brow furrowing. In the original story, Wen Xiang finishes filming the killer without a hitch. With a sigh, Yi Ting asked, Are you sure about this, Wen Xiang? A faint smile touched Wen Xiang's voice. Yes, I'm sure. Seeing her resolve, Yi Ting knew further arguments were futile. Okay, she said softly. Take care of yourself. After hanging up, Yi Ting let out a frustrated sigh. The film is only half finished. Why is this happening? The system's helpful, yet infuriatingly detached voice chimed in. Host, you alter the script. The characters' lives will change accordingly. Yi Ting frowned. So you're saying this is all my fault? A voice calling her name startled Yi Ting. She looked up, annoyance flickering across her face as she saw Xiao Ku enter the room. A saccharine smile plastered on her face. Yi Ting, dear, you came back and didn't even tell me. Xiao Ku took Yi Ting's hand, her voice dripping with false concern. My dear, have you lost weight? Is Wen Diao not taking care of you? Yi Ting, taken aback by this sudden change in demeanor, pulled her hand away. What do you want? She asked, her voice cool. Yi Ting's eyes widened. Is this the power of the female lead? She wondered, turning to the system. Is this why she's being so nice? The system responded promptly. Affirmative. Xiao Ku, with a flourish, produced a small, elegant box. Inside nestled a stunning jade bracelet. Yi Ting, dear, she said, beaming, I saw this the other day and thought it would suit you perfectly. Try it on, dear. Let me see how it looks. Xiao Keiyu urged. Yiting stared at the bracelet, a memory surfacing. In the novel, Xiao Keiyu gave Shi a jade bracelet too. A thrill of excitement coursed through her. Maybe our relationship is finally improving. A cold voice cut through the air. Yiting is tired. Both women turned to see Qi Wendiao standing in the doorway, his expression glacial. She needs to rest. Xiao Keiyu, clearly intimidated, backpedaled immediately. Of course. Rest well, dear, she stammered before retreating. Qi Wendiao shut the door behind her with a decisive click. His gaze fell on the jade bracelet on Yiting's wrist. Sensing his disapproval, she quickly spoke. Wendiao, I'm not trying to force you to reconcile with her. This doesn't change how I feel about her. I'm not trying to manipulate anything. He looked at her, pain etched in his features. I shouldn't burden her with my resentment, he thought. Yiting reached out to him. Wendiao, don't. He looked at her with an anguished expression. Yiting started to speak again. Wendiao, please don't. But the system interrupted. Host, please fulfill your duties as the female lead. You must persuade the male lead to resolve his inner conflicts. Xiao Keiyu is connected to the death of Qi Wendiao's mother. Yiting felt a wave of frustration. How am I supposed to do that? I don't know anything about his mother's death. You have to give me some clues. The system's response was cold and mechanical. Host, matters not mentioned in the original plot are unknown to both the system and yourself. Yiting furrowed her brow, staring into space as she continued to analyze the situation. So, all we know is that Xiao Keiyu was involved with Qi-san while his mother was seriously ill in the hospital. After his mother died, Xiao Keiyu married him and became the CEO's wife. Qi Wendiao listened, a deep sadness settling over him. Even she doesn't know, he murmured, referring to Xiao Keiyu's apparent ignorance of the circumstances. A wave of emotion washed over Yiting. He's able to overcome such resentment. He's truly remarkable. Impulsively, she placed a hand on his shoulder. Wendiao, she said softly. He looked at her, surprise evident in his eyes. Looking directly at him, she spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Just follow your heart. No one can force you. No matter what you do, I'll be on your side. As her words faded, he pulled her into a tight embrace, leaving her momentarily stunned. Returning his embrace, Yiting felt a surge of warmth and affection. Wendiao, she whispered, let's get engaged. Somewhere far away, Dong Sihua, scrolling through the entertainment news, felt a jolt of shock. Engaged, she thought incredulously. Yiting's getting engaged, she blurted out, turning to Huoyaik beside her, a venomous edge to her voice. And they didn't even invite anyone from the crew. I guess they don't care about delaying the filming schedule. Huoyaik, arms crossed, responded coolly, it's fine, as long as she's happy. Suddenly, someone called out to Huoyaik, Mr. Hua, please come take a look at this. He excused himself and followed, leaving Dong Sihua fuming, staring at her phone with trembling hands. How does Zheng Yiting get everything she wants? She seethed. At the engagement party, the venue buzzed with excitement. Among the guests were Meng Jiao and Shi. Why are we here? Meng Jiao asked, glancing at Shi. She stared blankly ahead, as if drawn by an unseen force. I don't know, she replied coldly. A flicker of sadness crossed her face. I just heard Zheng Yiting was getting engaged, and I felt this ache in my chest. I don't even know why I bothered getting an invitation. Meng Jiao, sensing her lingering feelings for Qi Wendiao, asked, his voice tight with jealousy, are you still in love with him? Shi quickly denied it. No, I'm not. Meng Jiao grabbed her arm. Then why are you torturing yourself? Why do you need to see them together? Shi pulled away, her voice strained. Don't pressure me. Meng Jiao stopped, stunned. You think I'm pressuring you? Realizing her harsh tone, Shi softened. No, that's not what I meant. I'm just upset. Meng Jiao took her hand gently. Then come with me. Let's leave. She nodded, a sense of relief washing over her. Okay. Before she could finish her sentence, a wave of excited murmurs rippled through the crowd. Zheng Yiting, radiant in a breathtaking wedding gown, stepped into view. All eyes were drawn to her, the star of the day. Yiting's here. She's so beautiful. They look so happy. A blissful smile lit up Yiting's face. Shi, mesmerized, turned to Meng Jiao. Can I stay for just half an hour? Just half an hour. He sighed but relented. Fine. Suddenly, a voice boomed from the crowd. Well, young Master Qi. Looks like you finally fell for Miss Zheng, after all. Despite the taunt, Qi Wendiao remained composed, ready to retort. But Yi Ting, glancing around the room, caught sight of two unexpected guests. That jerk, she thought, her eyes narrowing at the man who had just spoken. And sure, what is she doing here? Don't tell me, she thought anxiously. Don't tell me she's going to pull some dramatic stunt and try to ruin my engagement, just like in the original plot. Just as her worry peaked, a voice called out, Yi Ting. Yi Ting. One of Qi Wendiao's friends clapped him on the back, a teasing lilt in his voice. Hey, you lucky dog, what are you standing around gawking at? So happy, you don't even know which way is up anymore. Yi Ting, a radiant smile on her face, raised her glass. Sorry, she chuckled, just saw a familiar face. Though, she thought, his words feel a little too pointed. The friend, oblivious to the undercurrent, continued. Yi Ting, it's incredible, isn't it? All those years you pined after Wendiao, and now you've finally caught him. He failed to notice Qi Wendiao's sharp gaze fixed upon him. Without a word, Qi Wendiao smoothly drew Yi Ting closer, his arms circling her waist possessively. He raised his glass, his voice clear and steady. I think you've got it all wrong, he announced, his eyes sweeping over the assembled guests. After Yi Ting grew up, she didn't like me the way she used to. I had to work very hard to win her over. His voice hardened slightly. So, I'd advise you all to choose your words carefully. If you upset Yi Ting and she decides she doesn't want to marry me after all, well, you'll have to deal with the consequences. The friend who had spoken earlier paled, suddenly speechless. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Really? Someone whispered. Qi Wendiao doubled down, his expression serious. Of course, it was me pursuing her. Yi Ting, sneaking a glance at him, thought, what a strange dog of a man. The MC's voice boomed through the speakers. Please take your seats, everyone. The engagement ceremony is about to begin. Qi Wendiao reached for Yi Ting's hand, but she pointedly ignored him. What's wrong? He asked, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Yi Ting grabbed his arm, her voice low and insistent. They're joking about me chasing after you. She hissed, pouting slightly. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be the subject of their ridicule. Qi Wendiao shook his head, unwavering. No, it was me who pursued you. Yi Ting refused to back down. No, it wasn't. It was me. Suddenly, a wave of emotion washed over Yi Ting, and she covered her mouth with trembling fingers. Zheng Yi Ting, the girl who chased after Qi Wendiao since childhood, and now, here we are, hand in hand about to be engaged. Qi Wendiao gazed at her, his eyes filled with adoration. You know, he began, his voice soft. Yi Ting looked at him expectantly. He smiled gently. I love the you of now, and it truly was me who pursued you. Yi Ting blinked, bewildered. What does this dog of a man mean? He loves the me of now. Does that mean the past me wasn't good enough for him? Their fingers intertwined. He leaned in, his forehead touching hers. Even if I had to do it all over again, he whispered, I would only fall for the you of now.